Welcome to qualifying day for the fourth annual Podium 500 live this afternoon from iRacing's virtual Daytona International Speedway in Daytona Beach, Florida. James Pike, the voice of Podium Esports, alongside Kenneth Bueno, and we are not far out from the very first of 8 heat races, the first of 12 races that we will have over the course of this day. 12 hours of coverage on this Saturday to get you set. We're going to whittle 344 drivers down to 43 that will start the feature in tomorrow's fourth annual Podium 500. Kenneth Bueno, this is one of the best days every year in sim racing. I couldn't be more excited if I tried.
It is very special indeed, James, and even in this edition, the fourth edition, it's still as exciting as ever. Today, it's a marathon of speed. You said it, 12 hours of non-stop coverage from Heat 1 to E8 to the LCQs, all the way through the duels to decide exactly who's going to be a part of this 43-car field for the Podium 500. James, it's not exactly the excitement of the Podium 500 to get all the way to the very end and to the win to win $1,000, but today is merely the setup to tell the story tomorrow afternoon.
Let's take you through how this day works. Last night, over 300 drivers set times and time trials. We took those times and put together 8 heat race grids. We'll have the first 8 heats that run through the day. The top 8 finishers in each heat will advance directly to the duels, which you'll see later tonight here on the Podium Esports Twitch channel. Those finishing 9th through 18th, they're going to roll into the LCQ. So it's the first 8 and then the next 10 that will go into the LCQs. Once we wrap up the heats, we'll have 2 LCQs that will take 10 drivers from 4 heats, 40 car fields in each of those LCQs. It's the top 8 from those LCQs that will advance to the duels, and then everybody 9th on back is eliminated. What you end up with are dual races that will have 40 car grids, plus, if necessary, the 3 provisionals for the drivers who have won this race before. 3 drivers come into this year's Podium 500 with Champions Provisionals. They are Seth DeBurchin, Daniel Eberhardt, and Casey Kerwin. If necessary, they will start at the back of their grids for the dual races. However, they are racing in all the heat races, so there's the chance that they could outright just qualify their way into a starting spot in the duels. But from those duels, we take the top 19 drivers that are not already qualified into the Podium 500, and they join our front row that was established last night in time trials, Logan Helton and Nathan Rabideau, and the provisional drivers, 43 drivers in total that we will end up with at the end of the evening. So, bit of a gauntlet, Kenneth Bueno, but we've had drivers. I was just talking to Austin Coop, who was on the preview show last night. Coop ran the heat, the LCQ, the duel, and found his way into the Podium 500. So it can be taxing, but it is possible to make it all the way.
It's a long journey, but that doesn't mean it's impossible. And that's the magic here, James, about this Podium 500, is that you can come from anywhere. You don't need to be a Coke Series driver. You don't need to be the top level sim racer. You can be an average guy just running official races every week and now and then, running in this event. And if you end up in the right circumstance, you end up putting your skills to the test, you can end up in this 43-car field, and you can be in the position to run for $1,000. That's what's so great about big events like these, James. And with so many drivers fighting for what's going to be their Podium 500 lives, it's going to be so much fun with a brand new car, brand new era we're bringing into this race. So it's going to be so much fun.
That's going to be one of the big talking points. First time we've used the next-gen car here at the Podium 500. First year for that, and it changes things. We noticed it in particular in qualifying. Drivers were a solid 3 seconds slower than the pole time a year ago, but here they're faster in the draft. So who knows what to expect. It's going to be a new style of racing, new aero package, new way you have to run in the draft, and the first driver to figure it out could be paid off handsomely. That will be one of the biggest things we are watching for this afternoon. But for now, it's time to get ready to turn our attention to the first of 8 heat races. And for that, we will slide over to our first broadcast pairing of the afternoon, the first of many you will see over the course of this day. Let's flip it over to Taylor Burris and Jacob Hitz.
Thank you very much, James, and welcome everyone to the first of 8 heat races for the 4th annual Podium 500. I'm going to be your host, Taylor Burris, alongside my colleague, Jacob Hitz. And Jake, it's going to be exciting to see how this race will go out. A lot of big names competing in the first heat race here tonight.
A lot of big names in this first heat, and something that I don't think we quite hit as hard as maybe we should have in the open. You can win this heat race and still not make the Podium 500. Just because you win the heat does not mean you automatically advance. That puts you in the duel. You got to finish in the top 20 in the duel to make the big show. So everything that we're doing leading up to later tonight in the duels is all just to keep your chances alive. Nobody is safe until we get to the end of the night tonight.
Well, the journey for the chance of 500 miles of racing action on tomorrow begins with this one race here that each and every single one of these drivers will be competing in their respective heats here. Of course, this is the first heat race. 8 different heat races we'll be seeing later on today. Drivers from all different walks of life competing. I was looking over some of the entry list of who we have, and I gotta say, it's great to see a wide variety of different drivers from different walks of life. Of course, one thing in particular, we'll have some of the biggest names in the Coke Series competing, some of the biggest names in NASCAR, and then, of course, your everyday sim racers that we see here all across iRacing. But now, it is time to give you your starting lineup for today's heat race action for the first heat race here for this weekend's qualifying day of the Podium 500. On the front row, it is going to be none other than Seth Ryder from Elliott Sadler Esports. He will be alongside one of the streamers big times in the world of iRacing, Blake McCandless, as the voice of the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing series, starting in second. In third place, you'll find another Elliott Sadler Esports driver, Matt Forcappa, followed by Troy Sabat in fourth position. Fifth position will be Brian Baker, followed by eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series champion, Zach Novak in the sixth position. Sean Butler will be starting in the 7th position, followed by Devin Smariker in 8th. Rounding out your top 10 is going to be Matthew Dula and NASCAR Xfinity Series driver Anthony Alfredo.
Rolling off in 11th, Jack Mace with Jared Darling to his outside in row number 6. Jeremy E. Miller and Alexander Goitom rolling off 13th and 14th. Joey Stats, Ryan White, 15th and 16th. Adam Thompson and Alex Vasilio in 17th and 18th. Rounding out row 10 in the top 20, Ian Copperthite and Matthew Hibbs.
Keelan Martin will be starting in 21st, followed by Eric Stanford in 22nd. Then you have Hunter Hayward in 23rd, with Austin Shoemaker in 24th. David Robertson will be starting in the 25th position, followed by Randall Cobb in 26th. Tyler Meeks will be starting in 27th, followed by Bob Coe III in 28th. Guillaume Helsnault will be starting in 29th, rounding out your top 30, Isaac Mock.
Ron Morris Jr. and Chad Gunningsman will roll off 31st and 32nd. Chris Bass, then Skip Candy, 33rd and 34th. Raul Alvis in 35th. Nash Brambilla rolls off from the 36th starting spot. Brent Jones, Justin Winters, side by side in row number 19. Row number 20, Maximilian Heilich and Jaron Hazen, and rounding out the field, shotgun on the field in 41st, Alonzo King.
Field now working their way behind Barry, the pace truck driver in the iRacing pace truck here. He will be up front, quite busy a lot here today, leading the field for 8 different heat races, 2 LCQs, and then the duels. And of course, the famous Barney the Flag Man will have the green flag in hand to turn them loose all day long. Some of the hardest workers in iRacing getting ready to get started with today. And it all begins here with heat race number 1. Green flag is out, and we're underway here for heat race 1 for the Podium 500. As they come across the line to start the first lap, it'll be Seth Reiter in the ESE machine, number 11, who will lead the field. He's got his teammate Matt Forcappa in that number 23 right behind him. Then they're going to go 2 by 2, pretty much all the way towards the back half of the field, and probably all the way to outside the top 20 just about, Jacob. Everyone's trying to find a rhythm, but realize this. The top 8 move on, and then from 9th to 19th will be able to have a shot in the LCQ. So you have 2 different options. If you're inside that top 19, you at least can move on to one of the 2 rounds later on here tonight.
Right, 19th on up.
In trouble in turn 3, 24 cars around. Caution is out here, and a lot of heavy hitters taken out here in the early stages as they come out of turn number 4 as the caution is out.
Eric Stanford in the fence. Oh, and he gets hit again. Alonzo King runs into him. Ron Morris, Chris Bass, Justin Winters all involved. And this was pretty back in the pack, I would think, outside the top 20 where this contact all started.
Certainly is. Let's take a look here as we see what happened to Eric Stanford in the rest of the field. I believe one driver just decided to go a little bit too low when he was not clear. One of the things we know for certain here tonight, Jacob, as well as all throughout the day, spotters will be some of your best friends. And yeah, the 24 makes heavy, goes to the inside lane, does not realize that the 31 machine of Austin Shoemaker is to his inside. And around he goes, collecting several drivers. Chad Gunningsman's involved, the 76 involved of Ron Morris Jr., and unfortunately for them, their day will be done here today after just only running 2 laps here in heat race number 1.
Well, now remember, these guys do have a fast repair in these heats, so it's not going to be the complete end of the world, but it certainly puts them in a pretty big hole. And, you know, Hibbs, I think he just saw the opening down on the inside, wanted to get down there as quick as he possibly could. The only problem is he just timed it wrong and got hit by Shoemaker, and that's what turned him around, and then the rest of the pack piled it in. But, you know, I was going to talk about right before that crash happened, you only have 20 laps, so you can't really ride around. You've got to get to work, and you've got to start making moves, especially if you're in the back of the field, to help kind of dig your way through the field. You know, otherwise, you're going to be sitting on the outside looking in, and then when everybody's trying to make the move inside 5 laps to go, it's gridlock. You've got nowhere to go.
Certainly is, and that's what these drivers are really needing to realize as we progress. Currently, right now, David Smreeker is currently holding that 8th position in the standings right now to guarantee him a shot into tonight's duels later on this evening. And then, of course, it is Alex Valicio in car number 27 who holds that 19th position to at least get him a shot in the LCQs later on here today. So there's Devin in that number 26 Premier Racing setup machine Ford Mustang as he holds that coveted 8th position in this race as we watch the field work their way behind Barry, the pace car driver. As he works the field around, we should be able to go back green flag racing here in a short while, whereas we ride on board with Adam Thompson, who is currently gained 1 position in that number 99 machine.
That Trackhouse lookalike car there, that 99, sitting back in 16th right now, so as long as he can hang where he's at, he's still alive, but he's going to be stuck in the LCQ instead of, automatically moving on to the duels. So he's going to have to make his way to the front. But it's so tough when you're only taking the top 8 to the duel and everybody else from 9th to 19th moves on to the LCQ. It's a lot harder to make your way in. Everybody's going to be focusing on that 8th spot, I think, more than the win in the heat. Even though the win's nice, really, as long as you're in the top 8, you move on. Everything else is just where you will start once the duel comes around. So we'll just have to wait and see how these guys try and figure it out. And I think as the day goes on, we're going to see those that are running in the later heats kind of learn some things from these earlier heats and apply them. That, okay, well, I saw this move didn't work, let's try something else. Or, that move worked really well, I'm going to do that myself later on.
Certainly is a benefit for those who have later heats in the day, and one of the inconvenience when you're one of the first heat races, because you don't really have a whole lot of information going into how everyone will race around you for the most part. And as we know, we will see how this will work out for some of these drivers. So, as the field is currently behind Barry, the pace truck driver, we'll give you the full field rundown of your top 10 before we turn them loose. Currently, right now, it is Seth Reiter from Elliott Sadler Esports in the number 11 on the first position. Then it's Matt Forcappa in second, Blake McCandless third, Troy Sabat in fourth, Brian Baker in fifth. Then it's Zach Novak, Sean Butler, Devin Spreaker holds that 8th position to guarantee him a shot into the dual races later tonight. Matthew Dula and Jack Mace round out your top 10 as the field works behind the pace truck. And we're double up. We're about to see the green flag drop again from Barney the Flagman.
You know, let's see what these guys do here. They made it almost 2 laps. Maybe they take it easy, or maybe this just increases the intensity just because now you're only going to have 15 laps to go. You know, you wreck again, that's going to take away the amount of green flag laps you're going to have to race your way into the duel.
It certainly is. Pace car truck is off. Barney the Flagman waves the green flag once again, and a little bit of a possible lane change happening as they come across the line as we go once again under green flag here. Matt Forcappa gets right in front in second position. I'm pretty sure.
Big crash front straightaway.
As chaos strikes again here at Daytona. Big one happens here again in heat race number 1.
Hesnall, Randall Cobb, Shoemaker is in this one. There is a lot of carnage on the front straightaway. Bob Coe III, Tyler Meeks, Ron Morris Jr. I don't know what happened, but they made it 500 feet past the start and finish line, and there was calamity in the back half of the field.
Certainly is, and we also just got word for penalties giving out during that restart. Matt Forcappa giving an EOL for changing lanes before crossing the start-finish line. So he was at the highest of highs. Now he's going to have to start towards the tail end of the field as we watch on board. Heavy hit for Jared in that number 40 machine.
A lot of torn up cars. And, you know, they weren't even up to speed at that point, and they tore a lot of stuff up as we get the onboard with Ron Morris back here. He's up to speed. He's in the back of the field. Oh, my gosh. He had nowhere to go. He had no idea that there were cars right in his path, and that's where we're really going to have to start getting worried about fast repairs, because some of those that were involved in that, some of those drivers, I think, have already used their fast repairs, so that could just end their night. Justin Winters, well, he's dropped out of the server, so not quite sure what's going on with him, but Ron Morris Jr., he's going to be out. He's already used his fast repair and had to tow it, so that's going to spell the end of his night for the opportunity to try and make the Podium 500.
And that's one of the things, Jacob, we have to think about with this race. A lot of drivers are not going to be able to make it out of these heat races. Only technically 19 have a shot to moving on to one of the following 2 rounds, whether it be the LCQ or the duels that will happen here tonight. And it's something that you talked about as well. The winner of today's heat race number 1, or any of the heat race winners, could possibly be, in effect, eliminated during the duels later tonight. And that just shows the difficulty of this style of racing here at Daytona International Speedway. We've always talked about how this race is basically the high-speed version of the Chili Bowl that we see always in the world of dirt racing. And I gotta say, the intensity actually is even more ramped up, I would think, knowing the fact of how important it is that the heat races are, the LCQ is, and then, of course, the duels, where anything could happen, where instantly you're in 1 second, the next you are outside looking in.
Well, and here when you're in the pack, it's really difficult because you could be in the right place at the right time in the last lap, and then 5 cars get a run and go up to the outside and pass you, and you go from 6th place and well inside the top 8 to 13th, and you're on the outside looking in. Like, what happened? I didn't do anything. You know, that's just part of what makes plate racing so fun, especially with this format where it's unpredictable until you get to the start-finish line and the checkered flag's in the air. Up until that point, you could go from 1st to 21st in a lap.
You certainly can, and that's just one of the crazy things when it comes to super speedway racing. Noticing right now as we watch through the field and also through some of the drivers who pop in and out, we see a lot of drivers that have actual spotters spotting for them here tonight, and some of these spotters are actually possibly also some of the drivers that will be competing in later heat races. I see for example, number 4 of Chad Gunningsman has a spotter, Justin Levine, who we know Justin Levine with Levine Racing will be a part of one of the heat heat races later on in the day. So it's safe to say some of these drivers who pop in here taking notes, making sure, hey, this is what I need to do in order to have a shot of being in the LCQ or in one of the dual races, or even making sure that they are a part of the great race, which is, of course, the Podium 500 tomorrow.
Yeah, and the drivers that are watching both on the spotter stand or watching the broadcast, they've got to be scared out of their mind right now. We've had 2 green flag laps total so far, and we're almost halfway through this thing. They've got to be scared.
Certainly is. And of course, today's action is brought to you by Battle Beaver. Battle Beaver has everything you need for your next custom controller, console, or PC skin. With options for your PlayStation, Xbox, GameCube, and more, Battle Beaver has everything you need to make your system look exactly the way you want it. Head over to BattleBeaverCustom.com to pick up your next skin. Use the code Daytona for 10% off your purchase. And now we'll give a quick rundown of your top 10 before we turn them loose once again. Seth Ryder will be, of course, starting in first. Blake McCandless second. Troy Sabat third, moving Zach Novak up to fourth. Brian Baker in fifth. Sean Butler sixth. Then it is Matthew Dula seventh. Davis Smeeker in eighth position. Ninth is Jack Mace, and Jeremy Miller moves up into the top 10. Pace Truck will take that hard left turn down pit road, and Barney the Flagman will have the green flag back in the air. We're going to be going racing with 11 laps to go here as the Pace Truck makes that hard left turn. Barney the Flagman has the green flag in hand, and we're back underway here at Daytona.
Gotta wonder if these guys up at the front just want this to go green the rest of the way so they could race it out. Maybe those at the back too, so they can have a chance. If we keep getting cautions like this, it's not really going to change. You might see a little bit of shuffling inside the top 10 and maybe back around that 19th, 20th position. With a big run here on the outside line. Ready or not, here they come. Blake McCandless to the front with help from Zach Novak.
Blake McCandless gets a big push from the Rise Esports driver and champion of the eNASCAR Coca-Cola Series, Zach Novak, and Sean Butler in hot pursuit right there in the 32 machine. You ride on board with Novak as they work their way through turns 3 and 4, and the inside lane is constantly changing. Your pole sitter, Seth Ryder, dropped all the way back to the 5th spot in just a couple of corners, and now he tries to slide his way through the field. As they come across the line here, the number 13 machine will lead that outside lane. As they come across the line, great racing. Now a little bit of squirrely situation a little further back. One car gets super loose, hits another car that sends it to the bottom yellow lines there. He'll come up to the racetrack and continue on his way.
Yeah, the inside line was just trying to push the pusher a lot, and that's what really got everybody out of shape and kind of accordioned the field. I wonder if Ryder just kind of wants to take a step back, maybe see what he can do in the draft. Maybe not fall too far back so he's at risk of dropping out, but at least kind of jump up to the high line, see what he can do up there, and try and charge his way up, because this is basically the only practice these guys are going to get in a complete... because we've got trouble. Around goes the 23. More cars involved. We stay green because they're down on the apron. It's automatic yellows. Admins are not throwing the caution flag, so we're going to keep it green as everybody survives for the most part. I'm impressed there. Brent Jones, I believe. Nope, not quite. Who in the world is that? No, it is Brent Jones that got sent sideways. No. Devin Smecker. Smecker? Something like that, yes. He got involved, and Alex Vasilio, I think, also got a piece of it. Kept trying to find the guy. It was picking somebody else.
Yeah, he was on the outside looking into that 8th spot for most of the race. And how about this? Some other shakeups happening inside the top 10 as Seth Ryder now sits in the 8th spot, that final transfer spot to get into today's dual races, as he is trying to hold on to that position. He's got a lot of work to do as he's currently behind the number 13 machine of Jeremy Miller. You're on board now with Alexander Goitom in that 9th position, working to the inside lane in car number 7. As they work through turns 1 and 2, side-by-side action. They're going to be double file pretty much from 5th on back. Troy Sabat leads that outside lane in the 00 machine.
Yeah, he pulled out a line from the inside line and pulled right up to the outside. These guys getting really aggressive with the pushing. I'm worried about that second pack as well. Ryder makes contact. He's going to hook it into the wall. A big crash on turn 4. Caution's out.
Caution is out. Seth Ryder, your Heat 1 pole sitter, ends it into the wall. Chaos here for your pole sitter, as I think it's safe to say.
They are still wrecking over here. They are still piling it in. The caution's been out for 15 seconds. And 3 more cars just piled it in off the exit of 4.
Tough break for Seth Ryder, who unfortunately was having such a strong run, but then, of course, just went a little too low and contact happened. Anthony Alfredo involved. And a lot of drivers collected still. As you pointed out, they were still wrecking even after the caution came out.
They just kept piling it on in, and tough break for Alfredo there. You see a car sliding right on by. And it's just, there's a car stopped up on the outside line. And they just keep piling on in outside the top 20. I don't know where they thought they were going, but tough break for Ryder, you know. I think his game plan was he just wanted to get back in traffic and see how he could feel the car out. Unfortunately, he got a bad bump that got him sideways, and it was on from there.
Seth Ryder, of course, was someone who was excited about competing in the Podium 500 this year, as this was going to be his kickoff to having a run and a shot in the eNASCAR Road to Pro Series later on. So he, not having the way he wants to kick off his 2022 campaign in eNASCAR competition. So he has to go to the tail end of the field after he gets his car fixed after causing that incident here today. But we do have a new race leader. Blake McCandless is now up at the front of the field in the 166 Chevrolet, as he is definitely going to be one to watch here, as he is now going to be on that front row alongside the former series champion of eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series competition, Zach Novak, in the number 5 machine.
So we're going to get a restart with 4 laps to go. If you're Blake McCandless, are you terrified right now? Are you in this one spot where maybe you don't want to be leading this thing?
That's the tough question, because we've seen, how this racing has been going. And of course, for someone like Blake, he was able to time it just right in order to be able to have a shot of staying in that top 8. But we just saw how someone who led this race, such as Seth Ryder, can be up front 1 second, in the middle of the pack, and now in the pits trying to get that fast repair to rejoin the race. So it's a catch 2022 for, of course, none other than Blake McCandless here, and we'll have to see if he's able to recover and hold on to those top 8 positions as they work behind the pace car. Like you said, it'll be about 4 laps to go when we take the green flag once again, as another penalty has been giving out to the number 31 machine of Austin Shoemaker. Pit lane violation, too many stalls in, so he has to be careful. And we just got word from Blake McCandless he will be choosing the inside lane this time around. It's been safe to say everyone has been doing that for the most part when we take these race starts at Daytona.
Yeah, and I think the inside line is kind of where you want to be, as long as you get a good restart and the car behind you gets a good restart. He's got Sean Butler behind him. I think those two will be okay. I think they'll be able to figure it out. But we know Zach Novak in that 5 Sunoco machine has a really strong car with Matthew Dula right behind. So maybe that outside line will be able to put something together and we'll have a close battle for the lead. But the big spot to watch is going to be around that 8th spot and then back around 19th. And I tell you what, that caution really saved that second pack, because they lost the draft after we saw that spin out of the 25 right before that. So overall, I think everybody's doing okay. Now that everybody's going to be back in this lead draft, there shouldn't be too many or any damaged cars in between those that have a shot to move on. So we'll just have to sit back and watch and see how this plays out.
We certainly will. We'll give you a quick rundown of your top 10. It's going to be Blake McCandless and Zach Novak up at the front of the field. Then it'll be Sean Butler and Brian Baker, 3rd and 4th. Matthew Dula in 5th, with Jeremy Miller in 6th position. Troy Sabat sits in 7th with Jared, oh my darling. He's going to be sitting in that coveted 8th position to move on to the duels. Then it's Alexander Goitom and Ryan White rounding out your top 10. For those who are looking to see who holds that last 19th position to make it at least into the LCQs, it's held by none other than the 23, Matt Forcappa, who we talked about early on, had a penalty early on. He had a chance, got a long way to go, but he has that last position in 19th to move on to the LCQs.
Seth Ryder has disconnected. He will not make the Podium 500.
Tough break for Seth Ryder, your pole sitter for heat race number 1, along with Travis Hoffler also disconnecting. His day is done. But now we will see Barry, the pace truck driver, make that hard left turn. Barney the flagman will have the green flag in hand as we are getting ready to go 4 laps of racing here at Daytona. Green flag is back out, and we are once again underway here for heat race number 1 for the Podium 500. Now we see that inside lane starting to come into play. Blake McCandless, Sean Butler, throw in Brian Baker. Those are your top 3 who are having a good run. But now Baker will fall back a little bit to get right beside Zach Novak. So it's 2 by 2 by 2, quite a ways back before you get to your top 2. But here comes Novak with a head of steam. He has help from Matt Dula in the 17 as they come down the Daytona Superstretch.
You don't want to get too far out in front. I think that's what Blake and Sean did there on that restart. Here comes Novak with a big run on the outside line with help from that 17 of Matthew Dula as the caution flag is out. We've got trouble in turn 3. Ian Copperthite is around. Randall Cobb, I think, got a piece of it as well. Austin Shoemaker may have been involved. So more trouble in the back of the pack. And we are going to overtime in this first heat.
We certainly are, and by the looks of it, another driver, another one of the heavy hitters inside the top 8, might have received received a black flag. Troy Sabat in the 00 machine. We'll get word confirmation of that situation, but here's the replay of the caution momentarily as we get that set up. So we just saw that. It was just a single car spin. A couple of cars were able to get around and continue on their way, but we'll re-rack them, restack them, and go back at it once again here today.
Yeah, that, I mean, that was, yeah, so Sabat's black flag was for a lane change, and the caution really just came from a bad bump given to Copperthite, and then he came back down to try and cover his spot, and then got hooked into the grass, so that's just not what he was really looking for, but they were way in the back of the field. So it's not too much of an impact, but it could help him get back up to the front here on this last restart, because I'm not sure how many green white checker attempts we have. I would think 3. We'll find out, but I think Blake and Sean hopefully learn from that last restart. Maybe don't get too good of a start, just in case. And sure enough, 3 green white checkers is what we're working with.
Certainly is 3 green white checkered attempts, so we'll see what will happen here as we now go into our first attempt of a green white checkered. So we will see what will happen here as we now keep an eye of who holds those coveted 8th and 19th positions. It is, of course, Jeremy Miller who holds that 8th position now in the number 30, and then Matt Borcappa still holds on to that 19th position in car number 23. As we should be getting lights out on the pace truck here momentarily. If not, they should be already out. Nope, they're still on. So one more time around we should possibly see before we turn them loose for that first attempt of a green-white checkered.
So, just got to make it to the white flag for this race to be official. And we've seen them wreck before. We've completed a lap already once tonight, so maybe it happens again. Maybe they keep it clean. If they wreck after they take the white flag, we keep on going. So we could have 3 cars coming to the line at the end of this deal under green.
We certainly can, and that's going to be interesting to see who is going to be able to get to the line. And who knows, Jacob, when we see how this ends, if we see a caution towards the back half of the field, let's say from 15th on back, we could be seeing drivers coming to the line smoking as long as they cross the line inside that top 19. Whether that car is beaten, battered, smoking, or in other words, in a sense, on fire, that car will move on to either the LCQ or the dual races here. So as long as you cross that line in the top 19, no matter what, you will have a shot to move on.
All bets are off here, and we're going to go 2 laps over. So we should get 1 to green right now, and it looks like we will. So if you're Blake McCandless, again, just got to be a little more careful on that restart, because if you get too far out in front, Novak and the rest of the pack is going to catch up. There's going to be a huge accordion, and that's where we see bumps, sometimes bad bumps, and then those big crashes that we see. You would think, looking at these cars, that it's easier to push with them, but that's not the case. You get really big runs out of these things in the draft. And when you hit somebody and it's not perfectly square, you're going to send them sideways, and it's really tough to save these things once you get them loose.
It certainly is, and it's going to be very difficult. We've seen a couple of cars get very squirrely in the draft, even by themselves even, is difficult. These new next-gen cars are going to be very interesting to see how we progress throughout the day today. And of course, if you think about it, Jacob, this is a preview of what we can expect, not just for the Podium 500 tomorrow, but also the season opener of the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series event at Daytona, and then, of course, the one we're always looking forward to as well, the Daytona 500. So this is a little bit of a precursor of what we could see happen in the real world as well as here in the virtual world for so many great upcoming events.
Yes and no, only because after the Coliseum, that was the first time we saw the next-gen cars on a racetrack. iRacing made some changes. Now that we're going to Daytona, I think more changes are going to come just because it'll be the first time that we see these things on the high banks, and we will know exactly what they're going to do in the draft in a 40-car field.
We certainly are. Well, we'll get a little bit of a precursor of that here momentarily as the pace truck makes that hard left turn. Barney the flagman has the green flag in hand, and we are back underway for our first attempt of a green-white checkered. And Blake McCandless, Sean Butler, well, it's safe to say they check out a little bit. Novak and Dula will start to try to work together to catch up to the tail end of those top two. Now we see, of course, the number 3 machine dive to the inside. As we watch on here, Jeremy Miller and Alexander Goitom will go side by side. That outside lane, though, starting to come into play as Novak to the outside will take over the race lead.
Butler got disconnected off the back bumper of McCandless, and a huge run from the outside line. The top 4, top 5, top 6 clear McCandless. McCandless goes from leading to on the bubble as they come through 3 and 4, and they're wrecking in the back of the field again. Caution flag is out. Randall Cobb is in it. Isaac Mock is in it. Mock was inside the top 10, or just outside the top 10 on the restart. Now he's in the grass and in trouble in the back of the field.
Right on board here with Randall Cobb to see what he saw, and he
dumped.
I like to got dumped indeed, as we see the 7 right there.
How did Mock get in the grass then?
That's what I like to try to find out here. Here we go, and is that Troy Sabat who's giving him the push?
And he just bumped him squirrely and tried to follow him and just hooked him.
Yeah, that's
so
a tough
Mock
break.
must have been his own deal then, I guess.
That's what it looks like as we will get maybe another look.
Oh yeah, he got turned off the front bumper of Joey Stats down the back straightaway just up the road. But it was a single car spin. The problem was Cobb getting turned back up the racetrack in front of traffic. That's what drew the caution.
It certainly did, and that would mean have our second attempt of a green-white checkered. And so we will now have looks like a 2-strike situation for the driver who brought out that caution. And as we take a look at your top 8, Brian Baker has that 8th position. Sean Butler, who is inside the top 3, he's now on the outside looking in. He could still make it into the LCQ, but he sits in 9th. Meanwhile, Keelan Martin holds that 19th position in the number 32 machine.
Troy Sabat, black flagged, parked. He's done. He's out. He's not racing in the Podium 500. After that crash, he is out of here.
Certainly is indeed, and we'll get more information with race control, and yep, he will have to leave the race now, and he is done. Troy Sabat, who had such a good run in qualifying last night during the qualifying sessions that we had, unfortunately, his day is done.
And we're going to see that throughout the rest of the night, where some of these big names are just going to be on the outside and done here. So,
yeah, we already have 2 drivers who were some of the top contenders already out. Seth Reiter, of course, and Troy Sabat, and a couple other drivers who I'm looking through right now. Anthony Alfredo, he's looking to be eliminated, period. He sits in 24th position right now. He has quite a ways to go to get to 19th. Chad Gunningsman as well. He's on the outside looking in 20th. And looking through some of the other drivers, Matt Forcappa, who was 19th a few laps ago, he's now given himself a little bit of cushion in that 16th spot to at least make it on to the LCQs. And then, of course, we pointed out Sean Butler is on the outside looking in to be able to make it into the duels later tonight.
Yeah, I remember with somebody like Alfredo, remember he got involved in one of those early wrecks, so he's got damage. He already used his fast repair, so anything from this point on, I think maybe he's just riding it out, expecting a crash on the last lap after they take the white flag, and maybe that's how he thinks he's going to make his way in. But for the time being, I would just expect him to pedal to the metal. Let's go. It's time to go now.
It certainly is. It's time to go. You cannot at all give any way or shape or form any room, any gap. You have to be aggressive here in this final, or the second of 3 attempts of a green, white, checkered. As we should see, the lights are out on the pace car, so here is your top 10 before we turn them loose. Zach Novak will lead him to the green, followed by Matthew Dula in second. Jeremy Miller sits in third, followed by Jared Darling in fourth. Ryan White sits fifth with Jack Mace in the 6th position. Then it's Blake McCandless in 7th, with Brian Baker holding that 8th position to move on to the duels later tonight. Sean Butler is the first one on the outside looking in to make it into the LCQs or the duels, whichever he finishes in first. And Adam Thompson rounds out your top 10.
That's a name that I think we mentioned once tonight, Adam Thompson, and right behind him, Alexander Goydam. We haven't talked about him much at all either, so names that we really weren't familiar with at the start of this thing, they're starting to emerge now and look to be in pretty solid shape heading into this potentially last restart.
Certainly is. It's going to get exciting here in this closing stages. We're already 4 laps over into this race, so it's going to be interesting to see how this will go through as the field is now doubled up behind Barry, the pace truck driver, one of the many busy men here in the world of iRacing. As we continue to watch on, and the field will make that race and get ready to rumble once again for heat race number 1. 8 drivers move on to the duels. 9th on to 19th make it to the LCQs from 20th all the way to the 41st. It will be, of course, a day done for them. Barry, the pace truck driver, makes the hard left turn. Barney, the flagman, has the green flag in hand, and we're back for attempt number 2 of the restart here for the green-white checker. They're back underway, no changing of lanes this time around. Everyone's being a little more patient as we see one car go to the top side in that 3rd lane, and they will race their way into turn 1.
No, they won't. They wrecked in the back of the field. There is a huge accordion effect through the whole field. Maximilian Heilich, David Robertson involved, Chris Bass involved. This is the last green-white checker, and we can't make it 500 feet past the start-finish line. Like I said, the whole field stacked up on that restart. That's why nobody changed lanes, because there were no holes to move. And then in the back of the field, they just did not lift in time. And it was Heilich that got run over from behind by Brent Jones that kicked that whole mess off.
A lot of drivers involved in that incident as we go back live here after that footage. Tough break as we are now currently on board with Brent Jones and that number 89 machine. We'll take a look from his point of view what happened. Yep, makes contact right there, and around they go towards the back half of the field, and a tough break for a lot of those competitors here today. Safe to say some of them will have their day done here later on, and looking through to see, yep, no one has completely exited out of the race yet after that caution incident. Matthew Hibbs still on pit road trying to get his car fixed. Ian Copperthite as well in the 95 machine has come down pit road. His car is completely damaged. Follow along with Maximilian Heilich in the number 12 machine. His car has pretty much no bumper, so he's going to be a little bit difficult to work with in the drafting situation. David Robertson in the 19 also severe damage, along with Chris Bass.
So everybody's got to catch up to the pace truck here so we can get going. The pace truck is in the trial. Well, we've still got 10 or so guys that are on the back straightaway. So, yeah, we are getting dangerously close to the start of heat number 2. And we've still got the last restart to go here in heat number 1. And I'm sure we're going to need a couple of wrecking crews out there after this thing is over. If the rest of this race has been any sign, the rest of the night, hopefully, the yacht gets cleaned up a little bit.
Well, we certainly will have to find out here as we progress all throughout the day today. I mean, we have a lot of great heat races coming up. Of course, in your heat race, in heat race number 2, we have Brandon Collier and Vicente Salas who will be starting on the front row for heat race number 2. A couple of other heavy hitters in that race will be Kenny Brady, Michael Guest, Justin Levine, who we talked about a little bit ago as one of the spotters out there. And looking through as well, Michael Smith Jr., Josh Bonwell, Justin Malillo also going to be in there. And of course, a big fan favorite, Monday Night Racing Season 4 champion, Adam Cabot. He'll be starting in that 23rd position in heat race number 2. Tom Morano as well, another one of the fan favorites here in iRacing competition. So a pretty stacked field for heat race number 2 that you'll be taking charge of here in a few moments there, Jacob.
Yeah, and Cabot's got his work cut out for him, starting back in 23rd, but I think he'll be okay. I think he'll be able to pick his way up to the front, but there's only one way to find out, and we can't find out until we wrap this thing up.
Certainly will indeed, as we should be getting the one to go this time around. Of course, this will end the heat racing here. This is the last step of green, white, checkered, so whatever comes next, it will be none other than either the white flag, the yellow flag, or the caution, or the checkered flag. Will have this happen here, and we'll find out if we will finish under green or not. So we'll see what will happen as we get... Yeah, I hope so too, as the lights are off on the pace car. So we'll see if we can get ready to get this race underway.
Let's see what these guys can do here. I'm curious with Novak if he's going to block or if he's just going to kind of let him go by and get him back on the last lap. I kind of have a feeling that that's what Blake was going to do, is fall back, and then him and Sean were going to pull to the outside line and fly their way up to the front. I've seen that before, at least at this racetrack. I have to think back to 2013. Tony Stewart in the Xfinity Series. He got bodied out of the way, was leading with 2 to go, fell to the back of the field on the last lap, stormed his way up to the front with a great push from Sam Hornish Jr., and of course, once Regan Smith and Brad Keselowski tangled, Stewart went to the apron, blew right by him, and won the thing as the field flew apart.
See what happens here as we watch the field behind the pace truck of Barry, the pace truck driver, who's pretty much led most of the laps here today. And I think I have a sneaky suspicion he'll lead the most laps out of all the drivers here as we get ready to see if we will end this final attempt of a green-white checker under this green flag or yellow flag situation.
Alrighty. I just hope they make it past the start-finish line. After these couple of restarts, that's how low the expectations have gotten. Let's just make it to turn 1 clean.
Certainly is. Barry the pace truck driver pulls off. Barney the flag man has the green flag in hand. Novak and Dula lead them to the green flag, and we are back underway here at Daytona for the final attempt of a green-white checkered here for heat race number 1. Novak now goes to the outside to pull away the outside lane with Matthew Dula. This opens the door for Jeremy Miller to lead that inside lane as they go nose to tail, side by side. Now Novak and Dula dive to the bottom of the racetrack to lead the inside lane.
They about wrecked it again at the start-finish line. Another huge stack-up, but here comes that outside line. Caution's out. That's it. Race is over. Wrecking in the back off turn number 2. That's it. That's the race. Chris Bass got turned around. That's going to end it.
That will
That's
indeed.
Unbelievable.
Now we got to see how this race will go, because I see a couple of drivers in certain positions. So wait till we get to the line to see who is going to be where. But Zach Novak will be the winner of heat race number 1. Now we just need to confirm who will get 8th and who will get 19th.
Based off scoring right now, and admin's good luck, I have Novak, Dula, Miller, Darling, Mace, White, McCandless, Butler in the top 8. Moving on to the duel. Then, moving on to the LCQ. This is all unofficial. Baker, Thompson, Goydam, Hayward, Stats, Stanford, Alvis, Meeks, Martin, Smrecker, King. Everybody else out. Forcappa, Alfredo, Vasilio, Gunningsman, on and on and on. That was the last green-white checkers, so that's it. There's no more racing. We just get to ride around the pace car, and the pace car gets to win heat 1.
So, of course, Barry, the pace truck driver, will be the winner of heat race number 1, as well as lead the most laps for heat race number 1. Let's see if he can continue that trend. Hopefully he doesn't, but we'll find out later on here today. And as we see, we'll get confirmation as they come across the line. Barney the flagman will have the checkered flag in hand. And as they come across the line, checkered flag in hand, Zach Novak will be the winner of heat race number 1 as we end under caution here. And with that, as the field comes across the line, we will give you your full field rundown for heat race number 1. And of course, here is your full field rundown. It will be Zach Novak who will win heat race number 1, followed by Matthew Dula in 2nd. Jeremy Miller will come home in 3rd. Jared Darling in 4th. Jack Mace in 5th, with Ryan White in 6th. Brian Baker in 7th. Blake McCandless will come home in 8th. He will be also the final transfer spot into the duels later tonight. Now we go into the drivers who will make it into the LCQ. Adam Thompson and Alexander Goiteman will be the first 2.
Scoring just updated again. What the heck?
So Sean Butler will come in 11th.
Which doesn't make sense because he was in 8th. What?
So that's what timing and scoring has now adjusted. Of course, you got to remember, some drivers had to give positions back when the caution.
All right, this is all unofficial. I don't understand this. Sean Butler in 11th, so he's not in the duels. He's in the LCQ. Hayward, Joey Stats, Eric Stanford, Raul Alves, Tyler Meeks, Cullen Martin, Devin Schmecker, Alonso King. They are in the LCQ. Everybody else, all unofficial, are out. Go down through the list.
As we go, Chance Goodingsman is in 21st, followed by Matt Forcappa in 22nd, Anthony Alfredo 23rd, Alex Felicio will come home 24th, with Brett Jones in 25th, David Robinson in 26th, Isaac Mock 27th, Randall Cobb in 28th, Jaron Hayes in 29th, Maximilian Hellick rounds out your top 30.
31st, Stein Copperthite, then Skip Gandy, Guillaume Hesnault, Chris Bass, Troy Sabat. Everybody else here, again, out. Done. Austin Shoemaker, Bob Coe III, Matthew Hibbs, Seth Ryder, Ron Morris Jr., Justin Winters, rounding out our field of 41 in heat number 1.
Well, with that, we will now get ready to hand it off to our studio hosts, who will be in between when we're trying to get ready for heat race number 2 later on. Let's turn it on over to Lady Auburnon and Strict Pulsatrix, who are in the Podium studio.
Hey. Well, that was something. That was at least the first heat.
Yeah, it was a heat, I think.
It was a heat, yes. Everyone was a little too cooked, apparently. Strix, what should we expect our drivers in heat to be doing if they study this mess?
If they study this mess, I think the number 1 tip that they should absolutely apply from Heat 1 is to work together and drive conservatively. What we've been seeing in Heat 1 is a lot of drivers cutting it way too close, not giving each other enough margin of error between their car and another, and we saw a lot of unintentional contact happen. And in fact, we did see a penalty come out as well for, I believe his name was Sabat. I think it was Trevor Sabat, who was penalized. Troy Sabat, my apologies, who was penalized for wrecking another driver on the first lap of a restart. So we need to minimize that and get to green flag racing. That's for sure.
Yes. It's the first time out with the next gen cars. I get it. These are super new cars, completely different from how things used to be. But there's a reason why we're not in the Battle Beaver Studios right now. One of the cars just found its way in here, so I'm over here in my shop. You're in your garage. Just need to keep it together. Everybody just need to keep it together.
Yeah, it was really unfortunate what happened to the studio. We had a nice, beautiful studio. It was all set up and everything, and then bam, car comes through the window, and it's like, well, I guess we're stuck in our studios, our own private studios now.
Yes.
But I did want to make comment on these next gen cars
Okay.
here at Daytona. I did have the privilege of seeing these cars drive at the 2008 Daytona in a different league race. And
Oh.
what I saw is that the cars over the bumpy version of Daytona were very hard to stay settled. And what we saw was the outside lane seemed to pick up speed early in the run, and the inside lane pick up speed later into the run as your tires start to wear down.
Yeah.
So, of course, the runs here are too short for us to notice
Right.
that. But
Yeah.
I feel as though because the track is so smooth, you're doing less to battle the track and more to battle other drivers. So that's probably another reason we've been seeing, some less than ideal driving standards.
Yeah. But, you got Novak and McCandless in. I think they're officially I don't know if it's still official or unofficial, but unofficial at the moment, going into the
It would at
the
least
twin.
be safe to assume that Novak and McCandless, both
Yeah.
drivers in the Coca-Cola eNASCAR series, have advanced to the duels.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a shame that Fast Pasta didn't make it even into the LCQ. That's one of our big meat space NASCAR drivers. What? Oh, right. Yes. So, because of how long it took to get to the finish the first heat, we're gonna go ahead and straight up throw it to our team for the second heat, which is Jacob Hitz and Rince Brown. Take it away.
Thank you, ladies, and once again, good afternoon. How we doing? Just after 1 o'clock here on the East Coast. A little off schedule, but nonetheless, we're here. Better late than never. Just about set to go for Heat 2. Jacob Hitz, Rince Brown here with you for the call of this second heat. And we already previewed this field a little bit. Monday Night Racing champion Adam Cabot in the field. A lot of other big names in the field for tonight's race and, well, today's race. After that first heat, do you think these drivers learned anything here, Rents?
You know what? It's going to be interesting. It really is. Because the thing is, after that first heat, I started to notice that there's a lot of discrepancies between what people think where the runs are going to go and how they're going to form, and how much time you have to either make the move or clear yourself. So in this next heat, I'm hoping that the drivers start to figure out where the runs are going to progress, where everything's going to go. These guys have had a chance to probably watch this first heat, but you know what? This is Daytona. Anything is possible. Brand new car. Everyone's in the same boat.
Let's take a look at our starting grid for this second heat of 8 to set the later grids for the duels, the LCQ, and eventually the Podium 500. Brendan John Kohler is on pole position. Vicente Salas will be on the outside line. Another Coke driver in the field. Nate Stewart, Alex Kolonix line up in row number 2. David Grantham, Kenny Brady line up in row number 3. Tanner Long, Michael Fenlison. He was just spotting in that last race for Anthony Alfredo. He's now in the field for this one. Anthony Emery and Michael Guest rounding out our top 10.
Justin Levine in the 11th position with Colby Baber in the 12th position. Adam Martin in 13th with Jacob Bell 14th. Brock Whitehead in 15th with Jason Rajak in 16th. Chris Fowler 17th. Josh Bonwell in 18th. Devin Rogers 19th. And Chris Akers in the 20th position.
Michael Smith Jr. and Michael Sturgill will line up in row number 11, 21st and 22nd. Monday Night Racing champion Adam Cabot lines up 23rd. Logan Schmidt to his outside. Ray Rogers, Alex Thurber line up in 25th and 26th. Jonathan Cross in 27th. Caden Anderson 28th. Charles Phelps 29th. And Connor Berry rounds out the top 30.
In 31st, Justin Melillo will be making that run in the number 53 with John Garrett to his outside in 32nd. Shane Wyatt in the 33rd spot with Jordan Corrin in the 34th spot. Derek Watson in the 35th spot with Kyle Urbanek in the 36th position. Jim Westerfield and Tom Morano start out in the 19th row with Diego Villalobos in the 39th spot and Travis Hofer in the 40th spot. With Hayden Swank and Anthony Poston, who made his way from the prelim night, rounding out the field.
2 drivers shotgun in the field back there. 42 cars in this, the second heat of 8 this afternoon from Daytona. Brendan John Kohler, Vicente Salas will lead us down to the green flag. 20 laps are back up on the scoreboard. Let's see how long we can go. Let's see what these drivers learned from the first heat. Pace cars in. Barney's got the green flag in hand, and we're underway. Heat 2 from Daytona.
So far, so good. You're starting to see a little bit of bump drafting a little early on. You're seeing some guys shuffle out of position 3 wide, about 10th or so on the racetrack. These guys are going to try, especially if you're in the back, you're going to have to start making your way up because there's not that many laps as we saw in the last race. So far, so good down the backstretch. The 29 out front, Vicente Salas to the lead early.
Still 3 wide back there. Colby Bauer in the middle of that hornet's nest, and they got 3 wide early. Not sure that's really what you want to do after watching that last race. They got single file up toward the front relatively quickly, but they are still duking it out 3 wide. The 32 of Bauer in the middle. On the outside, Be My Guest, Michael Guest up there. And you've got Devin Rogers downstairs as well. They're still 3 wide, but the top 4 have emerged single file as they go back to turn 1.
I am watching this 3 wide fight behind because they are still side by side by side. The big thing is, with these cars this year, it's a little bit difficult to feel that front end of the race car, so you're going to want to be very careful with how you turn the wheel. Not that much wheel input this year going into the banking, so you want to make sure that you don't put too much wheel into it. You also got to make sure that you just get right alongside someone if you're going to side draft. The big thing with these cars is side draft is going to be very, very key. And as we saw in the last race, we did see Blake McCandless get shuffled back from the lead, so you're going to want to push her the whole time. About, I'd say, the first 5-6 cars, single file.
Trouble, front straightaway in the back of the field. 1 car turning to the outside wall. We stay green. Kyle Urbanek and Tom Morano in the fence. We stay green. More trouble in turn number 1. Jordan Corrin is around in the grass. 1 car off the pace on the apron. Jim Westerfield, but the rest of the field survives. It was the back 5 on the racetrack that get collected, and it's a hornet's nest up at the front. Here comes Alex Kolinix, and he's going to get shuffled to the middle.
They're getting shuffled to the middle. The biggest thing about this is everyone checked up down the backstretch. I don't know whether or not they wanted to make some moves out there, but they had a massive chain stack up as we're almost there we go. They're wrecking off of everyone. The back half of the field wrecking.
Bauer is in it. The whole, not the whole field, but a good chunk of the field. It all started when Alex Kolinix decided to go down to the inside line and try to fit in line. Instead, they went 4 wide, and just not enough room for 4 wide in the tri-oval with these cars or any cars. 1 car got pinched in the middle. That car being Devin Rogers. Nowhere to go. Bounced off the car to the outside in Chris Fowler, and it was on.
Yeah, you know, it's one of those things where the 22 went a little bit below the yellow line right there, and I think the 19 was just trying to give him space, but it's really difficult in the tri-oval. The difference between Talladega and Daytona is how narrow Daytona is compared to Talladega, where these moves, for the most part, it can cost you, and he just clipped that left rear of the 20 and was on from there.
Good number of drivers involved, especially those at the front, because this was pretty close to the front of the field. So our first caution flag, it takes us 4 laps to get to that point. And we'll see how long these guys can make it the rest of the way here with keeping these cars clean, because really I thought they did a good job, at least at the front, of getting single file and getting things organized at the front.
Absolutely. The biggest thing about it is if you're up front, you can kind of control the pace. You can kind of control what happens. It's going to be more in that midfield, the fight for 19th and the fight up to 8th. I think as long as you can kind of control your fate, you should be okay. But, you know, as we saw in that first heat, all it takes is one or two drivers to make a move here and there, and it just turns everything around, and everyone kind of goes a little sideways from time to time.
4 laps are complete. And we'll get a restart with maybe 14, 13 laps to go, something like that. So Vicente Salas got out front early. He's led pretty much every lap since then, the Coke Series driver, so no real surprise that he's up at the front. Michael Guest, another Coke Series driver, he's back in P9. Gotta wonder if that experience for Salas is paying off, and maybe he knows what he has to do, at least up at the front, to advance his way on to the duel.
Absolutely. He got out to the front early. He knew what he wanted to do. The drivers that you're going to see up towards the front, for the most part, have a game plan in mind. So it's just going to be about executing that game plan. If you're going to have friends around, use those friends to your advantage, pull them along. We saw that in the prelim night. A lot of guys were bunching up together, but they were moving around. I saw Alonzo King doing that in the prelim night on Thursday. A lot of, I'm going to move up to the top, and then I'm going to pull my friend that's pushed me this far, and then I'm going to move back down to the bottom once he's clear. The big thing with these cars is you must have help. If you don't have any help at all, it doesn't matter if there's a little gap or space in between the two cars, you're going to be in trouble. So it's just going to be about maintaining a gap from the guys behind you, and it's also going to be about just controlling the lines. And as long as they do that, they should be out front and in clear air, really.
Kyle Urbanek is given an EOL penalty. We'll check in on the reasoning for that. Obviously, it was something to do with contact. I think I heard something about pit road, so we'll check in on that, and the admins will get us up to speed with that penalty. I believe the first penalty of this second heat. So right now, 5 laps are complete, and we should be getting 1 to green here this time by.
Going to be interesting to see what lane Vicente takes right here. I feel like he's going to take the bottom. No, he's going to take the top. Interesting. He's going to pull the top. I wonder if he's going to try to pull someone along on the outside.
He's going to have Michael Fenlison to his rear here on the restart. You have to remember, Salas used the outside line on that initial start, and it worked out to his advantage, able to get out in front of Brendan John Kohler, who was on the inside on the pole position. So we'll have to see what they can do here. Lights are out on the pace truck. This is your top 10 for the restart. We will have 7 laps complete when they come around to get the green flag, which will mean we'll have 13 laps to go. Your top 10 looks like this: Vicente Salas, Brendan John Kohler, Nate Stewart, Michael Fenlison, David Grantham, Kenny Brady, Tanner Long, Justin Levine, Michael Guest, Adam Martin. Your top 10 for this restart. 2 Coke drivers up there inside the top 10, with Salas on the front row and Guest starting back in position number 9. Remember, the top 8 move on to the duel, 9th through 19th, move on to the LCQ, 20th on back. Try again next year. They're done, and their chance of making the Podium 500 is over.
Yep, and Jonathan Cross right now holds that 19th spot on this, the 7th lap of the event. So it's going to be interesting to kind of see the tale of 2 races. First, there's that race for the top 8, but that fight for the top 19 right in that very back of the midfield, that's going to be very interesting to watch, because those guys are going to be in a hornet's nest the whole time.
Update on Urbanix. His strike was an EOL for driving on the left side of pit lane, which caused an incident. Green flag back in the air. Heat number 2 is back underway with 13 laps to go, and Vicente Salas, another great launch, and he is clear for the lead as they head to turn number 1, and now the outside line has to get something going with Michael Fenlison leading the charge upstairs.
Great restart for Salas right there. That was just a great, I'm going to take the top, I'm going to get a good restart. He changed lanes after the start-finish line, but here comes that top. Look at that tandem out on the outside right there. They are making moves. Here comes that 36. he is flying with that tandem. Remember, tandems are back this year, and they're going to go from 4th and 5th all the way up to the lead. It's just going to be about pushing and not getting on that left rear, and hopefully they can kind of keep that going. They should. Oh, what a save!
Vicente Salas gets a little squirrely. Now the rest of the inside line accordions together, and the outside line is clear for the lead. Fenlison and Kenny Brady at the front. They lead this lap. We're 2 laps away from halfway. Michael Fenlison shows his face at the front, and Vicente Salas thinks, okay, you know what? I think we can work with this. P3, things are still going well, and if the outside line gets a run, maybe I'll go upstairs and join them.
2 by 2 down the backstretch for about 4th on back. The top 3 kind of clear. I want to see if Vicente backs up and tries to use the outside off of turn 4. You kind of did that entering 3. That 33 is going to be up almost on that quarter panel right there as we're on board with Brock Whitehead in that back of the pack. That's going to be interesting as the laps continue to click off as we have just completed the 9th lap of the race. We're on lap 10 of the event.
11 laps to go. And that intensity level is just going to increase from this point on. As they come off turn number 2, Vicente Salas still sits in 3rd. Michael Fenlison, Kenny Brady are your top 2. And we've got more than 24 cars in this lead pack. It's tightly knit, but everybody is double wide. We haven't seen much 3 wide on this green flag run just because I think these guys want to make it as far as they can before they start wadding them up.
Yeah. Oh, man. You know what? I'm watching that outside line with the 33 right up top. Levine's there. If he can just back up, maybe just back up with the brake just a tiny little bit to get on the front bumper of Martin right there, I think they'd have a great shot to move forward. That bottom lane is very strong right now, and there's not really many places to go. It's like rush hour. It's gridlocked 2 by 2 behind them, so any moves you make back there, you're going to have to make it with some oomph. Down maybe 3 wide up the middle or on the outside. You're going to have to trust everybody around you to mind their manners as the top 2 are really still just kind of commanding the field.
Past the halfway point here in heat number 2. Now, Rents, I know you're going to be on the racetrack in heat number 3. I'm curious, from watching up here, Kenny Brady has been all over the back bumper of Michael Fenlison there. That second car just pushing the leader. Does he have to get worried about an oil temperature or water temperature at this point? He's been there for a couple laps.
No, not really. He's peeking out behind the 36, and he's also backing up. The big thing about it is he's backing up, he's peeking out. As long as you can peek that nose out, as there he goes, Kenny Brady says, I'm out of here, it's time to go. As he's going to move to the outside line, that's how you make passes at Daytona. Right when you need to, and that's perfect. Textbook right there between the 54 and the 33. Pull up out of line out of turn 2, take that run, and then move right back down. It's all about peeking out of line as we're going to make that point about overheating. You just need to make sure that you breathe the throttle a little bit, and you should be okay.
Gotta love that with these new cars. So Justin Levine slides into that second position, now leading the outside line, the 87 of Adam Martin. Let's see what the outside line can string together this time around. As now they got to get reorganized and put together a run. They got a little discombobulated getting into the corner. The inside line, other than the top 3, same thing happened there with Vicente Salas and Kohler.
Yep, I'm going to be very interested to see if Michael Fenelson moves to the top groove in the middle of 3 and 4. Because what's going to happen here is eventually that top groove is going to have another run, and it's just going to be about moving up before the run gets to you. These cars, it's a little bit different this year with how the draft has worked in the past. Before, you can kind of jump up a little bit earlier. Now, with how fast the closing rate is, you want to move up a little bit beforehand to give the guy a chance to push you off the corner or in the center of the corner. You want to be there, so it's just going to be about setting yourself up as that top groove is starting to move again. If I'm the 36, I move up right now to try to get up in front of the 87. That would be my move off of turn 2.
Especially while they still got the run. And I tell you what, Kohler and Adam Martin almost beaten doors this last lap, just side drafted all over the place as the outside line starting to put together a little bit of a run. No room for Fenlison to pull out a line. So Adam Martin gets it up into that 3rd position side by side as we're coming to just 6 laps to go in heat number 2.
Oh man, I'm looking at everything side by side, but I'm looking at the 3 wide behind this pack, at the very back of this pack. These are the guys that are fighting for that last transfer spots as the laps continue to click down. 6 to go. As you're seeing up front, the blocking is starting to happen. You need to protect every inch of this racetrack if you want to be up towards the front of the pack, as the 9 car all the way up on the high line by himself. They're making moves. This is where it's going to get a little hairy, as everyone knows the laps are winding down. This is it. 3 wide up the pack. That 9 is storming up the outside with the 71's help.
Michael Guest, all aboard the Guest train as they come around through 3 and 4. He almost gets squeezed in the middle. He does hit the wall, and there's contact, and we got trouble in the back of the field. Caution flag is out. Coming to 5 laps to go. A couple of cars spinning it down through the grass. David Grantham around. Jonathan Cross in the outside wall. Shane Wyatt, Hayden Swank, Tanner Long all piled in on the front straightaway, and the caution flag is out.
I think that was just a case of Michael Guest tagged the wall, and I think everyone kind of checked up to give him his space, but it's difficult at 200 miles an hour to give people space when you're checking up that extreme. You kind of saw guys jumping out to the apron, and from there it's just everyone kind of going for the same bit of real estate. Unfortunate, but remember, that fast repair is of use for a lot of these guys. It's just going to be, do you risk that track position loss? We're on board with Tanner Long in the 69 as he's going to try to make his way through, and just got clipped, man. That is
nowhere to go.
Heartbreak, especially when you're just riding. You think that you made it through. That's the most frustrating thing at a super speedway track. I made it through. Wait, no, I haven't. Oh, unbelievable.
Well, everybody gets a chance to breathe now. We're going to have a restart, I think, with 2 laps to go. I believe we're going to be looking at a natural green-white checker for this second heat of 8. As we're coming to 4 laps to go, Brock Whitehead is your race leader, and the big question now, Rents, has to be, do we make it to the white flag, or do we head back to overtime here as we're getting close to the end?
Well, I'd like to remain optimistic about it, but this is where everyone's going to try to get as much as they can, as fast as they can. And this is going to be the part where some guys aren't going to really be minding P's and Q's, and they're going to try to force their way up there. Remember, just because you finish in the top 8 doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to be locked into the duels. It's anyone's game, so the closer you are up to the front, I think the easier of a sigh of relief you're going to be able to exhale. But it's going to be every man for themselves. Remember, I'm going to bring it back up again. Blake McCandless led the field on a green-white checkered and then fell back to about 8th, I want to say, in the last race. So it's all going to be about not getting too far out ahead and making sure that your partner pushes you as much as they can without wrecking you or themselves, because the draft is so important, and how you use it and who you are with is going to mean all the difference. And seeing what Michael Guest did right there, I think a lot of people are going to start putting those notes in their mind and saying, okay, I'll remember that. But just look, if you can, at Michael Guest's right front fender, a little bit of a crinkle up on the right front. Now, we don't know what the aero damage is going to be at Daytona. This is our first time running these cars, so going to be very, very interesting to see how things pan out.
Remember, the top 8 move on to the duels. 9th through 19th move on to the LCQ, which you'll see later tonight. And then everybody else, 20th on back, goes home empty-handed. Lights are out on the pace truck. Let's get a rundown of the top 10 here before we get going back to green. Your top 10 looks like this: Brock Whitehead, Kenny Brady, Alex Thurber, Adam Martin, Michael Guest, Chris Akins, John Rashcock, Justin Levine, John Garrett, Michael Fenlison are your top 10. Vicente Salas back down at 11th. Brendan John Kohler, he sits 14th. Nate Stewart 16th. Here on this restart, potentially the last restart that we get to see here in this second heat. So now, Kenneth, I think you're going to join me as Rentz has to go dash and get ready for the third heat coming up. Oh, no, maybe. Okay, now Rentz is back. Okay, cool.
We got time, don't worry. We got time. We're going to finish this thing out. I want to see how this plays out because I'm starting deep in the pack in my heat. So it's going to be very interesting. I think I start 34th in mine. So it's just going to be about picking and choosing your fights and your battles and seeing how things go. Very interesting to see that the leader chose the outside line. I think there's something there. You can kind of control the outside. The bottom lane really can't see you. But, before we go green, remember, you don't want to get too far out ahead. It's still Daytona. And the larger of a lead you have, the worse it's going to be for the guys catching you.
Brock Whitehead choosing the outside line on this restart. A natural green-white checker to set the duels and the heats out of heat number 2. Green flag, 2 laps to go. A great restart from Whitehead. The rest of the outside line has to check up. Whitehead is clear to the bottom. He gets in front of Kenny Brady. We're already 3 wide. Here comes Salas and Kohler on the outside, trying to work together in the third line.
Oh man, Martin did not get a good restart at all. Michael Guest is going to move to the outside line. And behind them, Vicente Salas trying to make the outside line work all the way in the back, racing throughout. Let's see if Michael Guest can start making his run. He's going to have a big run coming to the white flag. But look at the 17 all the way up on the top groove. They're going to be 3 wide off of turn 4 coming to this white flag.
Oh! They're still good. Justin Malillo is sideways. He spins. There goes Salas. Salas is around. The big crash coming off turn number 4. Kohler in the fence. 1 car ricochets up into the air. Caution flags out. And we're going to overtime in heat number 2.
It happens that fast, everybody. It happens that fast. One moment we had 3 wide racing. Everyone looked like they were going to be fine. And then the next moment, calamity strikes. It's Daytona. What can you say as we see the replay here? Just one of those things where they all kind of got bottled up and then it was on from there. Ooh,
They ran out of racetrack. I think that's what happened. How about Justin Malillo peeking his way through there down on the apron? He did an incredible job saving that thing with that first crash further back. And then was able to pick his way through right on board. He is dead sideways, hanging on for dear life, and then the rest of the pack flies apart. And he just gets down to the apron. Whoop, excuse me, pardon me, coming through. Look out, get out of my way. And he makes it.
The world's fastest esports photographer, Justin Malillo, making it work right there. Good to see him having a good day. Has some left rear damage right on the quarter panel of that left rear, but as we see another, man, that's just a violent impact. Definitely going to need some Advil after that one for sure. That was, that's as fast as it happens. And remember, we were just talking about Vicente Salas. You know, we were saying how much of a run he was getting right up the outside, but, you know, just 3-4 cars fighting for that same bit of real estate. Eventually, someone's going to tag in that left rear, and that's exactly what happened. If you get in that left rear, especially with how the steering feels in these cars, if you get turned at all in these cars, it's very, very, very difficult to save it and continue on. For the most part, you're going to spin out. It's just going to be about how you spin out, and hopefully no one kind of gets into you, I suppose.
Well, they were able to... I mean, they made it, kind of. We're going to overtime once again. Tom Morano, Anthony Emery have left this race. And while we're under this caution flag, let's take a moment for our sponsor, Boosted Biz. Boosted builds a custom platform for your brand to sell your products. They take care of everything, pay nothing, and let us handle the rest. To get started with your online store, visit boosted.biz today. Another one of our fantastic sponsors helping us through the day here for qualifying day for the Podium 500. Of course, that race is tomorrow. We've got the rest of the heats coming up tonight, then a little bit of a breather, then we do the LCQs, and then the duels. That wraps up tonight and sets the grid for tomorrow's Podium 500. Of course, the front row for tomorrow is set. That's the only thing that's been set so far. Logan Helton, Nathan Rabideau, locked in, and we will see them on the front row for tomorrow's race. Everything else is up in the air and gets determined by what happens the rest of the day, into the evening, and into the nighttime, as we should get one to green here from the pace truck to get us back close to going green. Overtime number 1 of 3. So again, 3 attempts at a green-white checker. We went through all 3 in the last race, and of course had the crash on the last attempt, so we ended it under caution. As long as they can make it to the white flag, I don't think we'll see a caution flag on the last lap. But if they can't make it to the last lap and we run through that third overtime and they crash still with 2 to go, they will throw the caution flag, and this race will be over at that point. Your top 10 for potentially the final restart here looks like this: Brock Whitehead, Kenny Brady, Alex Thurber, Justin Levine, Michael Guest. Your top 5: Adam Martin, Charles Phelps, Chris Akers. That's your top 8. That's who'd be in the duels right now. Nate Stewart, Jacob Bell round out the top 10. Looking back at the cutoff for the LCQ, Kyle Urbanek is in 19th. Shane Wyatt on back is out. That includes Vicente Salas, who took his faster pair after that crash, as well as about half the field took that faster pair after that caution flag. They're going to be really aggressive in the back. Those big names like Salas and Kohler, they're going to be up on the steering wheel here for this restart. I have a feeling we're not done with the overtimes quite yet in this heat.
I don't think so either, but the big thing I want everyone to watch, the big thing I want everybody to watch is how the outside line moves. The bottom lane, no one's moving off of that yellow line. The 31 of Brock Whitehead once again took the outside, but I think the passing lane is going to be up all the way up against the wall, almost against the wall. It's going to be interesting as we're going to get ready to go racing once again for the green-white checkered right here.
Pace truck is in. Barney's got the green flag in hand. Green flag, overtime number 1 of 3. 2 to go in heat 2.
Another great restart right there. He's going to jump right back down. Brock with a great one. It's going to be everyone else behind him to make it through. I see Vicente is going to try to make a run to the outside all the way in the back, but not yet. It's just going to be about who's going to make that move to the outside. 33 is going to try it off of 2. Michael Guest is pinned. Oh.
Trouble in the back. Single car spin. It's the 32 down to the apron. He actually hangs onto it. A great save in the back. That got started with Salas and Kohler trying to go 3 wide in the middle of the pack as they come through turn 3. Coming to the white flag. Keep it clean in the back of the pack, please. That's all we ask. Here they come off turn 4. Barney's got the white flag in hand. We are going to make it. This will be the last lap in heat 2.
Vicente Salas with a massive run on the outside. They're tandeming to the outside. They're wrecking. There they go. They're in the wall. They're spinning behind. No caution. They're going to race it back.
Huge crash in the back of the field. Salas and Kohler are in it. Looks like they will not have a chance to make the Podium 500. There they come, rocketing off turn number 2. Whitehead on the inside. Kenny Brady right behind. Up on the outside line, it's Justin Levine. Down the back straightaway, here comes the third line. Up on the outside, it's the 77 of Jacob Bell with help from Justin Malillo. They fall back. They're going to be 2 wide for the lead coming off turn number 4. Side by side, coming to the finish line. They're wobbling in the background. Here they come. Outside line with the help. Justin Levine is going to win heat number 2. Who's in P8 at the line? Alex Thurber, 8th. Justin Malillo is 9th. He'll go to the LCQ. And the battle for the 19th spot, it's going to go to Brendan Kohler, who coasts across the front end, gone 9 seconds behind the field. He is in. Everybody else, Adam Cabot on back, are out and will not have a chance to make the Podium 500.
That's how fast things happen. I know I've been saying that, but what an unbelievable race right there at the very end as we look at our finishing results with Mr. Levine winning this one. He's in with Adam Martin in second. Chris Akers third with Brock Whitehead, who led the whole time up until that white flag lap, it felt like, in fourth. Michael Fendelson in fifth. Kenny Brady moves on to the duels in P6 with Jacob Bell, Alex Thurber, Justin Malillo just on the outside looking in. He'll be in the LCQ, as we've said. And Michael Guest in the top 10.
Alex Kolinix will finish in 11th, Nate Stewart 12th, Charles Feltz in 13th, Devin Rogers in 14th, Jim Westerfield 15th, Hayden Swank 16th, Kyle Urbanek 17th, Shane Wyatt 18th, 19th, and the last spot for the LCQ goes to Brendan John Kohler. Everybody else behind going home empty-handed. Monday Night Racing champion Adam Cabot, Vicente Salas, the Coke driver, Josh Bonwell, Tanner Long, Caden Anderson, David Grantham, Jason Rajkot, Chris Fowler, Colby Babber, and on and on and on. Transfers 18th. Am I going crazy?
Well, you know what? We just had a great race right there. I think we're all going a little stir crazy, but you know what? It will be Shane Wyatt in the event, with Brendan Kohler just missing out at the last possible
Can
second.
I not read?
It's just one of those things that happens, and you know what? We got so caught up in there. It will be Shane Wyatt as the final transfer in, as everyone else, as we've said, is out and going home.
Yeah, no, they're right. I misread it. 19th on back is out. 18th on in. At least survives. So Brendan John Kohler is out. Shane Wyatt gets that last spot. Whoopsie. So it happens. So Brendan John Kohler comes up 1 spot short. Adam Cabot comes up 2 spots short. Rents, I know you got to go run this next race. Best of luck here in heat number 3.
Yeah, thank you. Can't wait to see if we can get that Thrustmaster Camry up into the front, or at least up into the top 18. It's going to be interesting. Starting 34th, but stay tuned, everybody. We got plenty of racing to go this afternoon.
Over to Landy Aberdon and Strix Pulse of Tricks in the studio.
Well, well, well. That was quite the show for Heat 2, wouldn't you say, Strix?
100%. A lot more racing. It was a lot more fun. Let's go.
Yes.
Love to see it.
Yes, and, Justin Malillo, who's helped us over here in Podium a few times, especially with the eNASCAR International iRacing Series. He made it into the LCQ. But alas, Monday Night Pro Series winner Adam Cabot misses the whole thing altogether.
Yeah, that was a bit of a shock to me personally, because I had been following along in the Monday Night Racing series, and it was unfortunate to see him be so dominant in that series and then come here to the Podium 500 and just barely not making it. But that is the way that racing goes. Sometimes you make it, sometimes you don't, and you kind of just, luck of the draw sort of thing.
Luck of the draw. And speaking of, it seems like being in the back is a very bad place to be. We've had wrecks happen multiple times in the first 2 heats so far. What do you think is the cause of all this?
It's really hard to say, but I feel as though the drivers are still getting very aggressive early on in the run, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but once again, we saw the same thing happen here that we saw in the first heat. We were seeing a lot of drivers being way too aggressive, way too early, and not giving each other enough space to give themselves that margin of error, not just for physical car contact, but also for dealing with the net code. Because we do have a lot of people in each heat. It's up to like 40, 41 drivers per heat, so there's always going to be a net code issue there. So I think heading into the next heat, some drivers that are heading into that next heat are probably going to want to take some notes on that,
Yes.
And especially try and avoid some wrecks, because making a yellow flag come out means you're going to bunch up the field, which means everybody's closer together, which means you're going to get more wrecks.
Cautions breed cautions, no matter where you go. Now, when did you think the big one was going to happen? Because I was not expecting it to happen this quick.
Yeah, it happened a bit quicker than I would have hoped necessarily, but at least there was some good racing happening before then. But a pattern I'm noticing with that, with regards to the wrecking, is it's happening a lot in the end of turn 4. And in Heat 2, we saw 2 big wrecks happen at the end of turn 4 as a result of drivers going 3, at times 4 wide. So again, that's just an issue with a lot of drivers trying to be aggressive because there's not a whole lot of time that you have to make up positions in order to get into the duels or into the LCQ. So ultimately, I think this is something that the drivers are going to have to look at and determine whether they want to play that ball game or not.
Right. So, another minute. Okay. Well, I will address certain something later on when we have a little more time, but any final thoughts before we get to heat number 3?
Well, we saw Rents in the booth for the second heat doing some commentary, and he's going to be taking part in the next heat in Heat 3, so I know where my cheering is going towards.
Yes,
But
go
also
Reds.
one other thing as well. Justin Lillo from the last heat we just watched barely made it into the LCQ. 1 hour before his race, he was having issues with his Windows operating system.
Oof.
An hour before the race. That's very scary. So hopefully
Yes.
nobody else has those kind of issues. And, go Rents.
Go Rents. And with that, we throw it back to the broadcast booth where we have Taylor Burris and Andy DeLay to call heat number 3. Sorry, Cape Bueno.
Yeah. So, Jacob Pitts, Kenneth Bueno with you for this third heat. Taylor and Andy join us for the fourth heat coming up at the bottom of the hour, 2:30 on the East Coast. So, Kenneth, heat number 3, great to work with you once again here. Of course, we'll be working together tomorrow as well for the big show and later tonight for the duels. Heat number 3, the first 2, definitely different motives for the drivers and a different race for everybody. We had a long green flag run, 2 long green flag runs in that second heat. In the first heat, we saw a lot of sloppy single car spins. But that second heat, we also did see the huge one coming off turn 4 there.
Well, first off, Jacob, of course, happy to be here in the booth for this heat race number 3. But you said it, I mean, a big contrast between heat number 1 and heat number 2. But in a way, I kind of saw it coming because everybody from heat 2 on forward, they're going to have the advantage. That first heat was kind of to get the jitters out and everybody really taking notes on what happened in that first heat. So everybody this time around, you saw in heat 2, they kind of saw what happened in heat 1 and said, okay, we can't do this. We're going to try something different. We'll play ourselves a little more careful. It's exactly what they did. We had a way cleaner race that time around and a great finish with Levine taking the win at the end of it. But Jacob, this is the first time in qualifying day that we have a Podium 500 champion in the heat. The first 2 heats, we didn't see any of the Podium 500 champions. We have one of them in Seth the Merchant here starting in P4, so it should change up the game just a little bit.
Just a little bit. We also have a lot of Monday Night Racing alum in this field. Brett Baldeck, Colin Fern is here. Raja Karuth is here. The list goes on and on and on. This should be really, I think, a lot of fun. It seems like the talent level just keeps going up and up and up as we move on through these heats.
Oh, wait until we get to Heat A, Jacob. We're going to see so much here throughout this race. But Heat 3, I mean, a lot of talent, a lot of great drivers, and a lot of ones that have really good experience here at these super speedways. So we're ready to see what happens. Everybody's lined up on the grid. We're ready to go.
Let's take a look at our starting grid for this third heat race of the day. Donovan Strauss, Coke driver, lines up on the front row. Garrett Maines, another Coke driver, lines up to his outside. Clint Spillman, Seth DeMerchant, line up in row number 2. Carson Bowers, Trey Normile, line up in row number 3. Vicente Guerrero lines up 7th with Cody Nagels in 8th. Raja Karuth and Brett Baldeck, 2 Monday Night Racing alum, 9th and 10th, rounding out the top 10.
Frank DeAngelis in the 69 will roll off P11 with Chad Oxendine in the 77 to his outside. In row number 6, Connor Horn in the 67. We saw him in the ERL last year, or at least a while back. He's in 13th. Bill Schoonover out of the MPI Cup Series. He's in P14 starting in this third heat. Jake Fisher in the 84 will start up the inside of the top 15 with McConey Setup Shop's own Jeff McConey on the outside of row number 8. Dylan Emmy in the number 12 machine will start 17th. Jay Morgan will be on his outside in P18 before you find the 8 of Storm Patterson and Hayes Booth.
John Callis, Zach Carr line up in row number 11. Joseph Mahar, Colin Fern, 23rd and 24th. Michael Lemieux in 25th. Julian Rickey in 26th. Gary Cronenwet in 27th. Bryson Tomlinson in 28th. Matt Mara in 29th. Zach Lindgren rounding out our top 30.
And then behind them, you'll find Joseph Sullivan in the 28 and Rence Brown doing double duty. He was just in the booth a couple of moments ago. He will start on the outside of that row. Julio Villalobos Jr. will start 33rd with Christian DeBoer in 34. Tyler Rush, Joseph Mitchell will be the drivers in the 18th row before you find Dustin Longston, Adrian Moore to 38th, and Mikey Neal, Kenny Height, the final drivers in this 40-car Heat 3 field.
An even 40-car field. This is the first time so far in these heats that we've seen an even 40-car field, not 43. Nonetheless, half a lap till we go to green. Kenneth, who are you keeping an eye on in this race? I'm sure there are a lot of drivers to pick from as far as that's concerned.
I think we look at any certain driver, Jacob, you got to look at Colin Fern, one of the most aggressive drivers on the service. And if you watch Monday Night Racing, even this Monday or the past couple of weeks throughout the entire campaign, he's been as aggressive as ever. He's been so good, especially in these circumstances. So watch for that 86. Should see him come to the front of the field.
Field comes off turn number 4. Pace truck is going to make the hard left turn onto pit road to start this third heat. Donnie Strauss, Garrett Baines on the front row. Green flag, heat number 3 is underway from Daytona. Donnie Strauss will lead lap 1 on the outside line. And no, he won't. I'm watching the wrong car. That's Garrett Baines up in the front row on the outside line. He leads. Strauss fell back to 5th. Seth DeMerchant rides right line in 2nd. And now after that first lap, everybody in the top row drops down to the bottom for turn 2.
That was a huge one on the outside lane, and Garrett Baines had big help from the Logitech Altus Esports machine of Seth the Merchant in the 57. They'll bring in the 85 of Trey Normile, not before Donovan Strauss gets the run in the Williams Esports Toyota Camry, finds a way back to the inside. So top 3 lined up with Coke Series and high iRacing Series talent. Garrett Baines leading them off turn 4. Big switch around as they come off the final corner.
Yeah, these guys certainly driving more aggressive on that outside line, trying to get to the inside line. We saw it set up a couple of wrecks throughout these first 2 heats. Trey Normile now leads the outside line. He dropped from 3rd to 7th in 1 lap. He's got to try and resurge with that outside line. He's got help right behind him from, oh, that's not Vicento Guerrero. How about Cody Nagels?
And Cody Neagle's in the 6th trying to give that push. And right now, looks like the outside lane just tries to get themselves in a rhythm. And that's kind of the thing you're going to expect here out of these super speedway races. Even though we only have 20 laps, Jacob, you'll see more often than not, drivers will kind of situate themselves in line, try to find exactly which drivers to work with over the course of the race, and then just develop a rhythm, get into muscle memory, and just try to run these laps down. Of course, you can get shuffled out in a matter of notice, but if you're stuck in these lines, if you're working well with a couple of the drivers, chances are you're going to probably make the top 8 or you'll make the top 19 to get into either the duels later on tonight or the LCQs as well. But right now, Coke Series driver Garrett Baines continues to lead the field. They switched up top. Now they're going to head back low going to turn 1.
Trey Normile back up into that 4th position on the outside line, and I find it interesting. Garrett Baines isn't running the top. He isn't running the bottom. He's pretty much just straddling that seam in the middle of the racetrack and running the middle groove. It's a line that you don't often see get run here at Daytona very much, but when you're single file up at the front, why not? Let's just run there.
And they're all very good, very fluent working together. These guys have a lot of experience racing each other on the iRacing sim, so I think no surprise that they're trying to band together at the moment and try to at least keep themselves stable, make sure they can sort of be the undefeatable wall that everybody else is going to have to power through. There's Brett Baldick, and the number 4 driver for the Monday Night Racing Pro Series, the driver that works for Fox 46 Charlotte and Queen City News, was up in Charlotte, North Carolina just earlier this week for the MNR finale, and right now in P9, currently just 1 spot short of that dual spot. So he's on the outside trying to fight off what looks to be the 14 of Vicente Guerrero, who's trying to pick up that inside lane. It just looks like the strength of numbers is too strong on the outside.
for now. And Colin Fern comes over the radio and says that inside line's got to go. Well, it's not going very far right now. This outside line is pulling him around. There's some contact 3 wide back there with Baldeck. The car in the middle was Frank DeAngelis, and he's going to pinch down now onto Trey Normile. They're still 3 wide. They're trying to stick it 3 wide again into the tri-oval to get it sorted out. But man, oh man, 3 wide up the middle, not the move. And DeAngelis is still there in the middle, just kind of holding them all at bay.
That's what we call the sucker hole here at Daytona. Jacob with the 69 has absolutely no help. It was a switch around from Bill Schoonover, who's leading that outside lane. Now he's going to band in with Brett Baldick. So indeed, they're going to try to shuffle out the 69, who'll get help here from Colin Fern. Look at Fern get a huge run through the middle on the back straightaways. You run on board with Jeff McConey. There's another car in there as well. Looks like the 2 of Hayes Booth. Colin Fern, as I mentioned at the top of the show, Jake, a driver to watch for. He's into the top 10.
And this top 8 have absolutely pulled away from the field. Make it the top 7 as they are still 3 wide, trying to go 4 wide down in the tri-oval. Things are really getting dicey from 9th on back, and it's interesting because they are just watching the transfer spot right in front of them with Normile for the duel. Everything else is for the LCQ.
And now you gotta wonder here, Jacob, if these drivers here are saying, my goodness, the top drivers are running away with this. How are we gonna try to get up? We gotta stop racing 3 wide, but it doesn't seem to be the case. That was Carr there up 3 wide, trying to make a 3rd lane possible. Gonna tuck back in though, I think thought better of it. Now he's gonna work on that 2nd line just behind what looks to be the 67 of Connor Horn. Still 3 wide as Brett Baldeck gets stuck through the middle. And now all they can do is just try to hope and pray that they can reel in at least the top 7, because Guerrero, everybody also through Garrett Maines, they are absolutely gone on the middle lane, still side by side. Normile still leading this group.
And Baldeck just continues to sink through the field. He tries to get to the inside line and now can. So he gets out of the middle line, but he's going to fall all the way back to 26th right now. Rough night at the office so far for Brett Baldeck, as now this 2nd pack is trying to get organized and single file as much as they can. This is the furthest we've made it between all 3 heats so far. We are closing in on the halfway point here in this 3rd heat. And now we got trouble. Oh, commentator's curse. Big crash. Baldeck is in it in turn 3. Half the pack, maybe more. Kenny Haight, Sean Callist, Mikey Neal, Matt Mara, Rents Brown gets a piece of it. Zach Lindgren. Baldeck's car demolished. Joseph Mitchell, Bill Schoonover, Michael Lemieux, Bryson Tomlinson. Big damage in turn 3.
Oh, and it all started with Rents Brown and Bill Schoonover going into turn 3. There's a look at the 4, Brett Baldeck, but you see the 2 cars up here. They checked up big time. It looks like the 23, James Morgan, got all checked up. That was the Ally Chevrolet, the Alex Bowman paint scheme that he's going to run in 2022 this year. But he checked up as they were going 3 wide. And all of a sudden, Bill Schoonover tried to fill in the middle. Rents Brown got a big run, hit the rear end. And then all of a sudden, Schoonover goes around, and then everybody gets involved. That's the tough thing here, Jacob, about these super speedway races. One driver makes a mistake, somebody checks up, somebody slows down. There's no space for anybody to try to recoup. It's hard to get the reaction times as short as possible. And then when somebody makes a mistake, you end up with big wrecks like this.
The Evan Pasoko is strong in me today.
Blame Evan.
Just 10 seconds before the crash. This is the longest run we've had all day between all the heats. And turn 3, calamity. Look at this. Who are we on board with there? The 50-something? Couldn't quite... Unbelievable. Able to get through that wreck.
Watch here, 55 sees the smoke, slows down. A couple hits to the right and left side, but these are composite body cars. They can take a beating. And then right there comes to a halt. A little bit of extra damage down on the front end of his car, but I think that is mostly okay. A lot of these drivers do have fast repairs here, Jacob, so they do have a second chance. But for more, I don't know if the fast repair is going to be burned here. You're right on board with Brett Baldeck, who suffered a little more damage. In fact, a lot more damage there as he goes hard into the outside safer barrier. It's just so tough to get through wrecks like this when they pack up. And I think Rents brought up a great point last heat, Jacob, that there's not as much space here at the Daytona International Speedway. So when things pile up, they pile up quick and there's not much space.
That's one thing that's made racing at Daytona really, really difficult, is the fact that this track, it used to feel so much wider because you could only go 2 wide around here. Now they're trying to go 3, 4, 5 wide. It's just not possible. This track is not wide enough Sometimes it's not wide enough to handle 3 cars abreast. Anything more than that, you're likely going to find the outside wall and likely be in the garage a short time after. Zach Lindgren has been given his EOL penalty. We'll check in on that here under our first caution flag of the night. We'll have a restart past the halfway point. Under 10 laps to go here in this third heat.
It's gone crazy already through the first 8 laps. What I want to tell, at least here, is that Donovan Strauss for the Williams Esports Camp doing well here in the top 3. And we saw his teammate Vicente Salas doing well in the last heat before he got shuffled out. I figure Strauss here does not want to end up in the same predicament. He wants to stay with DeMerchant and Maines, wants to stay protected, and at least bring one of the Williams Esports Coke Series cars into the field in the Podium 500 tomorrow.
So too many pit stalls going into the box for Zach Lindgren. That's his penalty. As we should be getting 1 to green here nonetheless while we're under caution. Let's take a moment. Thank another one of our sponsors for sticking with us for our Podium 500 qualifying day, Battle Beaver. Battle Beaver has everything you need for your next custom controller, console, or PC skin with options for PlayStation, Xbox, GameCube, and more. Battle Beaver has everything you need to make your system look exactly the way you want it. Head to BattleBeaverCustoms.com to pick up your next skin. Use the code Daytona for 10% off. As we are just about half a lap away from going back to green, or at the halfway point under our first caution flag of this third heat. Let's take a look here at our top 10 as we get ready for the restart. Seth DeMerchant, Garrett Maines on the front row, then Donovan Strauss, Cody Nagels, Carson Bowers, Raja Caruth, Vicente Guerrero, Trey Normile, Frank DeAngelis, Connor Horn, your top 10.
Yeah, great look at the top 10, and this probably, Jacob, isn't going to last through the last couple laps of this third heat. We saw the chaos in the second one. We saw the chaos in the first one. So chances are we'll probably have the same trend following through the third heat. What can happen, though, for everybody, at least 8th on back, they cannot let everybody 1st through 7th pull away like they did in that first stint. You cannot afford anything like that to happen, because at the end of the day, these drivers don't want to fight later on tonight in the LCQ. They want to be in the duel. They want to be certified to get into the Podium 500, or at least give themselves the best shot. So as they come out of turn 4, ready for the green flag, DeMerchant, Maines ready for green. Everybody else going to try to fight for what's left.
9 laps to go in heat number 3. We also have the potential for overtime. Just throwing it out there. We've seen it the first 2. Green flag as the pack gets rolling. Garrett Maines choosing the outside line, and he's going to be clear of Seth DeMerchant, and he drops to the bottom, headed for turn number 1.
Great run out of the Elliott Sadler Esports number 31. He's going to head to the inside and bring in Seth DeMerchant and Donovan Strauss with him. Bill Schoonover now, Cody Nagels on that outside lane. Similar cars there for both of those two. Raja Caruth trying to give some help here with Trey.
Trouble!
Hit right there. Looks like, I believe,
Guerrero.
Guerrero actually.
Oh, back into traffic.
He's back on big
gosh. Upside down, Joseph Mitchell. Vicente Guerrero, he saved it, and then it hooked it right back up in front of the pack. Caution's out.
We'll take a look.
Oh, he locked it down. If you look at the wheels, he locks it up. He just gets on the brakes instead of hooking it back to the inside. And that's why it just looked like he went straight. Guerrero parked. He's out. See you later. He will not race in the Podium 500.
So unfortunate there for Guerrero. As you look at there, actually had some contact with Raja Caruth coming out of turn 2, upset the car, but right there, as he locked up the brakes, there's no grip, car can't be saved. And we've talked about it ever since the next gen was implemented into the iRacing service, just how much harder it is to save these race cars comparative to the Gen 6 in years previous. And with Guerrero there, I figured he tried to do well. He tried to get back onto the racetrack, tried to keep up speed, and unfortunately sent in the wrong direction. Car had nowhere to go, and he just went right up into the pack at the worst possible moment.
Yeah, so he is gone. Race control immediately dropped the hammer on him. He's out. So he will not race the rest of this night or tomorrow. So we're going to restart here with around 5 laps to go. This is just going to increase the intensity because you're taking away the green flag laps that these drivers have or would have had to get themselves up to the front and put on a show.
Yeah, it definitely is. And that's what happened in the first 2 heats. I mean, when you get cautions like this, when the time starts to run out, when the grains of sand start to fall near the bottom and you don't have as much there on the top side, drivers get a little impatient. They know what they need to do, but then they have to rush it. They can't really play it to their style. They can't play it to their rhythm. All of a sudden, they have to play to sort of a rushed effect, and that causes big pushes, causes big wiggles, causes big crashes. And as the cautions continue to pile up, the time only continues to run down. So it's just a big problem there, especially for drivers just outside the top 19 who are trying to at least get into the LCQs. That's their motive for the most part, apart from if they can't make the top 8. And so with all what's happening right now, with the fact that we'll probably end up in this manner, in a green, white, checkered scenario, it's going to only make things worse for them. They're going to have to really push harder. That means the intensity, like you said, going to rise. Drivers up at the front, though, I don't think so worried.
And the more we have these late cautions, the more I think we're headed just straight for overtime, only because you're taking away laps, and it just leaves, you're going to have, 5 laps to go on a restart? Fighting for 8 positions to make the duel? Fighting for 9 more to make the LCQ? Yeah, sleeves are going to get rolled up, gloves are going to come off, and things are going to go haywire in a hurry.
Should we bring out 12 ounces, 8 ounces? What gloves should we bring in for this one?
It's a good question. I'm not sure I know the
answer.
No
gloves. You know what? No gloves. Forget it. No gloves.
Field comes around through 3 and 4. Garrett Maines continues to lead, as we should get the 1 to green here this time by, which will again give us just 5 laps to settle it here in this 3rd heat of 8. We'll go back to the studio after this race is over with Lady Auberton and Strix Pulsatrix. Then Taylor Burris, Andy DeLay will take you through the next 2 heats. Rents Brown rejoins us, and him and Taylor will take us pretty much the rest of the way throughout the other heats for tonight. Justin Prince will join myself for the LCQs later on tonight, and then Taylor will join us once again. Taylor's running a marathon today, man. He is doing just about all the heats, coming back for the LCQ, and then I think he's in somewhere for the duels as well. So it's going to be a long night at the office for him. Of course, not Justin Prince, James Pike will join the 2 of us, Kenneth Bueno and Jacob Hitz, for the duels tonight, and then the Podium 500 tomorrow.
It's going to be so exciting tomorrow, but it's going to be exciting later on tonight where we get to have our first reps with each other, the full booth, and I'm pretty sure you're right there, Taylor Burris. I believe he's going to be on pit road by the time we go green at 9:30 p.m. Eastern for the first duel, and then 10:30 p.m. Eastern for the second one, and of course all day tomorrow afternoon for the real Podium 500, the proper one, going for $1,000. Here, though, still a lot of work to do on qualifying day. Heat number 3 about to end here, Jacob. And if you're Garrett Maines, if you're Seth the Merchant, if you're Donovan Strauss, I don't think the agenda is any different. You want to work together, you want to stay together, and just advance to the duels. That's all you want to do. That's all you got to take care of business, because you don't got to fight with each other. The duel, or the heat win rather, doesn't really matter that much. It's all about the duels later on tonight. So these top 3 going to remain calm. As for everybody else, I think they're going to start to get a little bit racy here by the time we look at the top 19.
Take a look at our top 10 as we get ready for the restart. Garrett Maines, Seth DeMerchant, Carson Bowers, Donovan Strauss, Cody Nagels, Raja Caruth, Trey Normile, Connor Horn, Jake Fisher, Storm Patterson, your top 10. As the pace truck is going to make the hard left turn onto pit road. 5 laps to go in heat number 3, green flag.
Solid jump for Garrett Maines. Once again, he's going to clear to the bottom, and once more, the top 3, Maines, DeMerchant, Strauss, all working together. Looks like Carson Bowers has nowhere to go on the top lane. That top lane absolutely dead, Jacob. Coming here on this restart, not many drivers up there. Looks like Raja Caruth, the only one holding out hope. That inside line, strong off turn number 2.
A really bad restart for just about everybody not in the top 3. As everybody sorts it out single file, these guys are going to come up with big runs. Colin Ferd has disconnected because of internet connection problems. He was running inside the top 15. He is now out. He's going to need a lot of help to get back into the session, get back on the lead lap, and have a shot to move on. So Fern's chances to make the Podium 500 right now are slim to none. 4 to go.
it's going to be tough there for Fern to get back into it. You right on board here with Julian Ritchie in his car. He's working up the outside lane, and here comes Raja Karuth. He's the only one fed up the fact that the outside lane does not have a run. He's got big help here from the 84 of Jake Fisher. Also bringing in another big crash. Looks like the two Hayes Booth hard into the outside wall. And once again, we'll have a caution. Ritchie upside down. A big one here coming out of the second corner. This is green-white checkered territory once again on qualifying day.
Schoonover, Ricky, Dylan Emmy involved, Cody Nagel's involved, caution flag is out, and you're right, it all started with Hayes Booth. He got hooked up into the outside wall very, very hard. It sent one car upside down, a horrific impact there, and it's the 97 that goes flying up into the catch fence and bounces down the speedway as then the back half of the pack just comes piling on in.
And it looked like at the start of the incident there, Jacob, Booth just got a piece of that apron, and that's really dangerous here at these super speedways. You're going so fast, and then once you bottom out in that transition, when you're in 31 degrees of banking, the car upsets, the car starts to shoot up the banking all of a sudden. And then for the two of Hayes Booth, absolutely nowhere he could go as he checked up, and the driver right behind him got into him, hooked the rear bumper, and that was the end of the story. Here's a look from Brett Baldick. We saw him in a wreck earlier on in this heat. He's in another pack further on. He sees the smoke. He sees everybody starts to pile through, goes immediately for the apron, tags a couple of cars on the way there. Unfortunately, nowhere to go, and he gets damaged once again.
Big crash in the back of the field, so we're going to be running with not too many cars left in this thing, at least up to full song. The good news is those at the front, well, I don't know if you can call this good news. The people at the front haven't used a fast repair yet. They've still got one. But I'm not sure you want to have to use it at this point.
Yeah, I feel like pit road is too risky here at this stage of the race because, I mean, we talk about the time that you don't really have here, only 20 laps in every single heat. Until you get to the LCQs, that's when you lengthen the races. But then at this point, when you have 20 laps, especially in this situation, track position is going to be so key. I think Lady and Strix talked about it in the studio just earlier before we started this third heat. Track position matters so much. You don't want to be near the rear of the field, especially in this circumstance. You want to be up front like Maines, DeMerchant, Strauss, Bowers, all those guys are at the moment, because then at least you can fend off a lot of the drivers trying to attack you. But it's a lot harder to play offense when you've got a bunch of drivers in front of you on a restart like this.
Going to be interesting to see how this plays out in the final stages of this race. Lights remain on the pace truck, so we should have another 2 laps of pacing here before we get back to green flag racing. Let's take this time to talk about another one of our sponsors, Martin Sports. Founded by Scott Martin nearly 10 years ago in the frozen region of Michigan's Upper Peninsula, Martin Sports strives for the best custom apparel for your needs. Whether you need shirts for your office, jerseys for a local sports team, or specially designed apparel for your sim racing group, Martin Sports has got you covered. Along with shirts and other team wear, they also offer gloves specially crafted for sim racing that are lightweight, breathable, and complete with padded leather palms. Use the code PODIUM to receive 25% off any racing glove at martinsports906.com. You can also find them at facebook.com/martinsports. Cody Nagel's at fault for that accident, so he has been given an EOL penalty before this restart. And we will have 2 laps. This is overtime attempt 1 of 3 as we come across the line and we get 1 lap to green. Garrett Maines again picking the outside line on the restart. Seth DeMerchant, Carson Bowers, Donovan Strauss, Trey Norwile, Raja Karuth, Connor Horn, Jake Fisher, Storm Patterson, Jeff McConey are your top 10 for this restart.
I don't think we're going to see anything change between the top 3. Garrett Maines has done this pretty much all heat long. Be on the outside lane, get the push from the 42. All of a sudden, switch in front of the 57 and Seth DeMerchant, and away they go. But now we look at what's going to happen between the top 8. We now see Connor Horn, who started in this race back in 13th. He's now somewhat within the transfer spot. So is Jake Fisher in P8. Jeff McConey, you look at him, how close he is right now. Storm Patterson, not too far away. Frank DeAngelis, a great driver that we've seen on the super speedways. He's in 11th, so also not too far behind from this transfer spot into the duels later on this evening. So there's a lot of heavy hitters here, Jacob, that could potentially pierce their way into the top 8. We're just going to have to find out. It's been calm at the front, but it may be not so calm by the time we get the green flag.
Another EOL penalty given. Adrian Moore in the 55. Pit lane violation, drove through too many pit boxes on his way off of pit road. Pace car is going to make the hard left turn. Pace truck, whatever you want to call it. Going to come to pit road this time by overtime number 1 of 3 in heat number 3 here at Daytona as we get ready for the restart. Garrett Maines, Seth DeMerchant on the front row. Pace truck is in, green flag.
Once again, masterclass move by Maine. Shuts the door here on DeMerchant. This time going to turn 1. Carson Bowers, I think this time, has more help on the top lane because Raja Karuth got a little more linked up. Jake Fisher, that third car, and a bunch of others to help them as well. They may be in charge potentially here for this heat win. So far, top 3 into the middle lane.
I have a feeling Garrett might get turned. Just a hunch that I have here as they come down the back straightaway. The white flag or the caution flag are the only 2 flags we're going to see here in this last half a lap. Coming to the white flag. If they make it, the next flag ends the race. They're 4 wide, and we got trouble in the back of the field. Half the pack flies apart in turn 4. Caution flag is out. It's a huge crash with half the pack piling it on in, and we're going to overtime attempt number 2.
Now, a bunch of cars involved in that. I saw Brett Baldeck get into it, especially near the end. Rance Brown got into it. There's the 46 car, pretty much beats there on the apron, and it was
Connor
a
Horn.
huge crash. Yeah, Connor Horn involved.
Well, that's where it all started, actually. Connor Horn slid up and got into the 19 of Joseph Mahar, and that turned Mahar around. Then the 27, just up the road, got turned up and into the outside wall, and it was on from there. Zach Carr was the one that got turned up into the outside wall. The track got completely blocked, and this track is a self-cleaning one because of the banking, so everybody slides back down, then comes up, then comes down, and just you have nowhere to go when the field flies apart like they do right there.
Yeah, absolutely nowhere you can go there. And I saw the second incident happen in front of the first one. It was Storm Patterson. You mentioned a car got into this as well. It looked like Patterson, I think, as Carr started to pull away on the inside lane, Patterson tried to side draft, got a little bit too close. They both made contact, and that pushes Carr directly into the outside safer barrier. And then everybody else gets involved. I think Sullivan was in it. I saw Rance Brown slide to 31 degrees of banking, also to head into it. There's the 46, slight tag, and then all of a sudden he gets beached there on the transition as he tries to get back up. And it's just another big pileup. And once again, Jacob, we're going to have to extend this heat. Second attempt at a green-white checker coming up.
So yet another big crash toward the end of a heat. We've kind of been setting a theme here for the remaining heats that we have going on tonight, as we've got 5 more heats coming up after this, then a little bit of a breather, then we do our 2 LCQs, and then the duels, all here from Daytona, setting the grid for the Podium 500 tomorrow. 1 o'clock Eastern is when we get rolling right here on the Podium Esports Twitch.
So what I want to see here is just how everybody's going to build up these runs, because again, we're just seeing everybody go 3 wide here, Jacob. Everyone's just trying to get themselves rushed up to the front, and that's in turn what's causing these incidents. But I just want to see if anybody can try and beat sort of the top 4 or 5. There really hasn't been anybody that's really breached in that group between Maines, DeMerchant, and Strauss. They've been kind of hooked together nose to tail all race long. So I want to see if anybody has an opportunity to go up top, go down low, and try to fend it off. I've seen Trey Normile try this move a couple of times. I saw Raja Karuth maybe get into the outside. but it's just all three of them. When they get people together, they go up to that middle lane, and it's just so hard to find space because either you're stuck between them and the outside wall, or you're stuck between them and the apron, and if you don't have help on either side, good luck too, as everybody tries to funnel through that middle groove where Mains, the Merchant, Strauss, everybody else is in, and so that's what's allowed them to be so good. I think they're just going to try and continue this, controlling the rhythm, controlling the pace. That's all they need to get into the duels later on tonight.
So what do you think? Does Garrett Mains come away with a win here in this one?
I don't know. I'm not sure. Mains has been good all race long, but the Merchant and Strauss, they probably have something to say. I know the Merchant's a champion, Podium 500 champion. He definitely has something to say. He definitely can do something. I know Strauss is good. Carson Bowers, despite not talking about him really all race long, he's been there in the top 3, top 4, so you can't kind of discredit the number 42 Toyota Camry. He's in it. Roger Carruth, as aggressive as he is, he's been trying to find opportunities, so maybe chances are on this restart, he could find it. He'll be able to get up to the front of the field to potentially pierce this on Mains. I don't think it's over. I think Mains is going to control. Maybe coming out of turn 4, we'll see a move by the Merchant and Strauss. 2 Toyota Camrys, Logitech Altus Esports, Williams Esports. Chances are they'll probably double up and beat Mains here.
We will have to find out. And maybe we'll find it out in this restart, maybe we won't. It all depends on whether or not we can make it to the white flag. If we make it to the white flag, this race is official and we don't see any more cautions. If we cannot make it to the white flag and they crash before then, we will have one last attempt at a green-white checker to try and end this thing under green. Otherwise, like that first heat, the field is frozen, not at the moment of caution, it's at the last scoring loop. That's how the finishing order was decided in Heat 1. That's how we'll have to decide it again if we cannot make it to the white flag in this overtime or the next overtime. So Pace Truck is going to come onto pit road. And boy, I'm sure he's got to be getting tired driving that thing around here. He's had a lot of mileage on it so far. He comes on to pit road, and Garrett Mains and Seth DeMerchant lead us down for the restart. 2 laps to go, overtime attempt number 2.
Once more, Garrett Mains covers to the inside lane in front of DeMerchant and Strauss. Looks like Bowers has a better run this time. He's got help from the 84 and from the 85. That's Fisher and Trey Normile on that second lane, but they've got a couple of more cars on the bottom. Roger Carruth, Frank DeAngelis, the 31, the 69. Here comes Carruth to the outside, trying to make a pass.
He's got a big run. We know how aggressive he can be. He's going to lead the outside line in that 24, that 31 machine, rather. Up on the high side with help from the 42. Carson Bowers pushing him. Coming around through 3 and 4. Garrett Mains out in front. Seth DeMerchant pushing him. Coming to the white flag. They're 3 wide in the back. Trouble. Car in the wall. Can they save it before they get to the line? No. Caution's out.
And as they were crossing, as close as they were, everybody starts to pile in. And again, we will have another restart. I saw Christian DeBoer involved in it. And it is just so tough to get to the white flag. We may end up, Jacob, in the same situation as the first heat where we exhausted all 3 attempts. We'll see exactly whether that ends up as the same problem. I believe I saw Joseph Solomon, he got a little bit hit there by Spillman. And as Clint Spillman in the 88 got into him, Solomon checked up the racetrack, and then all of a sudden just bounces off everybody. Everybody tries to avoid, but then they end up right in the path of the mayhem. Here's on board with Spillman, just a bad push. And Jacob, with these next-gen cars, I know we talked in the Gen 6 era about the new Camaros in 2018 when they came out, how pointy the noses were and how tough it was to push cars on the rear bumper with those noses. Now for all 3 manufacturers, it's a big problem on the rear end because it's a curved rear bumper. One misalignment can easily send somebody hard left or hard right. It's exactly what happened there between Spillman and Sullivan.
You know, I have a feeling we're going to see a good amount of that when we head to Daytona next week for the Daytona 500, and these things get their official points-paying debut. So this is our last attempt at a green-white checker, and we have used 8 of our 9 attempts throughout these first 3 heats. The second heat was the only time we did not use all 3 green-white checkers. We were able to make it to the last lap on our second attempt there.
now is just trying to log these laps in. I know these drivers don't want to extend these races so long. They don't want to be in a predicament where they're wasting caution lap after caution lap when they could be advancing, when they could be doing whatever their agenda is. So I reckon these drivers just want to finish, but at the same time, spots are available, LCQ spots are available, dual spots are available, and so these drivers are going to do whatever they can, even if it means being as aggressive as possible, to go up to the front of the field and at least try their best. Here's Jeff McConey in a very interesting paint scheme. Usually you see the colors yellow and black on his car when he reps McConey's setup shot, but he's got Speed Racer on the car, Jacob. Maybe testament to how fast he's been today. He's 10th right now, so he's got to spot in the LCQ if he keeps it.
He's going to have to get a little bit faster, though, if he wants to make it into the duel and not worry about the LCQ coming up later tonight. Just have to wait and find out. Maybe he'll have spikes come out of his front wheels or something here on this final restart.
All stops. Pull out all stops. All the weapons. Everything you got it. Everything you got to do it.
So Garrett Maines continues to lead. He's led every lap, right? I'm not going crazy. He has led every single lap so far in this heat.
I think the answer there is yes. He's led pretty much every single lap, and he's just been dominant. I mean, no question about it. But at the same time, there hasn't been a lot of resistance from the 57 or the 20. It's not like DeMerchant and Strauss have been pushing the issue like we saw Raja Karut there did on the recent restart. They haven't been really picking their nose in. They've just been kind of hanging back. They let Maines do whatever he wants, and all of it, like I mentioned earlier in this heat, they just don't want to make it to the duels later on tonight. So they don't really have the motivation, they don't have the urge to go out there and fight for spots. Maybe off of turn 4 on the final lap, like I said, they can pick their nose out and start to battle maybe 3 wide or 2 wide for the heat win. But overall, they don't want to sacrifice what's already given to them here. As we're going to double up, we're going to get ready for what could be the final restart here in heat number 3. If we get a caution, we're basically done. Garrett Maines or whoever's in first will be labeled as the race winner, and then we'll see exactly who advances. But Maines, DeMerchant, Strauss, all dominant. Maines trying to bring the Chevrolet Camaro for ESC and Colleague Racing to heat victory lane.
Alrighty. Let's take a look at our top 10 for one last time. Garrett Maines choosing the outside line for the restart again. Seth DeMerchant inside, then Donnie Strauss, Raja Karuth, Carson Bowers, Frank DeAngelis, Jake Fisher, James Morgan, Trey Normile, Jeff McConey are your top 10. Looking back at 18th in this final transfer spot. It's 18th, not 19th, remember. Cody Niggles in 18th. He is the last person in to the LCQ right now in this third heat. We'll find out if he hangs on or if he moves up or falls out as we get ready for the last restart here in heat number 3. I got to keep an eye on Raja Karuth here, right? He's going to be the guy to make it happen.
Yes, he's going to be the facilitator here on this restart for sure.
Start. Green flag, 2 laps to settle it.
Better jump by the outside lane. Karuth has a nose, and now Maines doesn't know where to go. He was going to try to clear in front of DeMerchant, but all of a sudden, Jacob hits Raja Karuth with help from Carson Bowers, from Frank DeAngelis, and from the 23 of James Morgan. All of a sudden, now they have a chance for the heat win. Coming out of turn 2, though, Maines with the headway.
Here comes DeMerchant with a big push for Garrett Maines. Let's see what this outside line can do. Raja Karuth upstairs, Garrett Maines downstairs, all over each other, headed to turn number 3, coming to the white flag. Raja Karuth pokes a nose out in front, 3 wide further back. Trey Normile down on the inside, Jeff McConey into the top 8. Here comes Maines with a big push on the inside line, off turn 4. Coming down to the white flag. Next flag ends the race. We made it. Raja Karuth in second. Garrett Maines leads. Let's see if anybody can help that 31 to the front. Here we go.
Up to the inside. Big switch around as he got help from the 69 of DeAngelis. That inside lane absolutely dissipated. Strauss saw the momentum, went up there. DeMerchant had nothing to do at that point. Maines almost gets turned. Bowser now to the wall. Everybody into it. Karuth is the last one standing, but no caution will be left. DeMerchant second, Strauss in third, Karuth with control.
McConey makes it in fourth. Everybody to the outside goes around Raja Karuth. Here's Strauss. Where does does he go? Did he push the Merchant too far out in front? He's going to pull to the inside off turn 4. They're going to be side by side coming to the finish line. Side drafting off each other, and Donnie Strauss wins heat number 3 at Daytona by a nose. DeMerchant is in, Connor Horn is in, McConey, Caruth, Mahar, Booth, Cody Nagels goes from 18th to 8th on this last restart, and he is in the top 8 and going to the duels.
Can you say, oh my goodness? I had a feeling that if somebody pierced their way into the battle between Strauss, DeMerchant, and your leader, Garrett Maines, something would happen. Everybody would go all over the place, and it would create an ecstatic finish all the way to the end. Look at this move by Caruth into turn 1. Saw a big run off of the rear end of Maines' Chevrolet Camaro. Ducked to the inside, found DeAngelis with the help. There's DeMerchant and Strauss on the bottom, and as they touched fenders there, the 31 goes around Carson. Bowers gets in. When I said Bowser, I didn't even know what to say. On the back straightaways, they were all collecting together, left everybody astray. DeMerchant and Strauss worked together to get around Caruth. Then all of a sudden, Strauss said, all right, I'm done working with you. I'm not going to work against you. And as soon as that happened, Strauss noses ahead for the heat win.
Let's run through our finishing results. A wild last lap, and nobody went with Raja Caruth. He went from first going to turn number 3. He finished P5. Got passed by Strauss and DeMerchant, passed by Connor Horn and Jeff McConey. Relegating Raja to P5, he still makes the duels, and a photo finish at the start-finish line, putting Donnie Strauss in position number 1. Here are your results. Strauss wins, DeMerchant second, then Connor Horn, Jeff McConey, Raja Caruth, Joseph Mahar, Hayes Booth, Cody Nagels, your top 8. They are moving on, and they are in the dual race tonight. Frank DeAngelis, Connor Haight, round out your top 10. They are moving on in the LCQ.
What a run by Julio Villalobos Jr. Started 33rd in this third heat, Jacob. He finishes 11th. Carson Bowers, after being up there pretty much all race long near the end, he finishes 12th. Adrian Moore comes home in 13th. Joseph Sullivan in the 28 is 14th. Mikey Neal completes the top 15. Over here we find Zach Carr. Julian Ritchie looks like Tyler Rush in the 27, Jacob, will be the last driver in the LCQ out of this heat. Garrett Maines, after leading pretty much every single lap to the end, he is out of contention to win this Podium 500.
It's unbelievable, right? Dustin Longston finishes in 21st. Trey Normile, 22nd. He's out. Chad Oxidine in 23rd. Jake Fisher finishes in the 24th position. 25th, James Morgan. Clint Spillman, 26th. Dylan Emmy, 27th. Rents Brown, he does not finish up inside the top 18. He finishes 28th. Then Christian DeBoer and Brett Baldick.
And behind them, Storm Patterson will be 31st. Matt Morrow will be 32nd. Bill Schoonover to 33rd. 14 laps down in 34th as well. You'll find Bryson Tomlinson. Colin Fern, despite a huge charge up at the first half of this heat, he disconnects due to internet. He finishes 35th. Sean Kalis out of the MPI Cup Series. He comes home 36th in this heat. Joseph Mitchell, 37th. 38th to Zach Lindgren. Michael Lemieux in the 40 car will be 39th. And Vicente Guerrero in the 14 car closes off this 40 car Heat 3 field.
Before we go to the studio, we have an update from heat number 2 from our overlord iRacing master control guy, Cisco Scaramuzza. Cisco?
Hey, everybody. So we had a race control review here. So there is a protest system in the Podium Esports rulebook for this event. In cases of extreme circumstances, one of these protests was sent in at the conclusion of heat number 2. So in that process, we have a select number of gaming council members that are individualized on different teams across our entire user base. So we selected 3 of those people to review an incident that happened during heat number 2 on lap number 19. This was an incident involving the 87 as well as the 17 and the 19 cars. We conducted a full review while this heat has been going on, and as a result, that council has unanimously voted to assign 100% fault to the 87 car. So that car will be receiving an EOL after the fact. That car will be put to the back of the heat finishing order, and the results will be adjusted accordingly. So you can find the full information. We have talked with the parties involved as well, but just to fill you guys in on everything happening. So Jacob, I'll let you sign it off here, and thank you guys.
Thank you. We also have an update now out of this heat. Frank DeAngelis has been given a DQ for retaliation. He finished 9th. Garrett Maines is in the show.
Unbelievable. And I mean, we talk about the emotions, Jacob, of the Podium 500 proper. There's so much emotion, so many of them running through this qualifying day. That's an example right there. Maines and high hopes all race long, gets sent all the way into rock bottom. Now he's back in again with a shot into the LCQ.
Back to the studio. Lady Oberdon, Strix Pulsatrix.
Well. This just keeps getting better and better and more maddening what we got. Podium 500, as our producer says in our ears.
Yeah, no kidding. This is definitely not a disappointment this time around. We saw a lot of action here, a lot of bumper-to-bumper racing, and in a lot of cases, didn't end so well. Here, according to my notes, 5 end-of-line penalties over 3 heats just for driving through too many pit stalls alone.
Whoops.
That's
Whoops.
it.
Whoops.
We're not talking about the EOLs for contact. We're not talking about the DQ that happened in that past heat where somebody drove onto the track, made an unsafe rejoin, and promptly got disqualified for that. And now, towards the end of the race, we get a DQ for retaliation. That is nutty. These drivers are just losing their minds.
Yes. But you know what's amazing, though? Like, the last lap proved anything can change. As we saw, a big wreck, and because of that big wreck, we have Raja Karuth, our first Pro Series, Monday Night Racing Pro Series driver in the top 5, but we also have Jeff McConey, our first Road to Glory driver in the top 5, and ahead of Raja, I believe.
Yeah, we saw a lot of upsets. Upsets towards the end of the race. And that is the nature of not just the Podium 500, but the nature of the Daytona Superspeedway itself. It's in the way that I like to look at it is that it's 2.5 miles of hell. You either make it or you don't. And, but I think the big thing that I've learned from doing a lot of sim racing at this track, in this sim, in these cars too, is just to settle down. Keep it calm, just breathe in, breathe out, and let things go. If somebody's gonna drive a little bit too close to you and do a little bit of a door ding, don't just immediately like door ding them back. Just keep running your own race and let them wreck themselves, because if somebody's going to drive into you like that, or if somebody's going to even accidentally run into you, chances are over the period of a run, they're going to wipe themselves out, and you're going to be the one to benefit from it.
That's right. So we have Heat 4 coming up. Anything you'd like to throw out to our drivers getting ready for that?
Well, beyond the tips that I just mentioned, aside from don't drive through too many pit stalls, don't drive each other like a bunch of numbskulls, and a bunch of other stuff. Ultimately, the racing has been getting a lot better as the day goes on. So I think earlier on, a lot of people were waking up late, or just trying to get the sleep out of their eyes, or just kind of didn't get themselves in the mindset. But I think the drivers throughout the last couple of heats have an opportunity. You have time. Get yourself in the zone.
Yes.
And that's about it.
That's about it. Okay. Cool. Well, that was my producer saying it's party time for Heat 4. So, with that, we take you back into broadcast booth with Andy DeLay and Taylor Burris. Enjoy.
Thank you, Lady Thank you, Lady Aubernon, as well as Strict Pulsatrix, and good afternoon, everyone, as we get ready for Heat Race number 4, and it's going to be exciting. Of course, joining me, making his Podium Esports debut, is the host of Burning Rubber Radio on the Speed Sport Podcast Network, Mr. Andy DeLay. Andy, we're here at Daytona, getting ready to kick off another great week of Speed Week action. Your thoughts on how some of these heat races have been going so far?
Well, it's definitely going like you would figure that Daytona goes. Either everybody's minding their P's or Q's, or we got cars in the junkyard. And looks like that's been happening a lot here. I really want to thank Podium Esports for inviting me out here. Taylor, your invite out here to call this race. It is an honor to be here, folks.
It certainly is, and we're about to see a lot of great racing action here today as we get ready for Heat Race number 4. Just to give you an idea of some of the heavy hitters that are going to be in this race for Heat Race number 4, we have, of course, a NASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series rookie, Dylan Alt. We also have the Monday Night Racing Road to Glory champion, Presley Sora, in this heat. A couple of other drivers that are also in here that are well known across the community. Brent McCoy, Brett Puncara, as well as a couple of other heavy hitters, Philip Martin and Leighton Sibley. Clayton Davis also keep an eye on here today, as the drivers are now getting ready to start their drivers meeting to turn them loose here for 20 more laps. And Andy, as we watch here, heard from Strix Pulsatrix and Lady Aubernon, patience is going to be key, but how can you be patient when you realize 20 laps is all you have to be either in the top 8 to move to the duels or inside the top 18 from 9th on back to 18th to be able to compete in the LCQ?
That's right. Usually out here at Daytona, you ride around until the end of the race. Well, when the green flag falls, it's the end of the race. It's the last 20 laps, so you got to go. That may be one of the contributors to all of the wrecks that we're seeing today. Because if you're at the back of the pack, it's time to get going. You got to find your drafting partner right now, and you got to move up through the pack and just pray to God that you don't get caught up in the big one.
He certainly is. Another thing we also got to talk about, Andy, is the amount of penalties that have been happening here. And some of them are quite surprising. Most of them have either been due to the fact of causing an incident or also even those who have gotten penalties for lane changes. We know that for a fact. You cannot change lanes until you cross that start-finish line. But we've seen a couple of drivers get the wave of the finger saying, no, can't do that, and have to suffer significant penalties for that incident.
Yeah, especially last race, we saw that happen. A little bit of retaliation. Of course, Daytona is far from a short track, but when these guys start getting together, the tempers will fly, as you see here that just happened last race and some of the races before. So hopefully these guys can keep it all together, run 20 clean laps, but Vegas odds say that probably won't happen.
Biggest question is, could this be the heat race where we do not get any green-white checkered attempts or only have to use not all 3 of them? We'll find out here as we get ready for heat race number 4. And with that, it is time to give you your starting lineup here as it'll come across the bottom of your screen. Currently on the pole position for heat race number 4, it'll be none other than Brandon Half. Alongside him will be Tyler Krupp. Dylan Alt from the NASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series will be starting in 3rd, followed by Bridger Olson in the 4th position. Blake Peterson will be starting in 5th, followed by Zach Hudson in the 6th position. Connor Atton will be starting in 7th, with Jalen Parker holding that coveted 8th position as he will be starting there. Justin Knobloch will be starting in 9th, rounding out your top 10 Road to Glory Series champion, Presley Sora. Andy, how's 11th through 20th looking?
Back here we have Denver Tegerson. He's going to be in the 4th. Philip Martin starting in the 12th. And we got Nick Mara in 13th. 14th, Brett McCoy. And 15th, we have Mark Mizikowski. I'm sorry if I messed that one up. And Christopher Robertson's in the 16th position. 17th, Colton Harvey. That's Ross Caddo, I do believe. Going to be in the 18th. 19th, Trey Whitehead. 20th, Jesse Womack.
21st.
Go ahead.
21st is Alec Karen, followed by Dean Helt in 22nd. Leighton Sibley will be in 23rd, followed by Chris McLean in 24th. Rocky Boy III will be in 25th, followed by Chris Scala in 26th. Clayton Davis is in 27th with Paul Moraine in 28th. Douglas Rice is in 29th. Rounding out your top 30 is going to be Sean Rink. '31st will be Will Cannon, followed by Nathan Deering in 32nd, Hunter Brittle in 33rd with Brett Punkari in 34th. Gary Eschen is in 35th with James Jacob 36th, Carter Kundinger in 37th with Martin McDermott in 38th. Gilles Chatelain is in 39th with Raymond Dowse riding shotgun in 40th. Field is lined up behind Barry, the pace truck driver. He's been up front quite a lot today. We're going to see if he's going to be taking a little bit of a break this session here in heat race number 4, but one person who's been working since the start of heat race number 1, he's been waving that green flag, the yellow flag, the white flag, and the checker flag all day long. Barney the flag man has that green flag in hand as Barry the pace truck driver makes the hard left turn, and we will see Hoff and Krupp ready to go. Green flag is out, and we are underway for heat race number 4.
All right, looks like everyone gets away okay as they come through the tri-oval, heading down into, looked like we have a caution already, Taylor.
We certainly do, and it takes out the entire front of the field, Dylan, all involved as chaos ensues here at Daytona. The big one happens before we even get into turn number 1.
And there's cars all over the track here. We'll try to get everything together here, get you a good replay. And race control trying to go through things here in our year. A lot of penalties were given here. A lot of guys, it looks like, spun through pit road, or at least got penalties here under the double yellow line. But it was a melee, Taylor.
It certainly was. I was wanting to see what happened towards the front of the field right there in that second outside lane of what happened there, because it looked like he got a little loose while trying to brake. But unfortunately, it did not work out well for him. That's the number 2, Bridger Olson.
Oh, yeah. He got sideways. Olson got sideways. The rest of the field, just like a bunch of bowling pins. That was all she wrote. As we look from the front of the car, from Preston Sora's camera here over his head, as we see, second just got turned right into the wall, and that's all she wrote.
Great heads-up avoidance for the Road to Glory Series champion Presley Sora in the Crypto Auto Sports machine, as he will work his way up. He's now going to be sitting in that 5th position. Philip Martin in the 46 currently holds that 8th position to move on into tonight's duels, while it is Chris McLean in the 18 who currently holds the last spot to move into the LCQs. Pace truck is away here in a few moments as they see the race truck, or the pace truck call play, and the entire back half of the field completely gets unorganized and wrecks in the back. So let's take a look at what happened towards the back half of the field right here. Andy, what was your thoughts on what happened there as we get that second look?
Oh, looks like everybody was just trying to get past the mess up front. Everyone's shooting through the infield, all the way down into the grass, which most of this is paved here. But it was just a mess trying to get all through this, folks shooting down the end of pit road.
Yeah, we see a little bit of the accordion effect. Somebody did not get a good jump when we got the green flag, and that caused several cars to loop around. Would like to know what car number that was in that red machine. As we'll have to see and get a better look. It might have been, as we get a better look at the replay once again a little later on, but I believe I might have saw who that might have been, but we'll have to get a confirmation from the field as we take a look. Field is under caution once again for the first time here today. This is heat race number 4. Top 8 move into the duels. LCQ drivers are going to be from 9th to 18th. So 9 drivers move to the LCQ later on this evening.
All right. And we're trying here to get everyone sorted out here. Trying to get everything going so we can get restarted and may have to go an extra lap here. But race control trying to get everything sorted out as we are in our first caution. And we didn't even make turn 1, Tim.
We certainly did not. Zach Hudson has just received a EOL penalty for crossing over too many pit stall lanes. That's one of the many penalties that we've had happen all day long here. So he'll go to the tail end of the longest line and try to see if he can work his way up through the field. A couple of cars did come down pit road. Brent McCoy, Christopher Robertson, and Jalen Parker. As the lights are out on the pace car, that means one thing. We're about to try to go green flag racing once again.
All right, here we go. Everyone's lined up. Got 28 of Brandon Hoff up top, and then underneath him is going to be the number 30 of Tyler Crook as they come out of, I do believe that is turn number 3. Should see the pace truck duck in here, and let's go green.
Coming off of turn number 2 right now, so we'll give you a quick rundown. Give you a quick rundown of your top 10. It's Tyler Crook, followed by Brandon Hoff in second. Dylan Alt is in third, with Lake Peterson in the fourth position. Justin Knobloch sits in fifth, with Presley Sora in seventh. Denver Teckerson sits at eighth position, with Philip Martin ninth, and Nick Mara rounds out your top 10. So as the field works their way through, and I believe we had to bring the yellow flag back out. Once again, they had to get some drivers wait to catch up to the tail end.
And Taylor, while we're sitting here trying to wait for things to catch up, you know, the first time that these next-gen cars are going to be on a super speedway, of course, is here at Daytona in within a week here in NASCAR. Now, my question is I wonder how true to form our sim next-gen cars are going to hold up against what the real next-gen cars are going to do out at Daytona next week.
Well, only time will tell. We know that iRacing and NASCAR continuously do a lot of great work together to try to give these cars as much of an update as soon as NASCAR makes the needed changes and updates to their real-life next-gen cars. It was very interesting and amazing to see that they got the 670 horsepower, and I think there is one more update still to come for these next-gen cars in iRacing.
Yes, and it's great to see them going with the higher horsepowers because the 550 package just did not work for these cars.
No, it certainly didn't, and it's amazing to see that happen here in iRacing.
That's right. And, you know, for you folks here just watching for the first time, if you didn't know it, these cars are sim cars. And if you're watching for the first time, you could pass this off as a real race. This is great stuff. Again, glad to be here for my first race and really happy to be calling for Podium.
And we appreciate that, as we hopefully will get the green flag this time by for everyone. And with that, it will be a 15-lap dash to the finish. So we lost 5 laps here due to the fact of the caution. So we'll see how this will work out here as they get ready to come to the green. And Barry, the pace truck driver, will make that hard left turn, as he currently still holds the record for the most laps led here today in iRacing.
That's
so
right.
By the end of the day, that truck's going to need an oil change before tomorrow's 500 miles.
New tires, too.
New tires, too. But you know what? He's okay. He's got the AC on in that truck. He's good to go compared to the drivers who are probably sweating it off, trying to get themselves ready, because behind that computer, it gets pretty hot.
And everybody's got to be sweating right now, getting ready to go green.
They certainly are. Barry, the pace truck driver, gets out of harm's way. He'll make that hard left turn down on pit road. And we will see as they work their way. Barney the flagman waves the green flag, and we're back underway here at the World Center of Racing.
All right, Tyler Kemp leads them off the line, shoots down to the bottom here, and it looks like they're going to go 2 by 2 as they come into turn 1, Taylor.
Dylan Alt will work to the inside. He will follow Tyler Crook as they work single file. Meanwhile, on the outside lane, you have Brandon Hull and Presley Sora trying to work together on that outside lane. They have no help right at the moment, but as they work down the Daytona super stretch, it's starting to be a little bit calmer. Everyone trying to get themselves into position and see if they can ride it out a little bit.
That's right. Looks like they're trying to make this low line start to work. Everybody lining up down there. We have 2 up top, actually a third one behind there. It looks like the number 24 is going to be up top leading 2 cars, but that bottom line is underway and picking up a head of steam. And it looks like Kemp went up to block the top line.
He certainly did. This opens the door for Dylan Alt to go to the inside lane. He has help from Lake Peterson and the number 9 machine. They'll go side by side, 2 by 2 by 2, all the way back to, I had to say, the top 20. As they work their way through off of turn number 2, heading down the Daytona super stretch. Tyler Crook will lead them on that top side lane. He'll have help from the 9, of course, who will lead them there as they continue down.
Here they go, wreck back of the pack.
Caution is out once again as we have our second big one here at Daytona, as we lost kind of how many big ones we've had here at the World Racing.
I saw that one coming. Back in the pack, these guys are really getting antsy here as they're trying to do anything to make it into the last chance qualifier back there. But guys, the way that they're beating and banging, it's gone beyond slam draft in here. There's just no give and take.
I really want to know what happened to Dylan Alt. He was there on screen up top at the bottom lane in the second, but apparently had some issues to where he might have popped up in front of somebody. Let's see if we can try to find the 40 of Dylan Alt.
Oh, yep.
Oh, yeah, right there. I think he might have been a little bit of an issue to cause that incident.
Yes, I agree with you there. And it looks, I guess Alt was, just got caught up in it. I don't know how. He definitely fell back and got caught up in the mess.
Yeah, he certainly did. He fell back to now 15th in the grid after being up at the front of the top 2. So a major issue. Of course, that's one of the things we have to deal with here in iRacing, Andy, is not worry about the cars that we see in the sim. It's our equipment, such as the computers and steering equipment that we use to race in the sim.
Yeah, and you know, you don't have real engines and all that stuff, but you do have real computers, and you do have an internet connection and all of these peripherals. So whenever they go, it's just like blowing an engine or losing a tire or something like that. Same thing.
And we did get confirmation of who caused the incident. It's going to go to the number 32 of Dean Helt for causing that. He will go to the tail end of the longest line. And as the field works their way around, currently it is Mark Mikeslowski who has that 8th position, so he will be able to work his way into the duels. And then in the 18th position is Rocky Boyd III. He will have the chance to go and compete in the LCQ. As we watch more angles from this big one here off the Daytona Super Stretch, a lot of chaos, a lot of heavy hitters involved in this one. As Carter Kundinger also is now out of the race. Douglas Rice has one fast repair left. He might be able to continue on. Bridger Olson involved as well. Clayton Davis, Jalen Parker, Zach Hudson involved in this incident.
All right, well, that does mix up our top 5, actually our top 10. Of course, Tyler Crook, he holds on to the number 1. 28 of Brandon Hoff in second. Presley Sarr, the 98 in third. 4th is Denver Lee Turgeson. So, and then the rounding out the top 5 is going to be Lake Peterson. So it's basically a new running order here.
Yep, a couple of new drivers have broken into the top 5 so far, so we'll have to see how that will work out for some of these drivers here as we try to re-rack them, restack them, and let them go here again. By the time we come around to take the green flag, we should be just about 10 laps to go here at Daytona, as we are under our second caution of the evening.
And of course, it looks like race control and our headsets here are trying to sort things out. We got folks doing some passing under yellow. And one of the things we have here in sim racing is if you pit, you can't go through too many pit boxes or you paid a price for it, Taylor.
Yeah, that has been one of the issues here for the season and this race. A couple of drivers going too many pit stalls and working through the pit stop. That gives them an EOL. And if they are able to just follow the rules, they will be able to work their way through and have no issues with that.
All right, looks like we're going to get the green next time around here as they come through turn 1. Looks like race control's got everything sorted out, so let's see what we can do. These cautions breed cautions, especially in these heat races. You think these guys are going to settle down? I don't think so.
I tell you what, you think the heat's raising up right now? How about the track temperature, Andy? 117 degrees track temp. These cars are going to be cooking here at Daytona as we get ready to watch the action here for this next heat race. We still got plenty more heat racing action to go. We're just at the halfway point, if you think about it. We still have heat 5, 6, 7, and 8 left, and gotta say, me and you got the heat up race number 5, and then, of course, we go and see how Rence Brown does with heat race number 6 later on with the commentary booth crew there. But we'll keep an eye and see. And then, of course, we got the LCQs later tonight. And then we set the field with the duels late tonight around a little after 9 p.m. Eastern Time.
All right. This is going to be a good time, of course, watching the Podium 500 tomorrow. So, got to get my chicken wings ready to go for that, Taylor.
Can't go wrong with that. Chicken wings and the Podium 500 is going to be fun. It's going to be exciting. Make sure y'all tune in as we get ready to see. But first, we still got to set the field for the Podium 500 as Barry, the pace cut truck driver, takes that hard left turn down pit road. It is going to be Krupp and Haupt leading them to the green flag as Barney the Flagman has the green flag in hand, and we are back underway here at Daytona.
And the bottom line just jumps out here. That's going to be Krupp, and I do believe Sora has pushed Krupp way out front here. But no, the top line starting to gather steam here going into turn one. The 28 of Hoff is blocked by the 30 as he jumps up top.
Krupp will leave that outside lane. Presley Sora to the bottom of the racetrack. You'll have Lake Peterson behind him while you see the 9 as well working through. We now go side by side, 3 wide a little further back as they go through into turns 3 and 4. But Krupp on the outside, Sora to the bottom of the racetrack, side by side battle for the race lead.
That's right. We got a race lead 2 by 2 here as they come out of, I do believe this is going to be turn 4 here, down into the tri-oval. That neither line getting the best of the other. Both of them running side by side as they come across the start-finish line.
How about 3 wide towards the tail end of that 2x2 action now as we see Krupp hold strong in that number 30 Nexus Ford Mustang as we see Sora in the Crypto Autosports Mustang side by side on the bottom of the racetrack. Then you of course have the 9 of Lake Peterson, the 28 of Brandon Haupt. They'll go side by side to be next in the line as they continue to do battle, pushing their competitors down the Daytona Superstretch.
And it looks like we might have some folks there in the front pack all of a sudden sticking their nose out trying to go into that, what do they call it, the sucker hole there, making it 3 wide, but they think better of it, and they settle back down 2 by 2. Are we actually getting a race pace up here in the front, Taylor?
We might be certainly do that, but don't hold your breath to it right now. Anything can happen as we look through the field. Currently, this is about a 15-car breakaway. Dylan Alt, the last one in 15. He was up towards the front of the field, and then you have your second pack. Caution is out. Big one in turn 1.
That's the second pack. Everyone got caught up in the second pack in that, and they're trying to sort everything out there. Of course, no one up front. The 32 got the worst of that. Who is that going to be?
32 machine. That had to be
Dean Helt.
Dean Helt might have been involved with that one as he received a penalty not too long ago, and he will go for a wild ride along with several other drivers. There's the 02 of Carter Kundinger as well involved in the incident. It's safe to say some of these drivers will no longer have a fast repair ready to go for them when they get back to pit road.
Yeah, and of course, folks are watching some of this for the first time in iRacing. They have the option to give you a fast repair, which means you go down into your pit box and boom, magically, your car's repaired. They need that in real NASCAR.
They certainly do, as we watch here another angle from this incident, Andy. And it looks like maybe a little bit of a bad bump towards the front of this pack and just hard impact as they make their way through. Just had nowhere to go for Kundinger.
Sean Rink. The 71 of Sean Rink just slingshotted, and I mean, he must have hit the all of a sudden stop car. I couldn't tell who that was, but at least at half pace there, if you see here. Boom!
Big hit. Sean Rink, of course, has taken it behind the wall. His day is done. So, unfortunate for him, his quest for a shot of Podium 500 glory and $1,000 is gone. He will have to try again next year.
And just think, folks, $1,000 these folks get for winning this, and which is something even the guys down at the short track don't get it Friday night. So it's pretty cool stuff. Gotta love Podium Esports.
Certainly is, and we can't thank the entire crew over at Podium Esports for getting together. This is, of course, the 4th annual event of the Podium 500. We've had 3 different winners come out and win this famous race here on Podium Esports. Of course, none other than Seth DeMerchant picked up the first one, Casey Kerwin the 2nd annual, and then last year and defending Podium 500 champion Daniel Eberhardt is looking. Of course, those 3 will have a provisional if they do not make it either through the heat races, the LCQ, or through the duels, as they will have the champions provisional later on here today. Field is working their way behind the pace truck. 6 laps to go here at Daytona for heat race number 4. And we'll give you a quick rundown of who is where in the top 10. It's Tyler Krupp, of course, followed by Presley Sora in 2nd, Brandon Howe 3rd, Lake Peterson in 4th with Denver Turgeson in 5th. Justin Knobloch is in 6th, followed by Chris McLean in 7th, Philip Martin in 8th, with Leighton Sebely in 9th, Colton Harvey in 10th position. And the 18th position is held by Will Cannon. He is the last car to make it to the next round of either LCQ or the duels.
And keep an eye back there, because that's where the heat is going to be. These guys know it's, make it or break it, do or die. So there's going to be nothing but a bunch of roughhousing back there. So my prediction is the next caution, look at number 18th, the 18th and 19th position back there, Dale.
Yeah, certainly is, as we watch as I believe another penalty has been giving out to Jesse Womack for changing lanes. That's car number 14. And another pit road violation of Paul Moraine, who is in the 41 machine.
Yep, too many pit stalls. I'm telling you, that's something there is biting folks today.
It certainly is. It's in the rule book that you cannot go through that many pit stalls, otherwise you will receive a EOL penalty. As it looks like Tyler Krupp will take the inside lane for this restart. And Andy, I want to come to you. How important is it to choose this lane here at Daytona? I mean, you really want to work with someone who you know for a fact is going to stick with you at least till that last lap of the race. Tyler Krupp choosing to stick the inside lane, but we have seen some drivers utilize the outside lane in some of the heat races.
Yeah, the outside lane, especially last heat race, looked like it was moving. They even tried to do the middle lane in the last race, but this race, it looks like it's really anybody's lane. The bottom lane takes off, then the top lane's right there. And of course, Tyler Kemp, he's getting a workout trying to keep his eye in that rearview mirror to see which one he has to block.
He certainly has a lot of work to do. He will have 4 laps to go when they come and take the green flag here, so we'll see if they can make it to the end, or will we go into the green-white checkered scenarios. Of course, we have 3 attempts of green-white checker, as most of you know, watching the previous other heat races here today. We have 3 attempts. We have used all 3 of them in some of them.
Yep, and this hopefully will be the exception, but I don't know, guys. This is these guys are really wanting to make this at least the last chance qualifier.
Yep, that is the goal for everyone. At least make it into the LCQ. At least you have a shot if you move on into that group. So 18 is the magic number for LCQ. 8 is the magic number to make it to the duels.
All right.
Field is lined up behind Barry, the pace truck driver. He's about to make that hard left turn as he continues his quest to lead the most laps here for Podium 500 Glory. Barney the Flagman has the green flag in hand, and we are back underway here at the World Center of Racing. Green flag is out. It is 4 laps to go at Daytona.
That's right. Here they go, 2 by 2 across the start-finish line. Again, the bottom line initially jumps out to the lead, but nope, top line comes right back in, and that is led by Presley Sora. Presley Sora has Lake Peterson behind him, pushing as hard as he can, and it looks like, coming out of 2, that the top and the bottom line, the top line's going to do it, Taylor.
Presley Sora leads the charge. Peterson dives to the bottom of the racetrack. He'll get to the inside lane. He wants to lead this race, but he'll have Sora shut the door in front of him. Now the 1K machine of Justin Knobloch leads the outside lane. And how about the 46 machine of Philip Martin leading that 3rd lane? Trouble in turn 3 and 4. Caution is going to come out.
Guess where the trouble was, Taylor?
I think it was around the area you were telling us about, mid-pack.
Oh my gosh. It's going to be who can finish this race with the less dents in the car for aerodynamics, I think.
It certainly is, as we ride on board. Looks like one car went below. That's Dylan Alt in the 40 machine.
He's not having a good race.
He is certainly not. And then right around there in the mid-pack, could not catch a number. Oh, wow. A high flyer right there.
Man.
As Doug Rice had nowhere to go. He made it through not too bad, but still got a couple of dings to his machine.
Oh, these guys are spinning all the way down to the inside wall. What a ride. I can't catch them. Someone went at least 10, 12 feet off the track surface. I'd love to see which car that was.
Right around
33
the
gets,
30.
yep. He gets turned and wow.
So the 33 machine, looking through timing and scoring. Trying to find that driver who's caused the issue. Will Cannon
Will Cannon,
is the one. So he will receive the EOL and have to go to the tail end of the longest line after causing that incident.
So that leaves, I do believe we're going to have a new leader.
Yes.
Everybody here.
Yes, indeed. It will be Presley Sora, who's been on quite a bit of a tear here in the world of iRacing. He picked up the Monday Night Racing Road to Glory Series Championship this past Tuesday at the Virtual Auto Club Speedway. So he will get to move on to the Pro Series in Season 5 later on this year. We're on board with Brett McCoy, and we'll see what happens to him. Ooh, just beat and bang, and around he goes. It's not the car we wanted to see who ended up in the air. Of course, for those who do take flight, do have a chance to go and be a part of the Podium Esports NASA space program. He was close. He had to go a little bit higher, but he was close. He could be a cadet one day.
Oh yeah. The landing was not anything to write home about. I guess in real life that would probably broke your back, but
I think that was one of the purple machines. I saw that on track not too long ago. I could find that one.
yeah, we're trying to figure this out here. And of course, the folks in race control on our headsets here, they are busy today.
They are certainly busy today.
They're trying to get wow. I mean, this guy that we're watching here on the replay, that was just probably one of the hardest hits I've seen today.
It certainly is one of the hardest hits we've seen all day long in this heat race, so we are getting plenty of entertainment in this.
Boy, we're listening to race control.
Yeah.
Telling the boys how it is. We can also call that a come to Jesus here. We need to make sure that we run this green-white checker we're fixing to see here clean. But Taylor, I don't see that happening.
I don't see that happening either. It's been quite the trend that we at least use 1 to 2 of the none other than all 3 attempts of the green-white checker as we work our way through and see if we can try to do this one more time. Doubtful, but we'll see what happens as we see Presley Sora. Lake Peterson will lead them to the green flag as I believe the lights are out on the pace truck.
We're about ready to do this. Everybody get ready. We're going to see who can fly higher this time.
We certainly will. Hopefully we won't have any more flying cars. But the airport is behind the track, so if they need to take off, they can.
All right.
Our wonderful pace truck driver, of course, Barry, is leading the field once again.
Does he get to make the race? Man,
he makes the race no matter what. He is going to be the provisional leader when we get started tomorrow afternoon on Podium Esports for the Podium 500. As we see what will happen here, Presley Sora, Lake Peterson will lead them to the green flag.
All right, here we go. Bunching it up,
getting ready to go and turn them loose here for this green-white checkered attempt number 1 here at Daytona.
Now, if the guys up front just realize they're in the show here, they don't need to dice it up so bad. But I guess winning any type of podium race, be it a heat race or a regular race, brings with it some something to brag about. So.
Certainly is. Green flag is out, and a little bit of a checkup on the inside lane right there. Hopefully we're going to keep it clean and green, but Presley Sora will lead them to the green flag. Lake Peterson on the outside. You got Karuk on the inside lane, and Brandon Houck on the outside lane pushing them as the 2 9 machines will work together through 1 and 2.
Croup is slamming the back of Presley Sora here on the bottom lane, and it looks like we got the 18 jumping out. It's Chris McLean going to make it 3 wide, 2 cars back.
Dylan Old on ahead of steam as well in the 40 machine. He wants to try to at least be inside that top 18. He currently holds that 18th position, so he is safe to go, but anything is possible to change. Here, as the third line is starting to form, you've got, of course, the 33 of Mark McKenziewicz leading that outside line. He is pushing the 5 machine as they come across the line. White flag is out, but caution out of turn number 4.
Almost made it to the start-finish line. Not quite.
They were so close, and there goes Barry, the pace truck driver, trying to pull out in front of the field. As the field is starting to slow it down, Lake Peterson, though, sneaks away with the race lead this time around.
And, these guys up front, like we're saying, hey, you're in the show, guys. No, they don't care. They were 3 by 3 right there towards the end. And, wow, we're looking at the wreck here. Man, I don't know. Where was that at? Taylor, was that back in about the 15th spot?
That had to be around the same spot that you normally called it as before, back around top 15, top 20, as we might get another angle of this incident here.
There's tons of cars turning themselves into open-wheel modifieds out there.
Gilles Chatelain once again goes a little bit up in the air. He was the one who actually got involved and went sky high, almost joined our Space Cadet program, but he decided not to take it this high this time around, so he'll be back out on the track, but severe damage to his Ford Mustang.
Wow, the 111, he's taking some rides today, My gosh.
I think we need to train Gilles to be a pilot today after this action he's had here today. I would hate to see if he actually has a motion rig. In fact, I would really be scared for some of these drivers who do have a motion rig competing in today's race.
Yeah, really, the way he's been driving, the 111's probably got thrown out of it onto the floor here.
As the field works their way by pit road, a couple of cars have considered coming down pit road. Christopher Robinson's been on pit road for quite some time. As we see, as they work their way past pit road, here comes a couple of more cars. You have Rocky Boy the third, along with Jesse Womack, Carter Kundinger, coming down pit road. And that's the thing some of these drivers need to do. If your car is not severely damaged too much to where your engine isn't blown and you use all your fast repair, you can still get back out there and race. There is no damage clock like we see in the real world of NASCAR. And the important thing is, Andy, is you may think you're out, but if you make it and get the white flag and a caution doesn't come out, but a wreck happens on the white flag, if you're able to sneak your way through, you could easily be able to get either into the LCQ or even into the dual races just by avoiding the wreck that happens on that last lap.
Yep, and that happened last race, too.
It certainly did.
Right there. So it's like the old days in NASCAR where they used to race back to the flag. Well, you get to race back to the flag in that case.
You certainly do. And of course, one of the things is you could be in 33rd one lap. The next minute, you could be inside the top 8 as we saw in the last heat race. So keep an eye on that to see if anyone is able to pull an upset here in the late stages, as we are going to try a second attempt of the green-white checkered here at the World Center of Racing. Give you a quick rundown of where everyone is inside the top 10. Lake Peterson is first, followed by Presley Sora second. Brandon Half is in third, with Chris McLean in fourth. Tyler Krupp is in fifth, followed by Mark Makaczowski in sixth. Alec Karen is in seventh. Denver Tegernese is the 8th driver, so he has that 8th spot to get into tonight's duels. Justin Knobloch is 9th. Nick Mara rounds out your top 10. Dylan Old holds that 18th spot to move on to the LCQ later today.
And Dylan hasn't had the best of luck today, but hopefully he's crossing his fingers and toes here that he can stay out of the mess. That's sure to happen back there in that 18th position or in that 8th and 9th position.
It certainly is, and a lot of drivers not too happy about how the racing has been going, but the thing is, a lot of them can fix it by just showing a little patience, getting set up, get a couple of green flag laps, and to see how your car feels, because this is an open setup. These drivers can utilize that in order to make adjustments to their cars, and it's all about, of course, the draft here at Daytona as well, Andy, which is the great equalizer.
A great equalizer here, and I'll say those virtual middle fingers out there have been flying today. These guys not real happy with each other, that's for sure.
And a couple of penalties have been given out. Rocky Boy the third and Jesse Womack, again a second penalty for Jesse. Too many pit stalls entering into pit road. They will go to the tail end of the longest line.
Man, that's just eating folks up today.
It certainly is. I will have to get a number from Strix Pulsatrick later on when we go back to her later on in between the heat races. as
Yeah,
the
looks-
field should be
yep.
getting the one to go.
Looks like they're going to be green next time by. Got race control, lined them all up. They feel like everything's ready. And the calm before the storm, Taylor.
It certainly is a calm before the storm. We've already seen a bunch of storms happening today. Let's throw in one more possibly before it's all said and done.
Why not?
Barry, the pace truck driver, makes that hard left turn down pit road, out of harm's way. Barney the flag man, he's going to be working that arm out even more. Green flag back in the air for the second attempt of a green-white checkered.
Woo! Lake Peterson, he tries to get a jump here, getting shoved out on that bottom line across the start-finish line. But it's anybody's race side-by-side, 2x2 going into one, Taylor.
They certainly are as they go side by side. Sora on the top side, Peterson on the bottom. As they work through trouble as they go through turns 1 and 2. Caution is out. Oh, trouble here in Daytona once again.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm laughing at race control here. Some of the comments I'm hearing. Oh, my Lord. But, yeah, that just everybody, everywhere trying to miss that one, Taylor.
They certainly are. We'll have to see what happened. I think it started around Dylan Alt in that 40 machine.
Going backwards down the back stretch at 150 miles an hour. Poor guy.
Let's take a look at the replay here. Ooh, close call right here for one of the competitors as we ride on board with him. But we see a couple of cars involved in that one, and unfortunately for some of them, their chance of Podium 500 glory has come to a close.
That's right. They're going to have to load that. Oh, my gosh. Load that up on the virtual hauler. Was that Alt that got spun sideways passenger door into the outside wall and then backwards down the back stretch?
I believe so. That was Dylan Alt in that 40 machine. As we look,
I mean, poor guy's just there 1 second driving, minding his own business. Next thing you know, he's hooked and backwards.
Let's take a look at the STP machine. That, if I'm trying to get the number off of it, as they work down the back straightaway, can't get the number off that STP machine. Chevrolet.
He got through that thing.
He did, but I think he might have been the one who caused the incident.
I believe he was.
So there's the number 5 as they're trying to avoid the incident. Great avoidance by Raymond Dowdus in the 915. He was able to get to the bottom of the racetrack quick enough to avoid that chaos there.
And hats off to Dylan Alt. You know he's frustrated. Turned backwards, and instead of hitting the brakes and causing more of a wreck, he just coasts backwards all the way down the backstretch, getting out of the way.
So it looks like the 69 machine of that Gulf livery Chevrolet, as we look through, that's Nathan Deering.
Nathan Deering, yeah.
Yep, here we go. Riding on board with Nathan. Big check
looks
right
like they
there.
checked up, yeah.
Nowhere to go.
Car checked up.
Yep,
and that is Martin McDermott. He had nowhere to go. That was just the line that was checking up. That was just a racing deal, guy.
It certainly looks like it. Tough to break for several drivers who were involved in that incident. And with that, we will have the final attempt of a green-white checkered before we turn them loose once again. Of course, this will be how it goes. If we get the caution between now and the time they take the white, so they'll take the green and they have to get to the white flag. If they get a caution between now and the time they get that white flag, the race is frozen. The race will end as it is. However, if they get the caution or get the white flag and a caution happens somewhere on the track, we're racing back to the line. For those of you who are new and listening to this, so this is how this final attempt of a green-white checkered will go.
And of course, they're trying to get everything lined back up here. Race control working to get everybody in line. Still under caution. Lights are still on the pace car. Or pace truck.
So far, Denver Lee Turgenev holds that 8th coveted spot where he can make it to the duels later tonight. And Nathan Deering holds the 18th spot in to have a shot of the LCQ.
That's right. And I apologize for anyone out there whose name I butchered. Trying my best here.
Yeah, you're doing awesome today, Andy, and we appreciate you coming on. And a couple of cars have decided to come down pit road. The 7 of Martin McDermott has decided to bring it down pit road to try to get some fixing of that damage that he has to his number 7 machine. As we're going to double him up and try once again for the final attempt.
Oh, here we go. Yep, they got doubled up. They said next time around it's going to be green. Lights are off on the pace truck. What's his name? Barry driving that truck?
Barry is driving the pace truck. Yep, that is Barry, the pace truck driver. Brother to Barney, the flag man, who's up in the flag stand waving the green flag.
Got a nice truck.
He certainly does. There's Barney up there with the yellow flag, the hardest working man of iRacing.
Boy, he's been throwing those yellow flags around.
He certainly has. I mean, if you think about it, he's 1 second he's here in Daytona, the next second he could be over in Australia, the other minute he could be in Germany, the next minute he could be at your local short track.
Yeah, he's got a lot of sky mile.
He certainly does.
Yeah, light speed ones too. Let's see. All right, they're coming down. Looks like into turn number 3 right now, prepping to go. Do you think this is going to make it, Taylor?
We will certainly find
You'll
out.
find out.
I'm not saying anything because I don't want the curse of Evan Pasoko calling in and causing a caution. So we're going to we're just going to be optimistic.
We'll go optimistic. Last race, I do believe they said they went green. They were going green and having a great race. And what was it? 10 seconds later, it was a big wad. So here we go.
Here we go. Barry, the pace truck driver, makes that hard left turn down pit road. Barney, the flag man, has the green flag in hand. And we are back underway for the final attempt of a green-white checkered. Presley Sora leads them to the line as Lake Peterson on the outside lane has help from Brandon Houff. They'll go nose to tail as they make their way back into turn 1.
Yeah, we got folks out back. It looks like wrecking in the back of the pack, but there's no caution here because it was all the way in the back. But now the front, we got caution. They're wrecking up front everywhere.
Wrecking up front, one car end over end on his roof, a couple of cars. I think everyone but inside the top 6 was involved with that.
Good Lord, we had more cars on their lids than I've ever seen here, and they're still wrecking back there.
They certainly still are wrecking indeed, as Lake Peterson, by the looks of it, will have to get official word from race control, will win the heat race because the field is now frozen. And a couple of cars just make it through.
I'd love to see them, how they get this gaggle of cars and figure out who's where.
Well, that's the joy of being part of race control, that we don't have to worry about, Andy.
So as we look at it here, we saw that one car get sideways into the wall, no caution, but then they make it through. I guess it got the 2, and that was the end of it. The 5 car got turned around, and that's all she wrote.
It certainly is all she wrote indeed. And as they come around to take the checkered flag here momentarily, unofficially, so far, it goes as followed. Lake Peterson will be your race winner of today's race in heat race number 4. Brandon Houff in 2nd, Presley Sora 3rd, Tyler Caroot 4th, Alex Karen in 5th with Hunter Brittle in 6th, James Jacobs 7th. Justin Knobloch is guaranteed a shot into the duels later tonight. And
Good
then...
for him.
Very good job for Justin and James Jacob. Now, 18th, by the looks of it, we're waiting for confirmation. Of course, this is unofficial. Dylan Alt is going to be...
Oh, no, it looks like Alt is 19th.
Waiting for an unofficial result, but it looks like he might be 18th on timing and scoring. So I have to wait. Sure, this is all unofficial, but as they come across the line to take the checkered flag, Lake Peterson will win heat race number 4.
Well earned and well raced, Lake.
So with that, we will wait for the rest of the field to pass on through, and then we will give you your full field rundown of heat race number 4 to tell you where your favorite driver finished and who moves on to the duels and who moves on to the LCQ.
It's a smoke show down there, all the cars smoking coming across the finish line.
It certainly is. And with that, it's time to give you your full field rundown. We'll go ahead and start off with your top 10, as Lake Peterson will be your winner for heat race number 4. Brandon Houff will come home in 2nd, followed by Presley Sora 3rd, Brandon Caroot in 4th, Justin Knobloch 5th, Alex Karen in the 6th position, Hunter Brittle in 7th. James Jacob will be the final transfer into the duels in 8th spot. Philip Martin, the first driver outside looking in, he'll have to go to the LCQ along with Connor Anton in 10th position. Andy?
In 11th, we have, it looks like Chalitin. I can't pronounce that last name. And 12th, we got Davis. 13, Hudson. And then 29 car, 14th, Rice. 15th, McLean. 16th, Harvey. 17th, Scoa. And you're right. Alt makes the last transfer spot into the last chance qualifier at 18th. And then 19th, we got Mechanowski. And 20th, Boyd.
21st goes to Jesse Womack. These are the drivers who will not move on. Their day is done. 21st is Jesse Womack, Bridger Olson 22nd, Leighton Sibley in 23rd with Trey Whitehead 24th. Carter Kundinger comes home 25th with Nathan Deering 26th. 27th is Nick Mara, followed by Paul Moraine in 28th. Gary Eschen is in 29th with Raymond Doust rounding out your top 30.
31st, Denver Lee Turgensen. 32nd, Ross Caddo. And 34th, Martin McDermott. 35th, Dean Helt. 36th, Brett Punkari. And 37th, Christopher Robertson. 38th, Jaylene Parker. 39th, Brent McCoy. And 40th, last but not least, is Sean Rink.
Well, with that, we'll go ahead and head back to the studio where Lady Auberdon and Strict Pulsatrix will be able to kind of dissect what happened here in Heat Race number 4 and preview what to expect in Heat Race number 5. Lady Auberdon.
Hey, thank you, Taylor. And before you drop out, Taylor, what numbers did you want Strix to drop?
I think it's pretty much any penalty that has happened.
Okay.
Okay.
You got those?
Yeah, I do have those. I have been keeping track of the end-of-line penalties offered, or rather dished out, to the people who've been driving through too many pit stalls. As of the last heat, we're now at 9 times that people have been driving through way too many pit stalls in pit lane, and that is double the amount of heats we've been doing. That is too much. It's too much.
It is. You know what is too much, though. You know what else is too much, and that is we had 2 big ones, and that's just maddening. In the same heat.
In the same heat. Yeah, we had 2 big ones in the same heat. And some people might say that that's a result of the fast repair that drivers are offered in each heat. But I would argue that it's more than that. There is the fast repair that offers you a second chance if you get wrecked out early in the race. But you also have only 20 laps to be able to make it into either the duels or the last chance qualifier, and each heat has at least 40 drivers in each heat. That is a huge number of people to deal with on the same track, not a whole lot of real estate to deal with. This is incredibly difficult driving, but once again, we're seeing the results of a really aggressive driving with now 2 big ones in one heat.
Yes. And, we've noticed, again, the back of the pack, dangerous place to be. Mid-pack, dangerous place to be. But on the first lap, which we hardly even got started, the front of the pack was dangerous. What's going on up front?
It's just dangerous to drive at the Daytona Superspeedway in general, I guess.
Yes, yeah.
But another thing, too, is not only was the front of the pack victim of a huge wreck in the beginning of the race, but also the front of the pack also caused the final caution that ended the race. So there really is no safe place to be. You can start from the pits if you want. You're still at risk of getting your car crushed.
Yep, or going into space like a couple people have done already.
I did see that. I saw one car go, like, the highest I've ever seen a car go in iRacing. Like, just straight to the moon.
Yes. So, but you know what? Priestley Sora, even though we were denied a fight to the finish, Priestley Sora did make it in. He's our champion from Monday Night Racing Pro to Glory, showing off why he is the champ and why he is going to be in the Pro Series next season.
Absolutely. It was a fantastic drive from him, trying to keep the nose clean and trying to stay away from trouble. And honestly, if I was another driver who is going into the later heats for today, I would take that as an example. Follow his lead and stay out of trouble. Keep enough space between you and the other drivers. Assume everybody's dumb. Just assume everybody around you is dumb. And keep that space between you and the other drivers, so if they make a mistake, you're not caught up in it.
That's right. I have noticed. Oh, what's up? Our producer says something. What's up? Okay. Well, I hope that everyone is gonna cool off in this heat. I know it's 78 degrees, 117 degrees on the track. Any final thoughts before we go into the final heat or next heat? Sorry. Next heat.
Well, it's a good thing you actually bring up the heat because we have been running the tracks here at about 110 to 120 degrees Fahrenheit on the track, and that is causing a lot of tire degradation throughout the run. So before we started this broadcast, I was thinking, okay, well, it's 20 laps. It's not a whole lot of tire degradation, so a lot of people are going to be very aggressive. But I think what I'm realizing now is towards the late end of the run, people are losing tire and not realizing it because the track is so hot. So it'll be really interesting to see if there's anybody who's picked up on that and has been listening to us talk about this kind of thing, because if they have, they'll be able to pick up on that kind of tip and maybe keep that in mind towards the end of the run.
That's right. And I believe it is time to kick off the next heat. I believe we're also halfway through our heat, so on to Andy and Taylor for heat number 5.
Thank you, Lady Abernon. Thank you, Strix. We are back at it once again for heat race number 5 here at the World Center of Racing. And Andy, we saw chaos in heat race number 4. Do you think some of the drivers here in heat race number 5 might have learned a thing or two from that race to know what to do for this race?
The simple answer is no. We've seen it all day. This is, I'm sure, going to be a wreck fest. Of course, all of these guys scratching and clawing to make their way to the Podium 500 tomorrow. Of course, they got a ways to go, whichever way they decide to, but still, these guys want to win a podium race, even if it's this heat race as we saw last race, Taylor.
It certainly is the case. Well, it's time to give you your starting lineup here for heat race number 5. Ray Rittenauer II will be on the pole for heat race number 5. Alongside him in second place will be Jesse Atchison. In third place, it'll be a Monday Night Racer Road to Glory competitor, Nick Olson in third place. He'll be starting alongside Ralph Hutchison in fourth. Fifth place is Podium Esports' very own Gary Sexton, part of the Dirty Air crew and the Battle Beaver crew. He'll be starting in that fifth spot with Justin Yee in sixth spot. Seventh is going to be Josh Robin with Thomas Stewart holding that coveted 8th position, as he currently holds it for the duels later tonight. Andrew Cody rounds out the top in 9th, and Chris Wilhite rounds out your top 10.
And in the 11th, we have Robbie Lyons. 12th, Aaron McEachern. And, 13th, we have Brandon Coppinger. 14th, Craig Janisak. 15th, Jamie Haynes. 16th, Cole Freilich. 17th, Paul Newton. Ooh, almost Paul Newman there. And 18th, we got Scott Warren. 19th, Hunter Georgian. And 20, Dylan Jones.
Matt Taylor holds the 21st spot with Montasi Major in 22nd. Joshua Stiles holds 23rd with Killian Burbaker in 24th. Lane Holger is in 25th with Joseph Lester in 26th. Robert Hunrada holds 27th with Jared Forbes in 28th. Brady Waginger is in 29th. Rounding out your top 30 is Joe McAddery.
And at 31, Brandon Key. 32nd, Jeffrey Mathis, followed by Joey Stone, Mason Moriarty, and 35th is Andrew Zano. 36th, Luke Nutt. 37th, Chris Schubert. 38th, Justin Miller. 39th, Mike Knight. 40th, DJ Dillon. 41st, Justin Champagne, and Joe Swanson, 42nd. And folks, again, I apologize if I butchered your names first time I've seen them, and my apology.
Well, we'll see what happens here. Hopefully their cars won't be as butchered by the time it's all said and done. But the pace truck of Barry, the pace truck driver, will take that hard left turn. Barney the flagman gonna do what he does best. Wave the green flag as we are underway for heat race number 5 here at Daytona.
All right, they all take off 2 by 2 here. No line as they come through the start-finish line has the advantage as the top line. That's going to be Jesse Atkinson in the 16 car. Looks like he may have about a car there on the top line, but nope, the bottom line comes battling back, Taylor.
Down out of turn number 2, down the Daytona super stretch. They're going to still say double file down the back straightaway all the way to the tail end of the field. A couple of drivers jockeying for position towards the back half of the field, but Atchison dives to the bottom of the racetrack. He will lead the inside lane. That leaves the door for Ralph Hutchinson to lead the outside lane in the 51 machine.
That's right, and looks like the bottom lane now we're starting to get a little bit of a run here as we come out of turn number 4. Down past to the start-finish line, still 2 by 2. Looks like they're that way all the way back through the field, Taylor.
It certainly is as they work together and try to get themselves a little organized. Couple of cars still trying to jockey for position towards the back half of the field, but they're going to be a little bit patient now as they work through 1 and 2. Atchison leads the inside lane. Hutchinson leads the outside lane. Atchison has, of course, Rittenauer the second helping him, while Hutchinson has Justin Yee working with him as they go down the Daytona Superstretch. 24 machine of Nick Olson looking around to see if he can find an opening, but the RTG driver is showing a little patience as we see Gary Sexton in the Battle Beaver machine follow suit.
That's right, and looks like here the bottom line has a bit of an advantage here, but that number 51 car leading the top line, that's Ralph Hutchinson. He is starting to make a little bit of ground back up on the bottom line as we come through the start-finish line and over the tail.
As they work through turns 1 and 2, they're going to be able to see if they can work it through in the middle of turn 1 and 2. One car goes right up against the wall. Will we have contact? No, everyone keeps it clean, a little shuffling towards the back half of the field, but we stay green fleet here at Daytona. Down the Daytona Superstretch, one car goes to that top lane on the outside. That's the 33 machine of Dylan Jones. A couple of cars don't go trouble in turn 3.
There we go. And it looks like they're ripping around the 10th to 12th spot back there, but as wrecks go, I guess that was a bit minor if you've been watching all the races today. A couple of guys coming back off the track just in front of folks. Don't do that.
It certainly is. We'll take a look and see what happened to these competitors as we get the look at the replay. I saw Gary Sexton dive below that yellow line there, but was able to rejoin carefully and safely. I think he was pushed, and then that caused a checkup to where the chaos ensued.
And I mean, it was a lot of chaos here, right there in the middle of the pack. But we don't have any NASA astronauts or Podium space program folks on that one, Taylor.
Nope, everyone decided to keep it grounded here this time around. Let's ride on board with Scott Waring, the 76th machine, to see what his perspective was as he saw the cars mangled up in front of him as they head down the super stretch, heading into turn 3. There's the bump we saw, then the checkups, then the chaos, and will he make it through? No, he will not.
Yeah, that's right. That wreck right there, as you can see if you were riding along with us, made another modified car out there in the field. But Taylor, as you pointed out, a lot of these guys have their quick repair.
They certainly do, as we ride on board with Gary Sexton. There's the 16 machine. I'm wondering where the contact was between him. And right there's the contact that sends him down below the line. There's the checkup that sends the 64 up into the wall.
These looks like these next-gen cars just don't like this slam drafting thing that they are trying to do here the last few races.
Well, the thing is also, Andy, if you think about it, even before the next-gen car, the Gen 6 car, of course, that we saw, as well as the COT cars, these cars don't really like to be pushed in the middle of the corners, as we see here. The cars get very light when you try to send a push. It's best to try to set the push up before you get into the corner. You can lock bumpers and be okay in the middle of the corners, but you can't get on someone's bumper like that, and that'll just cause what we've just been seeing all day long.
Yeah, it just causes a mess. That's the truth. You know, if you go back to the Gen 5 cars and whatnot, where they used to wedge the back wheels up off the ground of the car in front of them, even though they're not wedging with these cars, it's still the same type idea. they're getting the back end loose, and you lose a little bit of adhesion with those rear tires, and that's all she wrote.
Yeah, it's unfortunate here as we take a look and watch the field behind the pace truck. Barry, the pace truck driver, is going to be leading some more laps here at the World Center of Racing. Taking a look through the field to see where some of your favorite drivers are. Of course, Jesse Atchison is your race leader. Dylan Jones in the 33 machine holds the coveted 8th position to move on to tonight's duels later tonight, while Joey Stone in the 37 machine is in 18th. He holds that spot to move on to the LCQs. One driver, though, Andy, who's making a lot of headway through the field is the 77 machine of Luke Canup. Best known for, of course, his off-road racing experience, racing in Pro 2 and Pro 4 trucks, but has some experience at Daytona where he picked up the Monday Night Racing Road to Glory season opener earlier this year at Daytona with the Xfinity cars, is working his way up through the field in 17th right now.
Yeah, good for him. Good run for Luke.
Very good run for him. And then DJ Lyon, of course, a well-known player in the iRacing service. He is now up to 23rd after starting in 41st. So a couple of big movers working their way up through the field. And we also got another NASCAR Xfinity Series driver racing in here today. Robbie Lyons in the 19 machine, NASCAR Xfinity driver and Monday Night Racing Season 3 champion. Sits in 13th position, so he's able to make it into the LCQ so far, but he's not too far off to make it into the duels later tonight. He's going to be wanting to fight his way through the field when we go back green.
And so, like Robbie's got some experience on these tracks like this. But the big thing is, especially with iRacing and Daytona in general, is, man, you got to be lucky. You know, it's not, you can't only be good, but you got to be lucky.
You certainly have to be lucky indeed. So we'll give you a quick rundown of your top 10. Jesse Atchison is your race leader, followed by Ralph Hutchinson in second. Raymond Reitner the second will be in third, with Justin Yee in fourth. Thomas Stewart is in fifth, with Nick Olson in sixth. Chris Wilhite is in seventh. Dylan Jones, eighth. Aaron McEachran is in ninth. Gary Sexton rounds out your top 10. Barry, the pace truck driver, has the lights off. He's about to lead the field through turns 3 and 4, and we will go back green flag racing here once again momentarily at the World Center of Racing. It's going to be looking at the laps time, 6 laps completed. It is going to be just a little bit shy of less than 15 laps to go when they take the green flag here.
And it was go time when it went green, but it's go time now.
Barry, the pace truck driver, pulls off. Barney, the flag man, has the green flag in hand, and we are back underway here at the World Center of Racing. And Atchison is working his way through. He will lead them to the green as they come working down the inside lane. Has advantage over Ralph Hutchinson.
Yeah, Atchison got a great start there, and we have Raymond Rettenauer pushing him down on the bottom line. Top line, of course, like we've seen all day here, falls back at the beginning, but that number 51 car Hutchinson. He's leading that charge on the outside down the back stretch, Taylor.
Ralph Hutchinson, a well-known racer in the world of sim racing, well-known also for his super speedway racing as he tries to keep pace with the world's strongest coffee. He's got the world's strongest Chevrolet right now as the Chevrolets work on the outside lane. That's the 29 machine of Justin Yee trying to help him get to the front of the field as they come out of turn 4. Down the front straightaway, and Ralph Hutchinson will not lead it this time, or will he? Yes, he will lead it. Nope, Jesse Atchison beats him just barely.
Yes. And looking back through the field here, it's 2 by 2. I don't see it's maybe back in the 15th or maybe even farther back than that. We see a couple of guys sticking their nose into the middle to make it 3 wide. But again, is everyone trying to settle down and run a race pace, Taylor?
I hope so, as we watch here, and drivers trying to work their way through, settle into a groove now, and try to log a couple of laps here in this stage as they get ready to cross over into the halfway point. Atchison stretches his nose out a little bit. He will get about a car length, make it 2 car lengths, as Rittenauer the second takes over second spot. They're going to stay put. Nick Olson behind them in the third car on that inside lane. 24 Grit Marketing machine is trying to keep pace in that third car on the inside lane. Meanwhile, a third lane is starting to form on that outside.
Yep, it looks like they're trying to form it on the outside. I will say that Justin Yee in that 29 car is just beating the bumper off that 51 of Hutchinson as they try to push that outside line forward. But It doesn't look like it's helping as the bottom line is starting to make its way into turn number 3 here, looking farther back in the field. We're still 2 by 2, but these guys are starting to get anxious up on each other's bumpers, looking for that transfer spot.
Yeah, Chris Wilhite was able to get clear of the outside row, throw in Aaron McEaron as well in that 16 machine, as those 5 drivers will be able to clear themselves from the outside lane. So they now have choice of deciding what to do as we continue to log more laps. As they work their way through the middle of turns 1 and 2, a couple of cars thinking about going to the top side, thinking better of it. They dive it back in line. They try to keep it going. One driver gets caught in the sucker hole. That's Gary Sexton.
Yep, he got drug way back there. Hopefully he'll keep the draft here, but it stinks when you get turned out like that and you find yourself just with nowhere to go, no horsepower to make it. And man, these guys are really dicing it up back here towards the back.
They certainly are trying to get themselves organized on that outside lane as Ralph Hutchinson is trying to lead it. He's got Justin Yee behind him, and as they come across the line, we've reached the halfway point of heat race number 5.
That's great, and looks like right now that bottom line up front is really starting to stretch things out here as Jesse Atkinson just shows the way. The top line has disappeared up front. Folks, we got ourselves a train breakaway here, Taylor.
We certainly do, as the field's trying to get themselves organized on the outside. A couple of cars thinking about going to the inside and switching some spots around. Big switch up right there as the 40 machine will go below underneath the Ralph Hutchinson machine. That's going to be very dicey for them, but are they going to keep it clean? The answer so far, yes. No caution, as now we see that 40 machine. As we get a better look of where he is, he's going to lead that outside lane. As we watch on battle here, these drivers are definitely starting to dice it up. That's Craig Janczak, who is leading in the Elite Performance. Now the 8 machine will jump out in front of that outside lane. That's Robert Hanrada in the 8 machine. The Rogue Energy Toyota Camry gets a big push from Janczak as they come down the Daytona Superstretch.
And they do the big race that's happening out back. And let's see, we got we do. We have a caution, Taylor.
Caution is out for the second time here. A couple of cars spun it around down the Daytona Superstretch. As we'll take a look at the replay here.
And that happening back there right about the transfer position here as these guys were, golly, 3-4 wide. That doesn't work at Daytona.
No, it certainly does not. 4 wide does not work at Daytona. That's the 89 machine, or no, 85 machine, and one of the Smith machines as well out on track.
That's Killian Brubaker there. I was running back in the 20th position. These guys, man, they see, there's no give and take there. There's 4 wide, just guys that ain't going to work.
Yeah, that's Joshua stuff.
They're trying to make that transfer spot, but, man, they're going to wad their cars up in doing so, right?
Certainly, indeed. It is, of course, Joshua Stiles who is involved with that.
All right, we got Barry, the pace truck driver, back out trying to reel everybody in. Out for his Sunday drive, or I guess Saturday drive around Daytona.
Saturday afternoon here at the World Center of Racing. Of course, it is iRacing Day, May 15th, 2022. Taking a look, see if there's any changes to the temperature. It has gone up a peg, Andy, 118 degrees.
118 degrees. So these guys, these tires are going to get hot quick. And talking about getting hot, these guys are going to start seeing, if they get up underneath the cars in front of them, they're going to start having to watch those engine temps.
They certainly are going to have to watch those engine temps, as we know that these cars, when they get hooked up like that, Andy, those engine temperatures are going to go up, so these cars are going to need a chance to breathe.
Yeah, that's right. And of course, when there are temperature pegs like that, you got to stick your nose out, get it cooled down a bit, which can slow you down just a bit. But as you go farther back down the line, that little bit of a slowdown starts getting guys checking up, which causes wrecks.
Certainly is, if we watch on and keep an eye on who is going to be where. Currently, right now, Luke Canup has moved into the transfer spot of the top 8 right now, as he will be currently going into the duels. Meanwhile, in 18th is Josh Robbins, who holds that spot to move on to the LCQ later on today.
But I bet you that's going to change.
Oh, most definitely, it is going to change.
But I tell you, Jesse Atkinson, he's been doing a great job of keeping out front, leading, just pulling that bottom line along, and a great show up front here. And the number 24, Nick Olson, who we're looking at right now on screen, he's been doing a great job of shoving everyone around up front.
Nick Olson has been doing a phenomenal job all day long, keeping up pace with everyone, and we'll see if he's able to continue that trend to hold on and move on to the duels later tonight. Field still behind the pace truck of Barry, the pace truck driver, in the official iRacing pace truck. As they continue to get themselves sorted out, we should be seeing the 1 to green this time by. Re-rack them, restack them, and do it again here at the World Center of Racing, coming to, going to be probably 5 laps ago when they take the green.
I'm seeing that 24 running around there on the apron. Now, their fuel should not be any kind of issue here. Just wondering if he's having some type of issue with the car.
Have to keep a track on that, but of course today's broadcast is brought to you by Boosted.biz. Boosted builds a custom platform for your brand to sell your product. They take care of everything, pay nothing, and let us handle the rest. To get started with your online store, visit Boosted.biz today. As we continue on here, of course, you are watching Heat Race number 5 for qualifying day of the Podium 500, which kicks off tomorrow at 12:30 Eastern, and we're going to be excited to see who will set the field for tomorrow's action, as Barry, the pace truck driver, has got them double filed up, and we are going to see how this will turn out. A 5-lap dash to the finish.
It may end up being a bit longer than that, but with all the green-white checkers we've been seeing today. But we're about ready to get this thing underway. What, we got the lights on the pace car, but it looks like it says green next time. Nope, they're off. That was a little bit of sun glinting off of that.
Yep, a little bit of sun, and thankfully no rain yet. Of course, hashtag soon.
Yeah, hashtag soon. Oh boy, that's going to be fun.
It certainly will, but as the field is lined up behind Barry, the pace truck driver, of course, here's a quick rundown of your top 5 at least. Atchison, Rittenauer the second, Chris Wilhite, Nick Olson, and Aaron McAaron has now your top 5. Robert Henrada holds that 8th position, and Josh Robbins holds the 18th position. Field working their way off of turn number 4. Barry, the pace truck driver, is about to make that hard left turn down towards pit road out of harm's way. Barney the flagman has the green flag in hand, and we are back underway. A big jump by Jesse Atkinson as he will lead them to the green flag.
And he jumps right out in front of the top line, thinks better of it. He can't decide where he wants to go. At Daytona, getting a jump on the start like that is not a good thing as they come through turn 2.
It certainly is not, as some tempers start to raise between Chris Wilhite and Nick Olson. Olson has that bottom lane. Wilhite tries to get to the bottom but can't make it work. He's going to fall back quite a ways as here comes the inside lane to catch to the tail end of Rittenauer and Atchison. Nick Olson with a head of steam. Will he stay in line or will he go to the top side? He thinks better of it and decides to stay put. Robbie Lyons is in 4th, and then the 16 machine of McAaron rounds out your top 5 as they come off of turn number 4.
And again, it looks, we got a caution. They're wrecking in the back.
Trouble in the back straightaway off of turn number 4. Chaos has begun once again here at the World Center of Racing.
Let's see where that looks like, right back at that transfer area. Andrew Sanzo, looks like he got turned into the wall. And, boy. Actually, he got turned into the wall. Everyone else wrecked around him. He might have the least amount of damage out of everyone there.
Wonder who made contact with him. Is it the 6 machine?
The 9. Or the
6 machine.
6. Yep, 6, sorry.
That is the 6 machine of Mason Moriarty, who had a big issue. Couldn't know he was not clear yet. It was 3 wide, and around he went.
And let's look here. Looking at there is a car there, number 23 in the 5th place. That is the Aaron McEaron. He's running well for having the damage that he has on the car.
He certainly is right now. Of course, Aaron started in 12th position. Of course, some of our biggest movers of the race goes to Luke Knupp, who sits 7th after starting 36th. and Chris Gubbert, who started 37th, is in 10th.
And of course, that's awesome for the 77 of Canutt there to bring it all the way back to the transfer spot if he can hold on to it.
And penalties have been given out. The 37 of Joey Stone will receive the EOL.
And look at that 77 that we're looking at on screen. Oh my gosh, it's seen better days. Gonna need more than a hammer just to pull out all those down.
Certainly is. As we keep an eye on all the action here, we'll hopefully re-rack them, restack them again. We will not have a green-white checkered attempt this time. This will be a natural green-white checker. So we're still planning to finish out the scheduled distance of 20 laps, but it's just going to be a one-lap dash to the finish by the looks of things.
And let's see how that'll pan out.
We certainly will see how that will pan out. We've already seen how chaotic it has been. And as the field lines up single file, we hopefully will get the green flag in the next lap or so.
Yeah, that's right. And then that'll finish up this heat race and you'll get boosted into the next one.
We certainly will get boosted into heat race number 6. And we will see who moves on to the big shows of the LCQs or the duels later on tonight. You know, Andy, we've seen some very amazing moments in the world of motorsports, especially when it comes to heat race styles of racing. We could have seen drivers who started dead last in their heats make it in through the LCQs, of course, and then make it to the duels, and then, of course, also make it into the finals and ends up winning the races. And we've seen drivers in NASCAR do that, especially with the duels at Daytona that they have, where, of course, anywhere you finish, it doesn't really matter. It's where you have that finish for the Daytona 500 that will count. And a lot of surprises have come from these races, and we've seen a lot of surprises come from the Podium 500 in its brief history here on the iRacing service.
Yep, that's right. And then right here today, you're seeing some neat, people running in the up front in certain positions, and the heat races before here get shuffled all the way to the back in the wreck, and then next thing you know, due to penalties and whatnot, find themselves right back in the mix.
It certainly is, as we might have gotten confirmation. This is the 1 to green. So it should be, now we should be good to go. This is now into overtime. Our first attempt of a green-white checkered.
Oh my gosh, we're gonna, what do you think? We're gonna use them all like we have so far today?
I'm not saying anything because I don't want to jinx this race right now. It's been overall not too bad of a race. I will say that compared to our last race and heat race number 4.
I agree. These guys have really put on a good show so far.
It certainly is. So we'll set your top 10 before they take the green flag. It's Jesse Atchison and Ray Rittenauer, the second on the front row. You got Nick Olson and Robbie Lyons in the row number 2 and 3rd and 4th. Then you have Aaron McAaron in 5th with Luke Canutt in 6th. Robert Hunrada in 7th with Chris Wilhite holding that 8th position to move on to tonight's duels. Craig Janzak is in 9th with Chris Schubert rounding out your top 10. In 18th, to move on to the LCQ, it is, of course, Thomas Stewart in 18th position.
And Justin Yee right behind him. And we saw him pushing up front here just a few laps ago.
Yep, that's, of course, got caught up in some chaos here, so he'll have to fight his way through. He's only got to get one spot to get into the LCQs, but anything is possible. As we see here, Barry, the pace truck driver, about to make that hard left turn out of harm's way down pit road. Hopefully his pit crew can maybe put 4 tires and add a little fuel to continue on, because he's still got a lot of work to do. Party the flag, man, though. Somebody get that man a drink. It's hot out here at Daytona. Green flag is out, and we're back underway here at Daytona. Jesse Atchison, another big jump over the field.
Yeah, and of course, he's probably letting up on that gas pedal just a bit to let that 24 car of Olsen catch up a bit, because jumping way out like that doesn't work here at Daytona. Now, up front, they're already starting to about 3rd place on back into 3x3, Taylor.
They certainly are. That is the 40 machine who's going to go all over the place. That's Hunter Gegahan, who will try to go to the outside lane. They're going to leave Ralph Hutchison to bow in the middle zone, and he's going to fall all the way back. They're going to go right in front. How about Craig Janzak? He's going to take over the race lead with a big head of steam.
Oh my gosh, what a run they've got here, coming especially on the top line, Taylor.
Here we go. White flag is in the air. We're coming to the white. Will they make it? Will we make it official? The answer will be yes, indeed. So we will get a finish here today in heat race number 5. It is going to be a horse race between these two drivers up at the front of the field. Dylan Jones, Craig Yanzak, as they go pushing each other down into 1 and 2.
And where did Jones come from? 13th position up to first within a lap. What a show he's putting on.
Here we go, down the back straightaway for the final time. Dylan Jones has advantage by a little bit, half a car length. Here comes Craig Yanzak to the inside. Now they're going to go side by side. It's going to be a pushing match between your top two. Now Yanzak has an advantage over Jones as they come out of turn 4 for the final time. Checkered flag in hand. It's Jones, Yanzak, as they do, cracking in behind them. Yanzak is going to go. Now we got a new competitor to the top side as they come to the line. Dylan Jones will win here for heat race number 5 as he takes it and survives here at the World Center of Racing.
What a finish. That's the best one I've seen all day.
What a fight, what a battle indeed here today. Dylan Jones will win in this heat race as we see what will happen. Of course, the results are not official. They still have to go over and check a couple of things, but we will give you the unofficial results for heat race number 5 momentarily. But Dylan Jones coming out of nowhere was a phenomenal drive indeed, Andy.
Yes. That right there was reminiscent of Earnhardt 17th to first in a few laps. But to win that, Dylan Jones, big thumbs up to him. He did everything he had to do at the right time, Taylor.
It certainly is. Let's give you the full field rundown and tell you where your favorite driver finished. Dylan Jones, your winner for heat race number 5. Josh Robbins comes home in 2nd, followed by Craig Yanzak in 3rd. Cole Freilich comes out of nowhere to come home in 4th, with Hunter Goganin in 5th. Robbie Lyons makes it into 6th with Jesse Atchison in 7th. Nick Olson moves on to the dual races. He will finish 8th. Chris Wilhite will be the first driver to look in. He'll make it to the LCQ with Robert Henrata rounding out your top 10. Andy, let's take a look at 11th through 20th.
Yeah, sure. Let's take a look at 11th through 20th. I'm sorry about that. We got Nupp going to be 11th, 12th. Hutchison, Lyons, and Haynes. That's 13th, 14th. Sexton in 15th position. Stewart, 16th. Mathis, 17th. Schubert comes in at 18th and makes it to the LCQ. And then 19th, Ford, and 20th, Coppinger.
Mike Knight will come home in 21st with Mason Moriarty in 22nd. 23rd is Aaron McAaron with Paul Newton in 24th. Brandon Key is 25th with Justin Miller 26th. Joseph Lester in 27th with Lane Holzer in 28th. Joe Swanson comes home in 29th with Brady Waginger in 30th.
All right, and as we go back to 31st is going to be Andrew Sanzo. 32nd, Raymond Rittenauer, who was running up front for a lot of this race in that 87. A major, Muncie Major. 33rd, 34th, Joe McAddery. 36th, Justin Yee fell all the way back, didn't make the cut. 37th, Justin Champagne. 38th, Andrew Cody. 39th, Matt Taylor. 39th, looks like they got two 39s. Here's Joey Stone. 40th, Joshua Stiles. 41st, Scott Warren, and bringing it the tail end is going to be Killian Brubaker in 42nd.
What a race, Andy. Your final thoughts, of course, for your first attempt of calling some podium action here today.
Oh, first off, thank you, Podium Esports, for letting me sit in on this. It's been an honor. And folks, you can check out Burning Rubber Radio every Tuesday night. Check out burningrubberradio.com.
Of course. Well, with that, we're going to turn it over to our studio host of Cabot, Lady Auburn, and, of course, Strict Pulsa Tricks. Ladies?
Hey, thank you so much. And thank you, Andy, for joining us. It was a pleasure having you up in the broadcast booth. So, Tricks, how many penalties are we up now?
Man, do I have to keep track of that? Do I really have to?
No, you don't have to, because...
Man.
Yeah.
It's getting a bit ridiculous at this point, you know? Like I keep saying through these segments, I'm not sure if they're not watching the broadcast or not, what's going on there, but I keep saying, you know, the penalties are going up and up and up. I keep saying, like, it's always the same penalties, it's always the same, you know, too many pit stalls in entry or exit. It's always, causing an incident, driving unsafe, all this other stuff, and it just keeps happening. I don't know what to do. I can only say things so many times.
Yeah. That's alright, though. It's alright.
Yeah.
So, this is something I've actually noticed in both the Meat Space, NASCAR, Cup, and in our big field of Podium 500 people so far, and it's a lot of people are choosing either the Camaro or the Mustang, and very few are going for the Camry. Is there a reason for this?
That's actually a really good question. I've been wondering this myself as well, because in my opinion, I picked the Camry because, in my opinion, it just looks the nicest. But
Yeah.
there are some actual functional
Yeah, that's
reasons
what I
that
mean,
you would
yeah.
pick one over the other, especially because in the Meat Space NASCAR series, in the Monster Energy NASCAR Cup, the Ford Mustang was found to have an advantage for aerodynamics. So that recently influenced the change to the aerodynamic package on the Mustang, specifically on the front nose of it. So when it comes to the iRacing side of things, there could be things like that where one car has an advantage over another in certain key areas, such as one's faster in the draft, one's faster in qualifying and solo qualifying kind of thing. Others, it could be something as simple as the nose is flatter so you can push harder, or the back is flatter so you can be pushed harder. But the general thing that I've noticed here is a lot of these issues with the spins from getting hit in the back, the bump drafting kind of technique. It's coming as a result of a Mustang being pushed or a Camaro being pushed by a Mustang. I'm not so sure about the Camry and its physical properties. I haven't really looked at that much, but it does seem like the rounded noses are causing issues in the bump draft.
Pony cars trying to kill each other on the track. And doing it very well. All those
They are.
millions of dollars into each car. Millions of virtual bucks into each car. So got another heat coming up.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I wish I knew who was in this particular heat, because I would like to put money on him. Who you got?
I'm not too sure. I've been kind of riding through these heats trying to see who's in the field and kind of, picking names, see which one I like more. But, heading into this race, I'm not so much picking favorites at this point, because I've seen the heats. It's been a mess. So I'm more just rooting for the yellow flag to stay away.
Yes.
Above everything else, but you know what? Perfect. I have the perfect driver. I know he's going to win this next heat.
Okay.
Barry, the pace truck driver. I know.
Of course. And
100%.
Silverado.
Mm-hmm. He's got a
see.
perfect choice. I mean, the wrong choice. I don't think it's even legal, but still a choice.
Let's see. Heat 6. Got lots of fun. Oh, yes. Producer man telling us it's party time. Rince and Taylor. So, we're going to throw it up to Mr. Rince and Mr. Taylor for Heat 6. We are almost done. We just got 2 more heats and then the LCQs. Let's go.
And thank you so much, Cameron Lady Abernon, for that nice welcome. And welcome everyone to the 6th heat for the 4th annual Podium 500. My name is Rence Brown, alongside with my colleague Taylor Burris. Taylor, the racing's been intense, everything's been happening, and now we get ready for the 6th heat of the event. It's been crazy so far.
It certainly has been, Rance. And I mean, you were in the heat races earlier on today, and I got to get from your perspective right quick. What was it like out there for you on the track, the conditions?
You know, the biggest thing that I've noticed is that you're not really dragging the brake as much as you go into a pack. I was lifting a lot more than I thought I was, but there's a lot of... The runs are very, very fast. Very fast. And there's a lot of checking up. In the older car, you can kind of force your way 3 wide and make things work. In this car, I kind of noticed that with the way that the steering is and the way that it kind of rotates and things of that nature, you can't really be as aggressive in the ways that you were before, but as long as you can kind of just see things happen ahead of time, you can kind of preemptively make your moves and try to think of things to go. I went from 32nd up into a transfer spot. Unfortunately, it didn't end up that way, but it is what it is, and that's what Daytona is all about.
It certainly is. A lot of things here still to come. A lot of heavy hitters in heat race number 6. Of course, you got Logan Sheets, Liam Sheen in this race as well. A couple of other drivers who are also making their way. Braxton Deweese over from, of course, the Reaper Speed Lab camp. Dylan Thomas and Seth Eggert, of course, from the Monday Night Racing crew. And Terry Radford, who will be starting shotgun later on in this race.
Well, you know what? I think it's time to meet the starting grid for the 6th heat of the event. And we start off with the pole sitter, Josh Ball, with Logan Sheets to his outside. Gavin Jones is P3 with Seth Knoll P4. Liam Sheen and Will Cooley will be 5th and 6th, should I say, with Michael Cozy Jr. and Austin Johnson in 8th. Jeff Berninger in 9th, and Lucas Sylvester rounding out the top 10.
Steve Martini will be starting in 11th with Joey Mazowicz in the 12th position. Chris Rabel will be starting in 13th with Matthew Baker in 14th. Heath Snyder will be starting in 15th with Michael Rosero in 16th. Dylan Hastings in 17th with Braxton Deweese in 18th. Tyler King is in 19th with Mitchell Howell rounding out your top 20.
Garth Snyder goes into the 21st spot with David Phillips in the 22nd spot. Christopher McCullough in the 23rd position with Daniel Jackson in P24. Thomas Johnson is 25th with Aaron Adcock in the 26th position. Francisco Villarreal is in the 27th spot with Max Lang to his outside in the 28th position. Dylan D. Thomas is in the 29th spot with Matthew Lathrop in the 30th position.
In the 32nd position, Matthew Lathrop is in 31st. Andrew Lutz Jr. is in 32nd with Jordan Clark in 33rd. Justin Reeves in 34th with Robert Vermwald in 35th. Toby Christie, of course, from TobyChristie.com is in 36th with Seth Eggert 37. 38 is Wyatt Ruggiero with Braden Wynn 39th. Brandon Zimmerman in 40th. Then it's Chant Manning in 41st. Justin Hendry in 42nd. And Terry Radford rounds out your 43-car field.
43 cars on the grid going for the top 18 and the top 8. Remember, the top 8 advance to the second duel, and the top 18, or in the back half of the 18, will race in the LCQ later on this evening. So, as we get ready to go racing once again from the Daytona International Speedway, it's been a little bit of everything so far. 40 drivers trying to make their way through a 20-lap heat. And let me tell you, being out there in that third heat, you cannot ride. There's not one part of the race where you can ride. As the pace car starts to make its way off of the racetrack, it's just going to be interesting. I think the guys up front, from what I noticed, was able to just kind of ride and do their thing. But the guys in the back, you have to hustle. You have to hustle the whole time, and you got to make things work.
It certainly is. You're going to have to be able to be careful. You're going to have to be careful to watch where you are going to be. But these drivers have been watching the races that beforehand, and I think some of them have realized that there is a spot to where they need to be careful in, but also there is that sense of aggression and urgency that they're going to show as well. So it's going to be a mixed banter of who will be patient, who will be aggressive, and who will make those brave moves here at the World Center of Racing.
Absolutely. These cars are a little bit different this year, as we keep saying. Obviously, we're beating the drum with this brand new car. Everyone knows it's a brand new car. Very different with the steering. I think that's the biggest thing that I noticed, was that the steering just feels different. I felt a numbness more than anything else in my heat. I don't know whether or not everyone else is feeling the same thing. So you have to almost steer a little bit less than you would beforehand. With the pin-on steering rack that we have now, it makes it for those little tiny adjustments are a lot bigger now, especially if you got someone on your back bumper, someone on your quarter panel. It's definitely a different feel from how it was even a year ago, as the pace truck is off of turn number 4, as we will be getting the 1 to go sign, this time by will be going racing next time by for this, the 6th heat in the 2022 Podium 500 weekend Super Saturday, as we get ready to see who will make it to the LCQ and who will make it to the second duel.
One thing to keep in mind, of course, here, Rance, is a lot of drivers all day have had spotters to come and help them out to get ready for these races. Now, personally, I have someone who prefers a live spotter when racing, but of course, iRacing does provide the spotter in sim for them to compete. But your thoughts, maybe, what do you think does better, the in-sim spotter or a live spotter?
You know, it's one of those things where the in-sim spotter gives you some information and some idea of what's happening, but to have a live spotter kind of giving you that inside-outside run coming from the back, I prefer having runs being told to me, as if to say, if we take the 9 car, for example, of Josh Ball, all right, the 58's getting a run behind you, he's 2 back with the run, 2 cars behind him, he's going to have a run, he's going to have a lot more momentum. I prefer a live spotter because it's a lot more information for the driver. When it's the in-game spotter, for example, you get just enough and you have to kind of guess on your own. Is this going to work? Is the line going to work? Is the run going to work? That's what it comes down to at the end of the day.
Certainly does indeed, and we'll have to see how that will come into play for these drivers who do have the spotters and those who do not have the real-life spotter helping them out.
Absolutely. As we get ready to go racing once again, the pace truck is leading us through turns 3 and 4, headed on to the front stretch. It's about to get wild, everybody. The 6th heat is about to get underway as Josh Ball and Logan Sheets will lead us to the green flag. The pace truck makes a hard left-hand turn to pit road, and we are green for the 6th heat at Daytona.
As we see here.
One lap down, 19 laps to go in the event. As we see to the front of the pack, it is Logan Sheets leading the way. A few drivers getting a little squirrely through 3 and 4. That's to be expected as everyone makes it through the first lap clean and okay.
Certainly is, as they work their way off of turn number 2. Will Cooley, how about him in the 00 machine, as he is trying to work his way through in that, I believe he's sitting in that 5th spot, now moves up to P number 4, having a great run right now for him as he tries to stay within that group, that Sparco machine. Then you, of course, have the 99 of Michael Cozy Jr., who's been a fan favorite with the Logitech G Altis. He holds that 9th, 10th spot. He needs to try to find his way through into the top 8.
Side by side for the race lead as we complete the second lap. Seth Knoll dragging the outside line with him. They got some momentum. Let's see if Seth can clear the bottom lane, or does he try to bring his drafting partner with him? Into turn number 1 they go. It looks like he's about to get clear. Not quite yet. He might get the run off of turn 2. The 00 following in suit. Will Cooley definitely being a great help as the outside line starts to make its run and momentum, and they're starting to clear the bottom lane.
A little bit of a checkup in the middle of the back straightaway here as a couple of cars get a little bit loose. They're going to have to get themselves sorted out. But this opens up the door for the inside lane to now start to take advantage. How about the 21 of Austin Johnson, who will lead that inside lane? He's going to get the push that he needs from, of course, the Josh Ball machine in that 9 car as they come across the line.
Comes across the line to complete lap number 3. It's still the number 1 of Seth Knoll leading the way, should I say. And here comes that bottom lane, the number 21. The number 21 is going to start making his way up through the field. It's going to be side by side off of turn number 2. This is where it's going to get exciting as there's 3 wide action behind this pack, stacking up down the backstretch. The 58 of Logan Sheets checks up breaks up that pack as the outside line absolutely charges right around them. That's what happens here at Daytona. Everyone's trying to jockey for position, minding their P's and Q's for now. But so far, so good, as we're going to complete the 4th lap.
Great drive for everyone right now as we have a couple of new cars working their way up through the field. Seth Knowles now leads the inside lane of that number 1 machine. And then a little further back, you have the 5 car of Matthew Baker, who will lead that outside lane as they go through turns 1 and 2. He has help from Heath Snyder in the front line of Bruzy Ford Mustang as they keep pace with that outside lane, trying to make their way through. Joey Mankiewicz is now trying to work together with the 85 machine of Lucas Sylvester as they make the run towards the top 2 down the backstretch.
Tandem is starting to show its way for the front 2 on the bottom lane. They're going to move up to the top groove. Cooley thought about it. Nope, now he's going now. We're going to move up in front of the 5 of Baker. Here we go to the outside for the lead. Will Cooley to the lead as they jostle behind him, almost 3 wide. Everyone minding their manners as the outside line is starting to show the way. Let's see who's going to drop down to the bottom and bring help along with them. Still a long race to go. 5 down, 15 laps to go at Daytona.
It's a little bit calmer right now, as now I say that, now they're starting to get themselves sorted out to the bottom of the racetrack. It's going to be Heath Snyder who will lead that inside lane. He'll have help from Michael Cozy Jr. down the Daytona Super Stretch. There's 2 Chevrolets going to be pushing each other down to try to make tracks on the top 2 as they work through 3 and 4.
The 24 of Francisco Varela is starting to make it work in the middle groove. He's made his way up as we have fighting for the lead. They're fighting all around 3 wide in the mid-pack. And up front, it is still the number 00 of Will Cooley leading the way so far. But we're starting to see that middle groove making a little headway just because of all the checking up that's happening, either on the bottom lane or the top lane. I would say that middle groove could be viable if we start seeing massive checkups down the backstretch and specifically into the corners.
It's certainly a possibility indeed, Rents. We'll have to keep an eye on that as we progress further into this run. Down the Daytona Super Stretch they'll go. Will Cooley still hold strong on the outside, leading it. He's being the Pied Piper this time, but here comes the 5 of Baker to the inside as caution is out.
Caution out on the racetrack. Let's take a look to see what happened as they wrecked in turn number 3 on this, the 7th lap of the event.
Take a look and see what happened here for our competitors towards the back half of the field. I heard drivers such as Toby Christie and, of course, Terry Radford involved possibly in this instance. Big issues here as they work into the entrance of turn 3. I think one driver just did not get clear, and the chaos ensues once again here at the World Center of Racing.
When you take a run that big and you run that close, it looks like right here as we go on board with Toby Christie, just got in that right rear of the 41 machine, and that's all it takes. That's all it takes at Daytona, as Brendan Wind got the wind knocked out of him down the backstretch. But have no fear, there is a fast repair in this race, but I had to take my fast repair early as we go on board with Aaron in the 23 right here. Let's take a look and see how he does, and he just splits the middle and all. At the very last second, he thought he had it cleared, and then he gets collected. Goes away just like that. But if you burn your fast repair this early, you're put into a very awkward position of, do I or don't I push a little bit more now, or do I try to save my stuff? As Matthew Lathrop was given the end of longest line penalty under this most recent caution for causing an incident.
Certainly it's a tough break, and as we lost count of how many of those causing an incident cautions we've had. Of course, we've had plenty of penalties happen all race long. For Matthew, he's going to have to go to the tail end of the longest line, and we'll have quite a bit of work to do when it's time. But a couple of cars have come onto the pit road. It looks like to be Robert Vormwald, along with Justin Hendery, Aaron Adcock, Tyler King, Jordan Clark, and Toby Christie.
Getting the repair done and getting back out underway. Pretty quick job. Just got to get that fast repair clicked and make sure you don't take tires or fuel. Not really a point here with a 20-lap heat race. Just get in, get out, and then ride in the back if you need to. One of the things that I noticed in my heat race was You needed to be a little bit aggressive, but as long as you can kind of stay in the pack, you're fine. You just need to modulate the throttle. That's the biggest thing compared to the last car is, in the last car, you were able to kind of ride the brake. This one, I was breathing the throttle so much in the center of the corner that I was practically almost out of the throttle trying to not run over people, but that's just how it is. The stack-ups are a lot bigger in this car, and it's proving to be a factor in these heats so far. Just everyone almost not anticipating the checkups. They're just trying to take positions that they can. So let's see if we continue to race green once we go back, because we did get a nice little run to start this event.
Well, as we look right now, Rance, currently the driver who holds the final spot to go into tonight's duels is David Phillips II in the 25 machine, and then it is going to be Max Lane who holds that 18th position.
Yep, and that's one of the most nerve-wracking positions to be in, because you're not up front, but you're not in the back, but you're just at the very edge, the fringe of making it, but you have so much more racing to go. We're just going to be crossing halfway this time by as the pace truck lights are out. We're going to be going green this time by. Should be interesting to see what happens here as Will Cooley takes the outside line. That is a pattern I've been noticing. The outside line seems to be the groove to take. I don't know whether or not that's just because you can control the restarts a little bit better and you can get a nice gap, because the inside line really can't see you, or you really can get a good gap because the inside line can't really see you out the right-hand side of the car, especially if you restart in the right spot. Now, keep in mind this. Restarts go like this. From what I was told in the driver's meeting, as soon as the pace truck drops all 4 tires below the yellow line, the leader can go on the restart. So that's also something to keep in mind. Once the pace truck blends down below the yellow line, it's fair game. So I think that's why the leaders are taking the outside as much as they are.
It's a decent strategy and has been working pretty well here as we keep an eye on some of these competitors. Will Cooley will lead them to the green flag, but that outside lane this past couple of this race here alone has been very strong with the outside lane.
Absolutely. It just seems like the outside line has a lot more momentum, especially if you built it up around the outside. You have all of the engine just winding up and winding up and winding up, and you're able to take that momentum as the pace car will take his momentum to pit road, getting out of the way, and it's green flag racing once again. We're back underway on lap 11 here at Daytona. Will Cooley leads the way with a great restart from Brexton DeWeese. He's going to get all over the back bumper of that 00. Let's see if both of them will clear the bottom entering turn 1. Doesn't look to be the case as the 5 makes a great run side by side. He's actually going to pull off of turn number 2. Let's see if the 00 gets a good run off. Yes, there he goes. As the inside lane completely checks up, the 92 having to go to the middle groove as they race down the backstretch and into turn number 3. The top 3 from the outside line has now cleared the bottom.
Great drive indeed by Will Cooley, Braxton DeWeese, and Michael Cozy Jr. Those 3 are going to separate themselves. Throw in also David Phillips. He gained 4 spots on that restart as they work their way out of turn number 4. A little bit of a bobble. Closest crisis averted right there as they're still getting a bobble and wiggle waggle.
The 39 got out of shape right there. The 39 of Christopher McCullough just about got turned in front of the whole field. Great job by everyone to hold on to those machines. That's what happens at Daytona. It happens so fast that if you get out of the throttle at the wrong time, or if you get into someone's left rear quarter, it could spell disaster as everyone continues to go on. But it reminds me of an old Dale Earnhardt Jr. quote when he told Martin Truex Jr. over the radio, "Tell Martin," at least it was at Talladega, it's like Talladega BR. The outside line here at Daytona, it's like Daytona BR. To the outside, everyone runs. It's the preferred groove as there goes the 39. He gets turned, he goes up and over. Big wreck on the front stretch. They finally got together as drivers go down pit road trying to miss this wreck. We had got a caution on lap 13 of 20 here in the 6th heat at Daytona. As we get a look at the replay, you're going to see at the top of your screen, looks like the 39 got hit in the left rear, and it was on from there. That's what I'm talking about. When you get hit in the left rear and it gets really light, it's very hard to save it as he goes for a wild ride here at the World Center of Racing.
Ride on board with Seth Egger, the R3 Motorsports machine. Let's see how, from his point of view, the chaos that ensues in front of him. Does a great job of slowing it down. He sees all the smoke, but does he make it through? It's just a cloud of smoke, goes up a little bit. And he will, looks like, I ain't going to say anything just yet, because here at Daytona, you think you can be clear, and next thing you know, you get punted around before it's all said and done.
Well, here's another thing that no one's really thinking about. The way that the brakes work now is you need to have some heat into the brake pedal, or into the brake rotors themselves. If you don't have any heat into the brake rotors, it's going to be very hard to stop these cars. In the past, again, you can ride the brakes as you see another angle of this flip up and over and around, and there goes the whole field. It happens at Daytona that quickly, and especially in the tri-oval, how narrow it gets, especially with that safer barrier jutting out on the entry of the tri-oval. Very, very easy to come together right now, and he went up and over. The 39 did.
He definitely did go over those drivers there, and a tough break for him, but that's a little musical reference right there, Mr. Rance Brown. We got our first musical reference, I believe, here in Podium Esports qualifying day. So great effort on that one, as the field will line up behind the pace car the pace truck once again. Barry, the pace truck driver, doing what he does best, leading the field at Daytona.
You know what? This pace truck, I don't know whether or not he's got an infinite fuel tank, but he's been out there doing his thing. I don't know whether or not they've had driver swaps. Remember, the 24 Hours of Daytona was a few weeks ago. Who knows if they got driver swaps for the pace truck, but they're doing a great job leading the field so far this evening, as Will Cooley continues to lead the way, and I would be surprised if the 00 does not take the outside lane on the next restart, as it seems to be the lane to be in.
Certainly has been the lane choice to be in for a lot of these drivers, as a couple of drivers are trying to get themselves situated. Looking through the field to see who are some of our biggest movers. How about this? Terry Radford started 43rd. He's now 19th, so he is just one spot away from the outside, looking in to at least make it to the LCQs.
Yep, Terry's right there. He's just on the brink of making it in. The big thing I also noticed, and I know there's many big things that I've noticed in this race so far and in this event that we can also carry on into all the racing happening next week here at Daytona, especially with the Daytona 500 and NIS happening next week, so the pace car lights are out. Damage is a big factor. The one thing that I had was a lot of damage in the rear end, but I kind of parachuted late in the event. I didn't have the opportunity to kind of suck back up to the pack. So if you have damage late in this race, chances of you holding on to the pack are pretty slim, to be honest with you, with the way that the damage and the way the aero is really being affected so far in this event.
It certainly is a big effect on a lot of these drivers here, and this is going to be important to see how that will come about, especially for some of those who already have some damage to the rear end of their machines.
Absolutely. It's more or less the front of the race car getting damaged is a lot worse than the rear end, but I have noticed that if the rear end is crumpled up, there is a parachute effect. Definitely not something you want at Daytona when you're relying so heavily on draft and around other people. You need to get as much of a draft as possible, and if you can't suck up to the guy right in front of you, your chances might be over, as I am correct. The 00 of Will Cooley takes the outside line right behind him. Don't look now. That 5 of Matthew Baker right behind in tow, but that bottom lane might be able to do something here. That 35 of Brexton DeWeese on that last restart stayed right with the 00. So far, so good, as the pace truck is about to make his way off of the racing surface, and Barney will lead us back to the green flag as he's got the green flag in hand, and we are back to racing here at Daytona. 5 laps of racing to go. Who will make the top 8? Who will make the top 18 and continue their dreams in trying to make the Podium 500, the 4th annual Podium 500 through and through, up into the LCQs and up into the duels.
It's a great race so far as Will Cooley and Braxton DeWeese will lead the field as they come down the Daytona Superstretch. Of course, the 5 of Baker will be helping Cooley as they work down. DeWeese has Michael Cozy Jr. helping him on the inside, and right now the outside line is the place to be as everyone's going to the top side and following the Pied Piper, Will Cooley, around Daytona.
The thing is, then we have a caution out on the racing surface on the 16th lap of the event. Another caution here at Daytona as there's a big wreck in the middle of 3 and 4. Drivers turning their cars into lawnmowers, trying to help out the Daytona International Speedway grounds crew. As we're going to take a look here, it looks like it's just a coming together in turn 3. A mangled mess. Drivers hitting the outside wall hard. And that's just how it goes. We get an overhead view of this wreck as we go into turn 3. You see the run that everyone's getting, the checkup effect, the accordion effect happens, and that's not the right musical notes to play with your accordion, as many of these drivers wind up on the record.
Yeah, accordions are not supposed to sound like crinkled metal in race cars. That is definitely not the note you want to be listening to here at these cars continue to go around, but tough break for a lot of heavy hitters and competitors. Seth Eggert has been on pit road, Toby Christie as well, Tyler King, Jordan Clark, a lot more drivers having to deal with some major damage to their machines.
Absolutely, and the big thing that I'm noticing, the absolute massive thing that I'm noticing is the outside line is just able to rocket away from the bottom off of turn 2. The inside can hang through the middle of 1 and 2, but once you get to the exit, it's that top group, as I said earlier, just has that momentum and they're more formed. I feel like the only way you're going to be able to bring back that top group is to get right up on that quarter panel and try to suck that outside line back using the side draft. Obviously, with the way that side draft has been over the last couple of months and how we've seen it already kind of play out today, you really have to be committed to it, but you have to be very careful because it's such a fine line between making it work and making a huge accident in one corner or even on a straightaway. It is what it is.
It certainly is what it is. We'll hopefully find out if any of these drivers can make it to the checkered flag at one piece. So far, looking at Will Cooley, he's being quite consistent running up front. Matthew Baker having a really good run in this heat race here. It's going to be interesting to see what he can do in the closing stages. Currently, Daniel Jackson holds that 8th spot, and Robert Vormwald holds the 18th spot.
Robert Vormwald right now is praying. He's praying that he can just keep it together and make it to the LCQ. I was in this spot a few hours ago, and let me tell you, it's nerve-wracking because, as I said earlier, you're not in the front, you're not in the back, you're smack dab in the middle of the pack, where you can either make a great run and you don't have to worry about being 18th, or you could just be going, wait, no, come back, what's happening? Or you get wrecked. It's incredible what Daytona can do to your psyche and how you think about racing. Because one moment you're in, one moment you're out, next moment you put everything together and you can make the show very easily. Now, the pace truck here is going to go and turn the lights off. If I am correct, this should go to a green-white checkered as we're about to complete the 18th lap, coming to the 19th lap. The 00 of Will Cooley will take the outside line as, yes, we are in a green-white checkered attempt, everyone. The first attempt at a GWC here for the 6th heat of 8 here on this Super Saturday for the Podium 500. Just a quick reminder that the top 8 go to the second duel automatically, and the back half up to the 18th position goes to the LCQ to give their chance to make it to the dual race.
Renz, I got to talk right quick about what's your thoughts on who some of the surprise drivers before we take this green flag who have made their way up to the field, or even those who have stayed clean and consistent since the drop of the green flag early on.
You know what? I'm looking at the 24. Francisco Varela is doing a really great job. He powered his way up through the outside in the middle, using any lane that someone isn't to try to make it work. He's on the outside now, in P10. He's 2 spots out. He's 2 spots out of making it into the duels. And Toby Christie as well with a second strike, so he will be on a 1-lap hold for causing that last incident, I believe, as the pace truck is making its way through 3 and 4. Everyone buckle on up. It's time to go and do overtime here at Daytona. This is what is so nerve-wracking because you've raced so clean, especially up front. It can go away from you, as you saw in the last heat, very quickly. Even the guys up in the top 5 were scratching their heads as the pace truck drops off of the racing surface. We're back to green flag racing, 2 laps to settle it. Who makes the show? Who goes home? It's going to be all the marbles here as the outside line continues to be the way to move as the 00 of Will Cooley shows the way as they enter turn number 1.
Austin Johnson's going to be behind Will Cooley, giving them the push they need. But how about this? Heath Snyder giving the push to Matthew Baker to get them to the front of the field as they come out of turn 2. Down to Daytona Superstretch. Baker. Now Snyder moves up to the top side. We're going to have ourselves a little bit of a race here as they work down the Superstretch. Cooley will be behind Snyder. And, of course, Braxton DeWeese will be right behind Baker as they go through 3 and 4.
The inside line did exactly what I said on that last caution. They broke up the outside line by using that side draft. Heath Snyder to the race lead, coming to the white flag. 1 more lap to go around Daytona, and the caution comes out 500 yards away from the start-finish line. Guess what? We're gonna have to re-rack it and do it all over again as we look at the replay of this one. They're wrecking already in turn number 3 and 4. Just looks like a hard impact. Oh my. Geez, we are repainting the safer barriers today. It just looks like the 41 got tagged in the left rear as these guys are trying to make their way possibly into a position if they wreck in front of them. Just kind of looks like the inside lane pushed up the track and the 41 had nowhere to go. Hard impacts for the 6, the 41, and everyone else behind as they also wrecked off of turn 4 as well. The 39, not a great day for him. He went from having a great day to an awful day. Christopher McCullough has decided to pull it down into the garage area and call it a day as we take a look to see what happens to Christopher. On the right rear gets hooked a little bit and it's on from there. Very easy to do at Daytona, getting on those rear quarter panels and sending them around. But guess what, Taylor? We get to do it all over again for his second attempt at a green-white checkered finish as Thomas Johnson has gotten actually his black flag cleared. I thought he got black flag. Nope. He got his black flag cleared.
Yeah, a little bit of a sigh of relief for Thomas Johnson as he's trying to get himself situated. Of course, Thomas Johnson sits in 30th right now, so he's got a lot of work. And, of course, retaliation penalty has been happening for Chance Manning as he is disqualified.
He has been yeeted from the event. He is no longer able to run in the event due to a disqualification. You know what? We got to give Barney some ice, some Blue Emu, some Icy Hot, something for his poor elbow. Look at this man. He's held his hand out like that, his arm like that the entire time. Give a call to Barney, the flagman, doing the best job he can. If it were me, my arm would have fallen off by now. He's making it work today. He's making his keep. He's earning his keep here at Daytona as the laps continue to wind down as we're going to go to another GWC here. So far, so good, though.
Yeah, so far so good, and like you pointed out, of course, the hardest working man in iRacing, Barney the Flagman, always working hard in any race, whether it be from the high banks of Daytona to the short tracks at New Smyrna to, of course, the crazy and exotic worlds of sports car racing in Europe and Australia. I mean, wherever you see a flag wave, you know it is Barney the Flagman.
He's well-traveled. He just wants to travel the world. He just flew back from being in Bathurst for the 12-hour today. So a man of many talents, Barney the Flagman, as Heath Snyder leads the field here. It's going to be interesting to kind of see. Does he take the outside? Does he take the inside? As I hear MVP chants rain down from the crowd, giving it up for Barney the Flagman. Everybody is appreciative of the work he does. It looks like Heath has declared the top groove of the racetrack. Now, this is going to be the interesting part. The 00 of Will Cooley got broken up in the last time by on the outside groove. It's going to be interesting to see if they do the exact same thing, but let's do a quick rundown of the top 10 and the 18th position while we get the opportunity here, Taylor. Heath Snyder leads the race with Will Cooley in second, Braxton DeWeese in third with Matthew Baker in fourth, Austin Johnson in fifth with Michael Cozy in the sixth position with Seth Knoll seventh. David Phillips is currently the eighth driver in right now. He would make it into the second dual race with Daniel Jackson and Joey Mazowitz right behind. I believe I said that right. If I didn't, I am very sorry, but he is in the 10th position. If we look down in the 18th spot, Mitchell Howell in the 61 runs in that final transfer position. Clean cars around him. It's going to be interesting right here. We're going to be coming around to the second attempt at a green-white checkered.
Going to be interesting to see how this will play out here. This is attempt number 2. Barney, the flagman, will have that green flag in hand. Barry, the pace truck driver, who has led the most laps all day today, as he will continue to make that hard left turn down pit road to go back at it here once again at the World Center of Racing. We got a couple more heat races left to go, and then it's time for the LCQs, Rents, which is going to be even more exciting and a little bit longer races too.
A little bit longer. Yeah, you have to keep in mind, over 300 drivers have registered for this event. You got to cram 40 into each heat, and then you got 20 laps to decide it. LCQ is going to be a little longer, a little bit more calm as the pace truck leaves the way. It's going to be the 15 of Heath Snyder with no help as he leads us back to green. The 00 of Will Cooley is going to have a massive attempt to take the lead entering turn number 1 as he's going to pull ahead, but watch the 15. He might get a big run down the backstretch. The 35 all over the back bumper. Braxton DeWeese has been a great pusher tonight. And there goes the 15 and the 35 clearing the bottom groove. The 99 is going to follow suit. Michael Cozy Jr., what can he do as we're going to go through 3 and 4 coming to the white flag? The bottom lane is completely disintegrated. Everyone to the top groove as we're approaching the white flag lap.
As they come out of turn number 4, hopefully to take the white flag. Everyone's trying to jockey for position. White flag in the air for Barney the Flagman. He's at it vigorously. He knows this could be a good one, but Will Cooley, will he try to fight his way up? He's on that bottom lane all by himself. We'll have to see who comes out on top.
This race is official. A caution will not decide this finish. The front 4 cars are completely clear of the bottom lane. Will Cooley down on the bottom of the racetrack. He's losing positions. He might be in danger of not even making the dual race. In down the backstretch they go. The 9 drops low. Here comes the inside line. Do they have an opportunity? Heath Snyder leads the way. There goes the run to the inside. It's going to be a run to the end. It's going to be a run to the checkered flag. Side by side, it's Braxton DeWeese and the rest of the field coming through. Heath Snyder will win at Daytona. And let's take a look to see who got the 8th spot. It looks like Matthew Baker gets it at the line. He will be the final driver into the second dual race. And to wind up in the LCQ, Michael Rosario will be the final driver locked in to the LCQ. Heath Snyder with the win at Daytona. What an unbelievable finish right there.
What a great race. They were coming at it 3, almost even 4 wide at some points during that finish. And as we find out to see who it is, of course, this is all unofficial. They still got to go through everything and make sure who is going to finish where.
Absolutely. And it looks like, if I look at the results once again, Terry Radford just misses the show, 19th spot. It's one of those things that happen. Is let's take a look at the running order, the finishing order for this race in the 6th heat of 8. Heath Snyder gets the win with Michael Cozy Jr. finishing 56/100ths of a second behind in second position, with Braxton DeWeese in third. Josh Ball, who got the pole, finishes 4th with David Phillips in 5th. Joey Mezowitz with the 6th spot. Francisco Varel gets the 7th position. He's locked into the duel. with Matthew Baker in 8th. He will be the final driver locked into duel number 2 out of this heat. Will Cooley in 9th. He'll have to go to the LCQ. And Austin Johnson in the top 10 in the 10th position.
Seth Noel will come home in 11th, followed by Robert Bormwald in 12th position. Jeff Beringer will come home 13th, with Lucas Sylvester in 14th. Steve Martini will come home 15th, with Riot Rogario in 16th. Mitchell Howell will come home in 17th, with Michael Rosario in 18th to transfer into the LCQ. Terry Radford, just shy of a couple of spots. He'll come home in 19th by 8 thousandths of a second. Daniel Jackson rounds out your top 20.
As we take a look a little bit further on, Gavin Jones, 21st. He misses the show with Matthew Lathrop in the 22nd spot. Seth Eggert misses it too, 23rd. Gave it his all, but 23rd is where he'll finish. Dustin Reeves, 24th. Andrew Letts Jr., 25th. Dylan Thomas, 26th. Thomas Johnson, 27th. Tyler King, 28th. Brandon Zimmerman, 29th. And Max Lang in 30th.
Chance Manning will come home in 31st after being disqualified, followed by Toby Christie in 32nd. Brandon Wynn will come home in 33rd, with Christopher McCullough in 34th. Jordan Clark in 35th, with Justin Hendry in 36th. Dylan Hastings in 37th, with Garth Snyder in 38th. 39th goes to Logan Sheets, with Liam Sheen in 40th. 41st is Aaron Adcock, and Chris Rabel rounds out your 42-car field.
Well, there you have it, everyone. The 6th heat race is done. It's in the books. We have 2 more heat races to go. Who will go on and race their way into the LCQ or the duels? But for now, we are going to be saying, I'll see you in a bit from Daytona. Let's send it back on over to the studio for Cameron Lady Abernon and Strix Pulsatrix in the studio.
Like a rock. Barry Silverado's driving like a rock. He never let the crashes get to him.
Oh, you know.
Like a rock. Wow, 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 wow.
Oh, we have fun here. We have so much fun here.
Yes.
And honestly, that race was very close. Very close to being fun. It's just unfortunate that once again, green white checkers numerous times because people keep wrecking each other. They're getting too aggressive.
Yeah, it's
boy.
the blood in the water that's called $1,000.
Yes.
They really want that money.
Yeah, now all of a sudden it makes sense. I totally forgot. They're playing for like money?
Right, yes.
All right, so some information on that last race, by the way. Let me just pull up my notes here real quick.
I love information.
So as of right now, between this heat race we just watched all the way up to the first one, we've seen 10 pit lane end of line violations. We've seen 26 end of line penalties, period, whether it's a pit lane violation or causing a wreck or other things. And we've now seen 3 disqualifications.
Oof.
It's unfortunate, but some people, you need to keep your temper down. You gotta simmer off a little bit,
Yeah.
But it's hard to really keep track of, it's really hard to keep the whole picture in view if you follow a saying. I'm sure there's a better way of saying that phrase. Everybody knows it. You know it. It's fine. 240 drivers up to this point have had their shot. Over 240 drivers have had their shot at the Podium 500, and 80 drivers are yet to go through. There's still 2 heats left. So the fact that we've had that many drivers go through and that many cautions, when you put that into perspective, it kind of makes sense.
Yeah. All I know is I'm pouring a Rowdy Energy Peach Mango out for Terry Radford.
Oh,
my fellow, one of our fellow broadcast peoples. He was racing. He almost made it. He almost made it to the LCQ.
Yeah, very, very close. However, moving on to the next heat, though,
Yes.
there is one name that I do recognize, and that is because in the end of January, somewhere around there, I also did commentary for the FTF 500 at Daytona 2008 in the next gen cars. You remember at the top of the broadcast, I did mention seeing the next gen cars at Daytona, but at the 2008 bumpier version of this track, it was the FTF 500, and Cosmin Ionescu was the one to win that one, and he's in the next heat. So definitely keep an eye on him. I think he's going to wreck the field, and not the way we think. Like, he's just going to dominate, I think.
Let's see. Let me look at the list here for myself. I know I see Landon Huffman.
There's also Ryan Hill in the field as well.
Yeah, and Brandon and Pearl holding it down in 42nd. Lots of fine names. Getting ready to rock and roll.
Yeah,
And,
it's going to be a great heat because there's a lot of people in that heat who are very good. Cosmin Ionescu, especially. He's, I see a lot of talent behind him, and whenever I've seen him get into a wreck, it's not ever his fault. He's trying to do what he can to avoid it, and it just kind of collects him. So he's probably, praying to any god that will listen that he keeps his nose clean and is able to stay up front and control the race.
Yes, awesome. All right, and with that, Mr. Producer Man just told us it's time for heat number 7. We throw it back up to the booth with Taylor and Rince.
Thank you very much, Cameron. Thank you very much, Strix, as we are ready to get ready for the 7th heat here. And Rents, time we have a little fun here. We saw some great racing in heat race number 6. We're getting ever so closer, and as we saw from Lady Auburnon, a lot of heavy hitters in this race. We got Ricky Harden, Sean Boundy, Cosmin Eisenow, and then of course Kenny Kibbe, Jason Maines, Kenny Powell, and Austin Coop, and Ryan Hill. So a wide variety of different drivers across all different forms of motor racing here on iRacing that has come to play here in heat race number 7.
Absolutely, the penultimate round of the heats right here, right now at Daytona. I'm looking at some more of the names in here. You also have a man by the name of Landon Huffman, who is he's a wheel man. I've seen him wheel a few cars in my day, so he's a great driver to watch. I'd keep my eyes on him. Funny enough, back in the day, we did a league race, and we did a race at Talladega, and we kind of unintentionally reenacted the 2011 Talladega finish when they were 5 wide at the start-finish line. So Landon Huffman is a guy that I'd keep my eyes on as well, and this is going to be fun. The last race was pretty fun. The green-white checkers is something that is going to, I think, keep going forward and forward and forward as we get through these last 2 heats, but it's just about if these guys can keep it clean and green for a bit and see what these cars can do. It's a learning experience for everybody, and I think we're starting to kind of see them figure it out, and I am kind of curious to see if the high line is still the lane to run in.
Certainly, I have to agree with you on that, Rents. The outside lane has been the preferred choice of line indeed for all of these competitors, especially we saw that in heat race number 6. I'm interested to see who is going to be able to be the Pied Piper on that outside lane. We saw Cooley, of course, be that one before he got passed in those closing stages. But I have a feeling someone else might come up to the top of the board and show a big surprise here today at the World Center of Racing.
Absolutely, absolutely. There's always somebody that figures out a super speedway package. Some people do better on the big tracks at Daytona and Talladega than others. It's just about how well you adapt and how well you can get your way through the field. To be quite honest with you, it doesn't really matter where you start. I started 32nd and I worked my way up into a transfer spot within the first 5-6 laps. All that happens there, Taylor, is just how do you get through that traffic and how do you see the race play out from the driver's seat?
Well, see who gets through where as we get ready to give you your starting lineup for heat race number 7. It is going to be Cosmin Eisenow who will start on the pole with Garrett Conrath in 2nd place. Ricky Harden is going to be starting in 3rd, followed by Max Brady in, of course, the 4th position. Reese Bayham is starting 5th with Sean Boundy in 6th. Kevin Champagne is going to be starting in 7th with Randall Nichols in 8th. Noel Forge is starting in 9th with Dylan Herbaton rounding out your top 10.
Dylan Parker in the 11th position with Justin Lazenby in the 12th position with Alistar Topley. 13th, Brandon Puntetto in the 14th spot. I'll get that name eventually. Jason Maines, 15th with John Morris. 16th, Wade Poole in the 83 and the 17th spot. Bobby Cheney, 18th in the 45. Nicholas Pressey, 19th in the 12. And Christopher Tate in the 20th position.
In the 21st position, we'll find Kenneth McCullough Jr., followed by Tom Mercier in 22nd. Landon Huffman starting in 23rd, followed by Austin Coop in 24th. Ryan Hill will start in 25th with Adam Lecce in 26th. Jim Vance in 27th with Chris Shoemaker in 28th. Kenny Kibbe is in 29th, and 30th is Kenny Powell.
As the pace truck and the field start to make their way onto the racing surface, Sean Stevens starts 31st with Tyler Brewer 32nd. Jared Wishen in the 33rd spot. Spencer Torrance, 34th with Charles Whitehead, 35th. Charles Kramer in the 36th spot with Jordan Kuntz in the 37th position. Mike Witt and Matthew Kent make up the 38th and 39th spots. Rhett Nichols is 40th with Russell Bratka and Ted Hutchinson rounding out the field for the 7th heat of the day.
Field trying to get themselves situated to get ready for heat race number 7 as Cosman will lead them to the green flag. Got to get a look at the grill of that number 84 machine. Apparently he's got it up for sale, so we'll see if anybody can buy that ride off Cosman, as we'll see if he can get a good running here, maybe have a great time, and maybe win heat race number 7.
Very talented painter Cosman is Splash and Go Graphics. It's where I get all my paint schemes from. Most of the community gets paint schemes from him too. Unbelievable job that he does, very talented. Let's see if he can command this field a little bit. He's on the inside line, so we'll see what happens.
We certainly will, as Barry, the pace truck driver, will make out of harm's way down pit road. Barney the flagman, he's ready to go. He had a rowdy energy drink, and now the green flag is out, and he is vigorously waving that green flag to get heat race 7 started. As we make one green flag lap so far, Cosman will be your race leader, followed by Garrett Conrath second. The Max Brady will round out your top 3 as there goes single file down into turn 1, and the top side will be the beneficial line to be in as the field on the inside lane is starting to try and get something to work. And I believe that 15 machine of Ricky Harden is going to be the Pied Piper on the bottom of the racetrack.
One of the big things I noticed is if you look back at the 15 car, he checked up or had something happen to him on that first lap of the race, and he checked up that whole inside line. As you see, that bottom groove pretty much died early on, as that top groove is the way to go. Cosman continues to lead the way as we're going to complete lap 2. That outside line is the preferred groove. A lot more momentum, a lot more of a chance to power your way around that outside groove. Think of the outside line as the passing lane like you would on an interstate. The inside line, you're going to kind of protect that yellow line. You can't really go down there and pass anybody. But that outside line, that's where you can really make up ground. That's where you can pass people, and you really get that bump draft as we continue to lead the way. Cosman and Garrett, 1 and 2.
Great drive right now for those two. How about Reese Bayham from the Lowline Racing Organization in the number 1 machine following Ricky Harden, trying to get that inside lane working, but so far no avail as they come off of turn number 4 down the front straightaway through the triangle. You're right on board with Reese Bayham as he tries to help Ricky Harden get to the front of the field right now. They are currently right alongside the 51 machine, currently driven by Randall Nichols as they come into turn 1.
The biggest thing I'm noticing is no one from the top groove is really trying to drop low. They like running that top groove. They're able to pull that lane, and the inside lane just can't get a run. The only way that that inside line is going to generate a run is to go up the track and try to side draft the cars back. That's really the only way, because the outside is just so powerful. Unless the one can get on the back bumper of Ricky and really give him a good shove, it just looks like right now that inside line, it just doesn't have that same momentum as they're 3 wide behind this double file racing as there goes the inside lane. Let's see if that 47 can make anything happen there, Taylor.
We're certainly going to see that happening as the 47 machine of Dylan Hervaden will now lead that inside lane. One car goes to the very top side. That's the 94 machine, who will get stuck to the outside lane as they work their way through turns 1 and 2. He has to find an opening to get to the bottom of the racetrack or to that second groove, as we're now seeing some great racing action down the Daytona Super Stretch as Hervaden leads the inside lane. Now the third lane is starting to come into play.
Yep, there it is. Landon Huffman is in the middle of the pack right now. 3 wide in the middle. He's making his runs. He's up into... Oh, there we go. The 47 gets turned down below the apron. That will not bring out a caution. We're going to stay green, but that's really, really, really going to put a big blow to his chances, as now the caution is out. We're wrecking behind on the front stretch with a few guys. Austin Coop, the back half of the field. It is a melee at Daytona.
Tough break for a lot of drivers here, as we just saw Austin Coop involved in that. Christopher Tate and a few more cars. Charles Kramer finally gets his way into the inside line again. As we take a look at the replay, one car right there below that yellow line finally rejoins, and then right there's the contact with the 64. He'll go up and over a little bit, makes contact with the 53 machine. Tough break.
Just looks like when he came back up the racetrack, you know, it's one of those things where I think guys were expecting him to maybe hold the yellow line and stay down there, but when he came back up, there's just not a lot of room. Again, Daytona is very narrow on that front stretch, especially in the tri-oval. You don't think of Daytona being narrow, especially with the 3 wide, 4 wide racing you can get here, but all it takes is just a little bobble, and that man went for a ride right there. Definitely big F for that man, as they're going to have to take that fast repair for sure. Only 5 laps into the event. And again, it comes down to, do you really want to take that fast repair now, or do you just want to ride it out, be a modified for a bit, and take it when it matters the most? As you see, what a job, just cutting all the way down below the yellow line. Rhett Nichols goes and misses that wreck completely. Heads up driving by the number 4.
Some great heads-up driving by several competitors to avoid that incident here, but we'll have to see how this will work out as we are under caution for the first time here. 6 laps completed, coming to complete lap number 7 here. We are going to be closing in on just about the halfway point momentarily. We should be at that halfway point when we take the green flag once again. Currently, right now, Kenneth McCullough Jr. holds that 8th position to move on into tonight's duels. And then looking into the LCQ, Charles Kramer in the 94 machine currently holds the 18th position.
Still under caution here. We should be getting 1 to green this time by. It's going to be interesting to kind of see what lane Cosman takes. Inside, outside. He's going to take the inside lane. Interesting. But I guess we got 1 more lap of caution because we're still trying to clean up all the race car parts and, I guess, brain matter that got strewn across the racetrack, because that was a painful wreck on the front straightaway. But that happens, just guys trying to go for spots that aren't really there anymore. And they all just kind of go and get all tangled up.
Certainly is a tough break indeed for a lot of drivers here as they're trying to get themselves situated. A couple of cars have come down pit road. Drivers such as Matthew Kent, John Morris, Charles Whitehead, Kenny Powell was able to stay out on the track, Austin Coop.
Take a look here. Max Brady's running in that third spot. Max is someone that I would be watching as the run goes on. And I also want to keep an eye on the 10th position, Landon Huffman in that number 75. He is making moves. He started, if I can take a look right here, Landon Huffman started in the 23rd spot. So he has been able to race his way up through the field. It is possible. But the big thing about that is you really have to anticipate your run. You have to think 2 steps ahead of everybody else. In the old car, you can kind of make your run. You kind of went with what was happening. In this car, it kind of feels like you have to think a little bit more about where you're going to want to pass, how you're going to want to pass, and when you want to do it, because that outside line is just so darn good that you really need to think, all right, do I want to go to the inside? Do I want to stay behind this guy? Do I want to lift and just ride? Do I want to get on the quarter panel and side draft? As now the pace truck lights should extinguish. Let's take a look here. It is. Cosman will take the inside lane. First time pretty much all afternoon long there, Taylor, that someone is going to take the inside lane for a restart. We're so used to the outside line being the lane to take. Should be interesting to kind of see how the 84 does in that bottom groove.
It certainly is going to be an interesting scenario. We're going to find out. We'll give you a quick rundown of your top 10. Cosman Eiseno is in first, followed by Garrett Conrath second, Max Brady third, Sean Boundy fourth, Randall Nichols in fifth with Justin Lisby in sixth. Kenneth McCullough Jr. is in seventh with Brandon Paneto in eighth, Dylan Parker ninth, and Landon Huffman rounds out your top 10.
Down the backstretch we go, and let's see what happens here on this restart. I'm very curious as to how the outside line does, because it's shown all race long that that's the one where you can just kind of take runs. And everyone who's watching this, take note for the Daytona 500, the NIS Daytona 500 next week, because I do believe that the outside line is going to be the preferred groove even in that race. It's just going to be interesting to kind of see what transpires in the next couple of laps as we're going to be approaching the 10th lap of the event as we're about to exit turn number 4.
We are about to see that as Barry, the pace car driver, is about to get off the track and rejoin, and we will see Barney the flag man have the green flag in hand, and we're about to see who is going to come out on top in this race here. Green flag is out, and Cosman will lead them to the green flag. Garrett Conrath to the outside lane. Great jump by Cosman, but it might be too much of a gap as he tries to go to that outside lane in front of Garrett Conrath, and a big send by Brady. He'll go to the outside.
Right there, that just shows how big the outside lane is. Max Brady said, no, do not leave without me. I want to be part of this. And he jumped on board at the last possible second. He's going to be in P2. That inside lane, once again, not really able to stay with the outside. The only way they're going to do it is to side draft, as the 51 is getting a push by that 5. Got to be careful as Landon Huffman's out to the outside lane. Almost went up into the wall a little bit. Now he's going to ride in line. Up into the top 10 comes the 75 of Landon Huffman as we go on board with the late model driver as he continues his charge to the front.
Justin Lisenby holds that outside lane. Randall Nichols, the Pied Piper, on the bottom of the racetrack. Possible third groove coming into play. Nope, they're going to think better of it. They're going to stay 2 lanes right now as they work their way through turns 1 and 2. Watching the battling here as we keep an eye on that 8th position held by Landon Huffman. He is going to try to find a way around Randall Nichols to give him a little bit of a cushion and have a shot to make it into tonight's duels. Meanwhile, Charles Kramer still holds on to that 18th spot. He'll have a shot to maybe go into the LCQs, but everyone's starting to pace themselves and get ready for a little bit of a stretch of racing here at Daytona.
The leaders remain single file. The race is right behind the leaders for about where that blue number 5 is, right around that little gap right there as we continue to race here. Completing lap 11. Lap 12 is now the one that we are looking at. The
couple of cars in the grass.
A couple cars in the grass. They're going to save it. Just some 200-mile-an-hour lawnmowers going through there, but no blood, no foul. As we continue to race here at Daytona, that top groove is just pulling that bottom. They keep falling further and further and further back. How are they going to make it work on the bottom groove?
They're going to need some more help, get a little more organized, but of course you got to make sure you have the right people in line. They are not that organized on that inside lane compared to the top side, and they're going to keep on training through here and working their way through the middle of turns 3 and 4. They'll go. The 76 machine right there as he is trying to think about taking a peek. He's thinking better of it. That, of course, is going to be, I believe, if I find him right quick, 76 machine, I believe, might be, as we're on board with Dylan Parker. He is currently trying to work with Brandon Panetto, who is right in front of him as they push Randall Nichols, and I believe that 76 machine is going to be Kenneth McCullough Jr. in that mix.
I believe that is correct. As we're looking at that bottom groove, the 51 of Randall Nichols got a great run through there. Is don't look now behind the 51. They're starting to go 3 wide, making that middle groove work. The checkups are going to start getting a little bit more extreme. The 55 making his way through this pack. He's saying, excuse me, pardon me, coming through. It is a hornet's nest behind the top 5. I would not want to be back there. As look at the 55 making moves inside, outside, inside, outside. He wants to make a run through this field. He is not done. Ryan Hill trying to make his way into the next round of this race. As there's a wreck in the back, a big wreck up and over, trampolining over the field. Massive wreck in turn number 2. Multiple cars involved on this, the 14th lap of the 7th heat.
What a drive right there for Ryan Hill before that caution came out. The Trash Panda himself, as we like to call him, winner of the Rolex 24 as well earlier this year, as we see the chaos ensue behind him. And who is the one that might have started that incident? Ooh, right there, the number 4 machine of Rhett Nichols might have gotten into contact with some competitors.
Take a look here. Let me go and figure it out right here. So if I go on board, Chris Shoemaker is right in the center, and it looks like Chris Shoemaker in that black number 4 just gets right into the left rear quarter panel of Bobby Chaney, and it was on from there. It's just not enough space right there. 3 wide works, but you got to cut each other's a little bit of slack, and it just kind of looked like that machine, the Chris Shoemaker machine, the number 42, just try to put his nose into a gap that didn't really exist. As we go on board with Chris Shoemaker, you're going to see this run form. He's going to try to stick his nose right to the inside in between the 36 and that 45, and just not enough space. That man's in the 36 took off and went for a ride. I don't know if he's got a pilot's license, but he is cleared for takeoff. There's an airport right behind the backstretch. And ground control to Major Tom. He is gone.
Noel Forger in that number 36, so close to becoming a pilot here in the Podium 500 qualifying day, and he's got a little bit of work to do before he can be a space cadet, but you know what, we'll see if he can get another shot. But I think it's safe to say, looking at that number 36 iRacing machine, it is done. It is battered. It is beaten. You'll have to possibly try again next year.
And that's the unfortunate bit, is your race can come to an end so quickly. If you haven't used your fast repair, this is the time to do it, as we are within 5 laps to go. The next caution, if we get one before the white flag, will send us into a green-white checkered, because by the time we go racing, it's going to be about 3 laps to go. So the intensity is about to ramp up, pick up, and get going, as right now in the 8th position, Landon Huffman rides. He's currently into the dual race, the second duel as it stands. And Jordan Kuntz in the 99 runs in the 18th position, with Wade Poole just on the outside looking in. So it's about to get really wild, as we were seeing. 3 wide racing. It's gonna be interesting.
Very, very interesting indeed. And I am excited to see how the rest of heat race number 7 will play out, as they get 5 laps to go. Going to need to be 4, maybe possibly 3 laps to go when we come around and get that lights out on the pace truck. A couple of cars have gotten some penalties regarding restart violations as well as pit road violations.
Yeah, looks like a few guys are getting some penalties right there. It's one thing that I will say, it's 2 in, 2 out. 2 boxes in, 2 boxes out when you leave. a lot of people are very used to just, cruising down pit road. All right, I'm going to go through 5 or 10 boxes, run over as many pit crews as possible. Oh, you don't need that left rear tire changer. It's fine. But here, you got to go through 2 and you got to leave through 2. Just like in NASCAR, there is a limit to how many boxes that you can run through.
Certainly is. That is, of course, the number 11 machine of Russell Paratka, who got the pit lane violation. So he will have to start from the tail end of the longest line and try to see if he can work his way up through the field and have a shot of getting into the LCQ or the dual race number 2.
Pace car lights are out, which means we are going to be racing this time by a 3-lap shootout. Cosman once again takes the bottom lane. I'm going to be curious to see if this works again. Cosman got a great jump and worked his way up to the outside lane after the start-finish line. So let's see if he does that again, or does the number 57 of Max Brady decide, you know what? No. I am going to race you now. I'm going to stay on your door. I'm going to stay on your quarter panel, and you are not going to be getting that lead like you did before. But then again, everybody, let's take a look at that bottom groove. Can they actually form and break up that top groove? In that last race, we did see that bottom groove was able to break them apart. All you got to do is move up a little bit, get that side draft, they'll break up, and maybe you can pull ahead and jump up top. So it's going to be interesting to kind of see what happens off of turn number 2, because that's where the run really is generated for the top groove of the racetrack.
Certainly is indeed, and we'll see how that comes out on top with these competitors watching through the field as Cosman and Brady will lead them to the green flag. Conrath will be behind Cosman, and Boundy will be behind Brady. We're going to see who will come out on top, who will survive, who will advance, and on whose adventure of the Podium 500 glory will come to an end here today. Barry, the pace truck driver, about to make that hard left turn down pit road. Barney, the flagman, he's back at it once again, getting the green flag in hand. Waiting. Green flag is out, and we're back underway here. 3 laps to go at the World Center of Racing.
Oh man, I'm looking in the back of that pack. Landon Huffman was all over the back bumper of Kenneth McCullough Jr., and it looked like they almost didn't get going, but now everyone is nose to tail on that top. Everyone trying to move on up. That 33 in line, trying to make it work. Hopefully he can, as that middle groove is trying to get something to work. Nobody on the bottom groove. If you're going to make a move, it's going to be on the top, and it might be on that white flag lap, if anything. Some pushing the pusher is happening right around Landon Huffman, the 51, up in the fence. He's going to get turned around in turn 3. Here comes the wreck, the number 1 involved. Oh no, up and over we go. It's gymnastics at Daytona. Another flip, another caution. And guess what, everybody? We're going to a green, white, checkered in this, the 7th heat of the afternoon.
Well, can we continue the trend of having every race end under a green-white checkered situation?
Looks like it.
Looks like it indeed, as we are on board with Mike Witt to see what happened. Randall, of course, had made the contact with another competitor in one car. I don't know what he was doing, but just absolutely decided to make a hard right into Randall Nichols in that 51 machine, and he's coming down pit road right now to try to get that fast repair and get back out on the circuit.
It looked like right around where Landon was, that little pack up on the top groove, everyone stacked up. And it looks like the 51 got turned sideways a little bit by getting pushed, pushing the pusher. And from there, he got a little sideways, lost control of the race car, and went head on, applied it directly to the forehead in turn 3, and calamity ensued in the 3rd turn. It's pushing the pusher is not something you want to do at Daytona. Everyone's trying to get everything they can, and for Randall Nichols, unfortunately, he's going to have to find a ways. He's taking that fast repair here, Taylor.
Good news is
he all the way back up.
Well, the good news is that was his only fast repair, and he was able to survive this long into the race. The bad news is he's only going to have at least two laps to get around and get this chance to work his way through.
Now, let me give you guys something that I saw in my heat. The whole back half of the field decided to just absolutely cease to exist on the white flag lap. So even if you're in the back, you still might have a chance to make the LCQ. You just have to pray that a hole opens up and you have a gap and no one closes that as fast as you can talk about it. So maybe the 51 has a chance here.
It certainly is a big chance for the 51, and of course we've seen drivers who snuck their way through on the last lap during a caution of a big one that happened and able to take home a shot of either being in the LCQ or even making it into the duels, Rents. So it's possible for Randall to possibly pull it out. He's going to be starting in 33rd position right now and actually gaining a few more spots as cars are still out on pit road.
It's Daytona. Anyone can win a race at Daytona. It's just a little bit of luck and a little bit of praying that things go the right way and you might have a chance. It just all comes down to relying on other drivers to keep their cool and hold their nerve, as we are going to be entering the first attempt at a green-white checkered finish. The question is, do we get through this in 1 attempt, 2 attempts, 3 attempts? I guess we'll find out.
We certainly will find out, and finding out who will be able to be the winner, who will advance to the LCQ. Currently, that is held by Jason Maines, father to eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series competitor Garrett Maines. And the last driver to hold the 18th spot to be able to move on into the LCQ is Jared Wishon in the 96 machine.
Here we go, everyone. It looks like the pace truck lights are going to extinguish this time by. We're going to be going racing for a green-white checkered. Cosman takes the bottom yet again. It seems to be working every single time. Remember, let me just refresh your memory. All you have to do as the leader is wait for the pace truck to fully blend down below the double yellow line. Once the pace truck does that, the leader is free to go as soon as he wants. All they have to do is just wait for that, and I think that's where Cosman is beating them, is just getting that early jump. He's led the majority to all of this race. He's looked in control. Can Cosman clinch this deal and race his way into the second duel? Or will we see someone in a surprise? Will Max Brady push Cosman up through there? Or will the 9 of Garrett Conrath make a run for the win?
We will certainly see who comes out on top. Cosman definitely been the Pied Piper of this group in heat race number 7, able to hold on to the race lead, work with some of his competitors, because I think some of them have realized that, we just need to be in the top 8. We don't really need to go for the win, and they've been really showing that in this heat. Cosman, Conrath, Bounty, and Brady working together to at least get to the duels, because if you get to the duels, then you can start racing a little harder, because then it's a little bit more of a bigger gap. Your top 20 guaranteed a spot into the Podium 500 on Sunday.
Now just keep an eye on the 75 of Landon Huffman, Jason Maines in the 33. That's going to be the fight that I'm seeing, because they're just on the fringe of making it into the duel.
Barry, the pace truck driver, has pulled off. Barney, the flagman, has that green flag in hand. And now, attempt number 1 of a green-white checkered. Cosman gets a great jump. Will he go up in front? He will, along with Max Brady, to the top side of the racetrack. A couple of cars starting to throw a little bit of a blocks down a little further back as an inside lane starts to get going. Of course, that is Sean Bounty and Landon Huffman working together with the 21 machine of Kevin Champagne, working with him as they come off of turn number 2 down the Daytona Superstretch.
Bump, bump, bump. That's what Landon's doing to that 76's back bumper. This is the closest the bottom lane has been on any restart, and this is when it matters the most. Through 3 and 4, we're going to be seeing the white flag hopefully this time by. Huffman's pushing the bottom. Cosman continues to lead the top. Coming to the white flag, Taylor.
Here they come. Barney the flagman's got that white flag in hand. Will he keep it white or will it change yellow? The answer will be white flag. This will end the race as they come down the front straightaway for the final time. Cosman, Brady, Conrath lead the field. It's a little bit squirrely. Ryan Hill tries to get through the chaos in the middle of turns 1 and 2.
Everyone is falling back if they're on the bottom. There's no groove right now where they can get up to the top groove. Huffman is trapped with the 76, everyone else on the top, and it's a melee behind them for that final transfer spot. Look at them all go. The 5 is now in the sucker hole. Is this the moment where he doesn't make the race? The 33 to the inside. We're coming to the checkered flag through 3 and 4.
Here comes a big run by Jason Maines and Elliott Salvation. Here we go.
Huffman around, contact chaos in here at Daytona, and as they race back to the line, it's going to be 2, 3 wide, and as they come to the line, Max Brady will win heat race number 7.
Jordan Kuntz with the 8th position. He will race in the second duel and making his way into the 18th and final spot into the LCQ. Nicholas Pressey with the drive done. Landon Huffman, who was running in a transfer position to make it at least to the LCQ, finishes in the 32nd position, from 8th to 32nd in a blink of an eye.
Listening over the radio right now, the emotions, Rents, of Nicholas Pressey. Even though he finished 18th, he just realized he makes it to the LCQ. He is absolutely ecstatic about this. This just shows the emotion of having a chance to compete at an event such as the Podium 500 qualifying day.
It means a lot when you're racing against 300 other people in different splits. All you're trying to do is just make it to the next part of the races. We're going to look at this replay right here. You're going to see Landon Huffman trying to get something to work. He gets hit in the left rear, and when he gets hit there, it's over. You cannot get hit in the left rear. He tried to save it, but a little reminiscent of the 2007 Daytona 500 with the wreck off of turn 4. The whole field just went in every which direction, and the rest of the field that wasn't involved fought it out, duked it to the end. And as we saw right there, the winner, Max Brady with the win. Garrett Conrath in second. Jason Maines makes it to the second duel with Cosman in 4th. Justin Lazenby in the 5th position, with Sean Bounty in the 6th position, or Bounty should I say. There was no bounty on his head. He finished 6th, with Ryan Hill in 7th, and Jordan Kuntz will race his way into the second duel. Austin Coop in 9th, and Kenny Hibby in the 10th position.
Next up is going to be Reese Bayham in 11th position, followed by Bob Cheney in the 12th spot, Jared Wishon in 13th, followed by Ricky Harden in 14th. Chris Shoemaker comes home 15th with Rhett Nichols in 16th. Noel Forage will come home in 17th with Nicholas Percy. He will come home in 18th, moving on to the LCQ. 19th will go to Adam Lecce, and Dylan Parker rounds out your top 20.
In 21st position would be Spencer Torrance with Brandon Panetto in the 22nd spot. Wade Poole 23rd with Christopher Tate 24th. Ted Hutchinson 25th with Alistair Topley in 26th. Kenneth McCullough Jr. 27th. Kevin Champagne 28th. Jim Vance 29th. And Kenny Powell in the 30th position.
Matthew Kent will come home in 31st, followed by John Moore's 32nd. Charles Whitehead will come home in 33rd. Landon Huffman, unfortunate for him, he'll come home in 34th. 35th goes to Randall Nichols, followed by Russell Baratka in 36th. Tom Mercier in 37th. Charles Kramer, 38th. Mike Witt in 39th, with Dylan Herbaden in 40th. Tyler Brewer in 41st, and Sean Stevens in 42nd. Rents, we're going to take a quick break and turn it on over to Lady Auberdon and Strick Pulsatrix as we get ready for the final heat. And Strix, can we get a total on the penalties for at least just driving through too many pit stalls at least? We've been having a good number so far.
Absolutely, absolutely. So, as of yet, our tally for the pit lane violations penalties is 11. So we have 11 black flags as a result of pit lane violations, which end in end-of-line penalties. But we do have 28 end-of-line penalties combined. And once again, I said it after the last heat, and I'll say it again. We have a lot of drivers in this event. We have about over 240, and now after that field of 40, you can add to that another 40. So 280 drivers we've seen on this stream today, and it's only natural you're going to see a wide skill gap in each of these heats. And that is ultimately what we're seeing with all these yellow flags.
Yep. And of course, plenty of parts for all those teams out in Meat Space World to build their cars, because there is a bit of a parts shortage. I think we're the cause of that. Yes. So we have one more heat.
Yep.
Can this be the one that goes green to green?
Well, one would hope. One would hope, but ultimately, like I said, there is a wide skill gap in each of these heats. And you're getting people like Cosmin Yonishu, who finished 4th in the last heat, doing a fantastic job for himself getting into the duels. But you're getting people like him, really good drivers who have a good chance to make it pro, going up against other drivers who are maybe not so terrible as to be average or maybe even in bottom split, but not so great as to get into the road to pro. And that's not necessarily knocking anything against those drivers, because of course Podium 500 it is the best opportunity to see how you measure up against those pro drivers. It's the best opportunity to say, yes, I can hang it with the tough guys. But regardless, this is a good shot for them to also be able to prove their worth. And what we're seeing here is there's still a lot to learn for some of the field.
Yes. Well, this final field's got some pretty big names. We got Briar LaPrade. We got Daniel E. Eberhardt. We got Dakota Curtis. We got all the warriors. Oh, and our own John Theodore is in this event as well. So we got all the warriors here.
Absolutely. Briar LaPrade is one name that I recognized very, very well. And I'm sure many people watching this broadcast also recognize Briar LaPrade. I do believe, if I'm remembering correctly, he was racing in the Monday Night Racing series, and is a very good driver, I would argue. He's a very good driver. So it'd be nice to see where he ends up. If Cosmin's example is anything to go by, then I'm sure he's going to qualify himself for the duels, but I'm sure he'd at least be happy or maybe even satisfied with an LCQ.
Yes, definitely. Well, it's been quite the day. What do you think of all that we've been through up to this point?
Man, coming into the event, I was expecting thrills, I was expecting chills, and I was expecting spills. And we got a lot of that. We got a lot of people putting on some really thrilling racing, driving really hard, trying to fight for their spot into the duels to get their chance to win the grand prize. But more than anything, we've seen a lot of cars take flight, Taylor said it best. Maybe we should start investing in a space program of our own or something.
Yeah,
you never know.
Yeah, my league, the 24 Hours of Limits iRacing League, we're all space pioneers. So, all right. Well, Producer Man says it is time for the final heat. So, we're going back up to the booth with Taylor and Rents. Take it away, lads.
Thank you, Lady Aubernon. Thank you, Strix. As we are back at it, Rents, sigh of relief. It's the final heat race as we get closer and closer to setting the field for the Podium 500. And this field is definitely one to watch. We have eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series drivers. We have some of the biggest streamer names in competition here battling it out, and it's going to get exciting. We have drivers such as Aaron Smith, Colin Bowden, Daniel Falkingham, and the defending, of course, winner of the Podium 500, Daniel Eberhardt.
We even have one of the best super speedway drivers that I've seen, Malik Ray's in here. Chandler Parsons is in the house. It's going to be a very, very fun event. The final heat is here. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to go racing once more from Daytona. It's going to be interesting to kind of see if the same moves apply going into this race that we've seen in the past. In the last race, the outside line was the absolute most dominant line possible, but anything is possible. Each super speedway is different. It's just going to be about how these drivers control themselves, keep things under wraps, keep things under control, nice, cool, calm, collected, and we'll see what happens for 20 laps in the final heat this afternoon.
It's going to be exciting. It's going to be intense. A lot of drivers are getting ready. Of course, the drivers' meeting is finalizing here to let everyone know to mind their P's and Q's. Of course, a couple of drivers have not been able to do that here today, so they got the wave of the finger saying, no, 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 you can't be doing that. And unfortunately, some drivers, it has cost them dearly for a chance of podium glory. And with that, as soon as they finish up with the drivers' meeting, we will give you your starting lineup for heat race number 8 at the World Center of Racing. And we will get ready to watch the action for the final time for heat racing before we then go and see the LCQs. And then it is time for the duels at Daytona.
Everything comes down to this right here. Your race in your event either stops here or it continues on into either, as you've said, the LCQ or the duel. It's just about putting yourself in the right frame of mind, the preparation of saying to yourself, I am going to advance. Even though that on a super speedway track, you're really at the mercy of everybody else. It's the mentality of saying, I will do this. I will be part of the next round of the event. That's the only way to do it. If you have a negative attitude going in, you're going to have a negative result. So that's all that's going to be all to be played for, is how you control yourself in this race and how you see the race play out around others.
They are definitely going to be watching to see who will come out on top, who will play their cards right, who will have a chance to move on to the next round. We thank all of you who are watching on twitch.tv/Podium Esports for all the great coverage. We hope you are enjoying the race as much as myself, Rence Brown, the rest of the commentary crew, of course, Lady Aubernon and Strict Pulsatrick, who have been giving the in-between moments about their thoughts about this race. And, of course, we can't thank the hard-working producer, Mr. Ryan Bauer, the bearded sim racer himself, working behind, twisting the dials, making sure we sound good, making sure you can see all the great pictures here. And, of course, our hard-working race control, who are out there making all the tough calls, making the right calls, and making sure that we have clean and fair racing across the Podium 500 qualifying day.
Listen, I would not want to be in race control, to be honest with you. Because you are dealing with so much, and on top of it, you are dealing with possible DQs, you're dealing with clearing penalties, you're dealing with giving penalties, you're dealing with who's in, who's out. It's a lot. I prefer being up in the booth, or at least being on the race track itself. Unfortunately, my day was done in the third heat, but I am enjoying every single moment of being up here in the booth, calling this race, and giving everyone a chance of my perspective of what happens in a super speedway race, as we are about to set the grid right here. Let's go through the starting lineup here, Taylor, for the final heat.
Let's do that indeed, Mr. Rence Brown, and we will start off with your pole sitter, who is going to be none other than eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series rookie Liam Brotherton. Alongside him will be Anthony Burrows in second. Daniel Folkingham will be starting in third, followed by another eNASCAR Coca-Cola competitor, Briar LaPrade. Alex Martinez will be starting in the 6th position, followed by Spencer E. Burns in 7th. Kyle Trudeau will be starting in 7th, with Mooncar Travis Brown in 8th. Malik Ray will be starting in 9th. Rounding out your top 10 is Ryan Johnson.
Daniel E. Eberhardt is going to start in the 11th position, with Dustin Shepard 12th. DJ Stanger will be 13th, with Josh Kosick in 14th. Jeremy Stanley 15th, with Aaron Ramon in the 16th spot. Andrew Player in the 17th spot. Alan Wilson is going to be 18th, with Robbie Clabby in 19th. And as the field rolls out onto the racetrack in the 20th spot, Aaron Smith is in the 20th position.
Chad Miskov will be starting in 21st, followed by another eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series competitor, Colin Bowden, in 22nd. Tyrone Davis will be starting in 23rd, with Jesse Whittington in 24th. Cole Woody in 25th, followed by Garrett Brown in 26th. Chandler Parson in 27th. Well-known streamer John Theodore is in 28th, followed by Brian Kita in 29th. Trey Edson rounds out your 30th position.
Jason Dinsmore in the 31st spot, with Cody Baldwin 32nd. Tyler Bunting, he's going to try to hit a home run. He's not going to try to lay one down the third base foul line. He'll be in the 33rd spot, with Aaron Rufus in the 34th position. 35th is George C. Williams and Eric Papanou in the 36th spot. George Lesko 37th, with Chris Papa in 38th. Dakota Curtis 39th, with Kenneth Bishop in 40th. The final 3 spots are Noah Bitts in the 41st spot, Terrell Baker in the 42nd spot, and rounding out the field, Mark Schrader will be in the final spot. Here it is, the final heat, Taylor. Let's see how this goes. It's racing one final time. Who makes the LCQ? Who makes the duels? 20 laps to decide it.
It's going to be exciting, and as we see, the most laps led of none other than Barry, the pace truck driver. He'll make that hard left turn down on pit road, and Barney the flagman, he's working that arm. He's going to keep it working it here as the green flag is out. We're underway for heat race number 7. As they come to the line, it'll be Anthony Burrows who will lead that opening lap, followed by Briar LaPrade. He knows a thing or two about doing super speedway racing, especially when your boss is none other than multi-super speedway race winner, Daytona 500 champion Dale Earnhardt Jr., who is trying to work with him. So these two will definitely work together, followed by Spencer E. Burns in the 06 in that number 06 Toyota Camry. They're going to work their way down the Daytona super stretch. Meanwhile, Liam Brotherton has the 39 of Daniel Falkingham behind him to work that inside lane and try to catch up to the field.
Ryan M. Johnson got really squirrely off of turn number 2 and checked up that entire outside lane. He actually fell back and checked up everybody. So some new players up in the outside lane is what a move to the outside lane. I just saw a car go all the way up there. He's trying to make the outside completely work. That white and blue machine up into the 4th position. Here they go. It is getting intense already. Guys don't want to give up that outside line to 39 of Daniel Falkingham, trying to make the moves. There goes the 90 underneath him. It's getting intense. These guys don't want to ride. They want to be up towards the front because the front is where it's going to be the safest.
The front is where it's the safest. Everyone is trying to make sure we work their way through. As someone ends up in the sucker hole, that's Colin Bowden, or Travis Brown actually. Moon car stuck there in the middle. He does not want to be there. He needs to try to find the opening as Aaron Smith works to his outside, and a couple of guys are going to take it 3 wide as they come off of turn 4.
The inside line desperately trying to get together. The 11 drops down low. That will be Dustin Shepard trying to make it work. He's 3 wide on the bottom with no help. Everyone wants to run either the middle or the top. And so far, it looks like it is a top lane fest. All aboard the top lane express as we go on board with the number 43, trying to make things work down the Daytona backstretch. But no one really wants to work down low. It's all about the momentum and carrying that on the outside as we run into turn number 3 on this, the 4th lap of the event.
Inside lane now starting to get a little bit of momentum, but they're a little bit too far back. That's Liam Brotherton who leads that inside lane in the number 2 machine with Elliott Sadler Esports. He's got a little bit of help right behind him as they start to work their way up to the front of the field. It's going to be 2 by 2 from about 6 on back.
You're going to have to really push on the bottom as they're wrecking in the back. There goes a big wreck. They're flipping into the catch fence. The 11, there's a man upside down. He's just taking a nap. He'll be back with us a little bit later, but the back half of the field got together on this, the 5th lap of the event. Let's take a look and see what happened on the replay as they go through the tri-oval, entering this event, entering this lap. It just kind of looks like, let's take a look, exactly what transpired. Looks like someone got turned in the left rear and got sent down the racetrack, and everyone went to avoid it. But then by that point, it was just kind of too little too late.
Certainly was, by the looks of it, looking at that replay as we now go back live. Anthony Burrows is trying to catch up to the driver who has led the most laps here around Daytona as we take a look at the replay one more time. Riding currently on board with Chad Mikovs as he tries to work his way through. There's one car who tried to slice down in front of him, and as they enter it, he notices something gets a little loose, And all behind him, there you see the flipping and the chaos and all the wonderful things that we see here today at Daytona since the start of heat race number 1.
So it looks like if you can keep your eyes on the black and red 51 of Tyler Bunting, it looks like he comes down into the door of the 36, and it just gets him sideways. Tryphon Davis, nowhere to really go. He's holding his line, and he just gets doored a little bit. And then when that happens, this is going to be the best view of it, I believe, right here. You're going to see he's going to come down a little bit right there, and then they get together, and then the back half of the field trying to miss him, nowhere to go, and it's just pow right into the doors.
Well, Tyler Bunting tried to see if he can get a ball. Well, he got a strike. He will get the EOL out of this situation, and he is going to have to go to the tail end of the longest line as we ride on board with Cole Woody. See from his point of view of how he was able to make his way through, and no.
Knock, knock, who's there? Well, he just slammed that door right there. That's just kind of how it goes. If you try to miss the wreck one way, sometimes they go down to the bottom, sometimes they go to the top. It's unpredictable. It's Daytona. They'll go wherever you don't think they won't go, as you see pirouetting and flipping into that catch fence. We've gotten airborne a lot tonight. I don't know what's going on there. I don't know if the FAA is going to allow this to continue with how many cars have been up into the airspace tonight.
Well, I have gotten confirmation from the air control over at Daytona Beach Airport, and they have given warning to the real pilots over there to be careful of flying debris and cars. Of course, the pilots out there over at Daytona, please be careful when entering airspace over Daytona International Speedway. So we thank you for your patience, and there may be some delays for those of you who are trying to leave the great beach of Daytona.
Oof. Well, Anthony Burrows continues to lead the way. He is first with Briar LaPrade in second in that number 88. If I look right now at who is in the transfer spots, Ryan Johnson is in the 8th spot in the 38. And if I look down at the 18th position, Colin Podium is in the 18th spot right now, currently the last driver that would continue his run into the rest of the evening, and hopefully a chance to race in tomorrow afternoon's Podium 500. It's going to be interesting because, again, I would much rather be up front than be in the middle of the pack, and as we just saw in that last wreck, you know, all it takes is a little door, all it takes is a little nudge, and your race can go from bad to worse in a hurry.
One thing I've noticed with this race is all about a game of inches. 1 inch, you could be right on top of somebody, able to make your way through. The next, you could be 1 inch away, and unfortunately, you're caught up in someone's incident or cause an incident. So we'll have to see what will happen for some of these drivers. And as we keep an eye here, as we watch some of the action at the World Center Racing, we have to say a big thank you to some great sponsors, and one of those, of course, is Battle Beaver. Battle Beaver has everything you need for your next custom controller, console, or PC skins. With options for PlayStation, Xbox, GameCube, and more, Battle Beaver has everything you need to make your system look exactly the way you want it. Head to BattleBeaverCustom.com to pick up your next skin. Use code Daytona for 10% off.
Just to kind of put something out here, Terrell Baker went from 42nd to 17th in that run right there, so he's making moves. And here's something else that we haven't really talked about yet. Daniel Eberhardt is locked in to the Podium 500 because he is a past winner of the event. So if Eberhardt races his way into a transfer position, we're going to be looking at the 19th position on the racetrack, because Eberhardt's position doesn't really matter because of the fact he is a past champion of the 500. So keep in mind as this race goes on, it's going to be interesting because it might not be 18th we're looking at, it might be position at 19.
Well, let's take a look at that 19th position right quick, and that is held by Chad Miskoff and the number 25 machine. Barry, the pace truck driver, has made that hard left turn. We watch the restart here. Listen, take a little bit of the fast and loud of On Board. How about the save by Aaron Smith right there? He held on for dear life, and he was able to continue on as they come across the line. Burrows still your race leader. LaPrade second. Spencer E. Burns was in third.
Man's got door through 3 and 4. I don't know how he saved it, but great job on that number 70, that yellow number 70. Great job to hold on to it. This is the first time I've seen the bottom lane challenge the outside lane. Down the backstretch they come. That 06 is trying to make something happen. Malik Ray is also up in this pack as well. He's no stranger to victory lane, especially at Daytona. He's done it before. He can do it again as Anthony Burrows continues to lead the way on the outside line, side by side off of turn number 2. Who is going to lead this lap as we're going to complete the 10th lap of the event. 10 laps to go in the final heat of the 2022 Podium 500 Super Saturday, as Anthony Burrows gets chopped up, and he's going to be in P2 now, as Spencer E. Burns is now your leader.
He is. Kyle Trudel will now be the leader on that bottom lane in that number 7 as he sits in that 7th position as they work their way down the Daytona Super Stretch. It's going to be exciting to see how this will play out. Actually, as we double check a couple things, that actually is going to be Malik Ray in the number 7 and that signal machine as he tries to signal to the guy behind him, the 18 of Alex Martinez. It's time to go. We need to get going. Now Brian LaPrade ducks down to the bottom of the racetrack. He wants to have a go at the race lead.
It's time to go, and that 88 said, all right, Malik, I'll go with you. Let's go to the front. Down to the bottom of the racetrack they go, right to the yellow line, paint that bottom groove, but that outside line is still the preferred groove, I believe. Side by side from about 3rd on back, 4th on back, as the top 3 have absolutely started to spread their wings. Here comes the 90. What a move up the inside. Eberhart is saying to himself, yeah, okay, I'll make that move. It's okay, as he's going to fall back in the sucker hole, but don't worry about that. That is a move where you're going to kind of think about that later on, saying, he made a pretty good move down the backstretch. He actually surged for a second, as here comes the rookie in the Coca-Cola iRacing Series, Briar LaPrade, trying to lead the way at Daytona as we're completing the 12th lap.
How about that by Daniel Eberhart? Shot out of a cannon, realized, oh, I don't have any friends. I'm going to just go ahead and sneak my way back here, because when you have that provisional like Eberhart has, you can try a little bit more. You can be a little bit more brave and heroic and daring of where to place your car compared to some of these other competitors, as Spencer Burns will lead the field down the Daytona Superstretch. A big shove by Anthony Burrows in the 62 Allegiant Airline. The Daytona International Airport probably pretty happy to see those guys with the Allegiant colors try to see if they can get a heat race win, or at least make it to the big show later on tonight as they work their way off of turn number 4 down the front straightaway here. LaPrade tries to get the push he needs from Malik, can't quite make it work. Spencer E. Burns leads at Daytona.
If Briar wants to get that lead, he's going to have to do what I've been saying all broadcast long. Got to get up on that quarter panel of the leader of Spencer Burns and pull him back. That's the only way to do it, as we're on board with the number 22, just riding out, trying to do his thing. Eberhart is in a 3-wide scenario, trying to make his way up the middle as the 06 of Spencer Burns continues to lead the way. There's action throughout this pack. Eberhart trying to make some moves here, as the 88 is now surging on the bottom groove here, Taylor. He might clear him, I'm not sure. It depends on what sort of push that Malik gives him. The top groove comes down a little bit, but it looks like that top groove is still the way to go at the line. Give it to Spencer Burns.
Spencer Burns is working his way through. As they see here, the 7 machine of Kyle Trudel is having some issues with his internet. He hopefully will be able to sort it out quickly, otherwise it could be an issue all on the track. Eberhart just trying, poking and prodding his way through the field to find an opening. He wants to showcase his talent here of why he is the defending Podium 500 champion, and he's going to fight his way through as they battle down the Daytona Superstretch. Here comes Malik Ray with a big push to get LaPrade up to the front of the field, but Spencer Burns is going to have the momentum on his side. Big Mo as they come out of 4.
There is a big gap between the 18 and everyone else on the bottom groove. There is no help behind them. That outside line should start to pull a little bit more as the 7 and the 88 are separated from the 18. There is no energy as we're 5 laps to go in this, the final heat Spencer Burns continues to lead the way in the 8th spot. Ryan Johnson, he's currently into the second duel, the final spot in the second duel, and in 18th, Mark Schrader at the moment is 18th, but we'll have to see what happens with Eberhardt here as that outside line is pulling. Inside line is completely falling apart as we enter turn number 3. I don't know if that inside line can do anything. They're going to need someone to drop low like an Anthony Burroughs if they're going to make it work.
We're going to have to wait and see as Eberhardt is poking and prodding his way, staying stuck to the middle of the racetrack. He's got a little bit of help behind him as they work through the tri-oval. Trouble, though, for Kyle Trudel. He loses connection. His day is going to be done as we see a big send by Eberhardt. He'll duck to the inside lane behind Malik Ray. That now puts the 18 machine back behind him as they work their way through. You're right on board with Eberhardt as he is trying to work his way through. That's Daniel Falkingham and the 18 machine right behind him. Toyota and Ford working on to catch up to the Chevrolet of Briar LaPrade.
On board the Eberhardt down the back straightaway. He's making moves and trying to do what he can. He wants to have a shot at maybe winning this thing. He's on the bottom group of the racetrack and back up to the 18. Might get a big run right here. Just a little bit of housekeeping notes right here. Chandler Parsons is up there without a hood. No hood, no problem. Chandler Parsons up in the top 15. And for all of you Mooncar fans, Travis Brown running 8th right now. He's currently in the final transfer spot for the second duel as it stands. So maybe he gets himself into the show. Remember, he won the 24 Hours of Daytona this year as well, so pretty good showing for him at Daytona this year in 2022.
Take a look at the 72 machine of Chandler Parson. No hood on that number 72 machine, and he is still running inside the top 15 and has a shot to make it into the LCQ later on here tonight as they work their way off of turn number 4. Couple of lap cars working up. They're going to try to stay out of the way of our race leaders. This is going to be interesting. Will he behave? He will go below the yellow line and stay put. As they come around, it is going to be popsicle sticks in the air. 2 laps to go at Daytona.
18 down, 2 laps to go. It's side by side for the race lead. Briar LaPrade for the first time kind of showing the fact that he's getting a run down into the turn 2 area. Down the backstretch, this is where they're going to kind of fall apart. Malik's not there quite yet. That 62 of Anthony Burroughs shoving Spencer Burns. Does Spencer block the bottom? Does Spencer stay on the top groove? Through 3 and 4, we're going to be headed for the white flag this time by. Keep an eye on the 90 because, we have a caution. We're going to be going to a green-white checkered finish. Of course we are, as there's a man beached in turn 3 as we go.
We were so close, and we were just... I feel... What's the situation that happened here? I want to know.
Looks like he got...
right there.
Right rear.
The 62 gets punted around by, I would like to know which driver it is.
Looks like it's just in the right rear. Let's take a look to see if we got another angle of it. On board with the 62, you're going to see he's going to, or this is on board with the 23, he's going to move up and, very similar to what Austin Dillon did to Eric Almirola back Daytona 500 a few years ago. Just got on that right rear. He tried to come up and protect it, but that outside line had such a run. Nothing he could do there as we go on board with John Theodore in the number 27. Gonna run the outside. He's getting the run and just gets turned and whammo right in the back bumper. He might be okay. He's got some damage to the front end of that race car, and front end damage at Daytona is no bueno. But we'll see what happens with John Theodore and the rest of everyone in the back of the pack as, hey, guess what, Taylor? We're going to a green-white checker.
I think that's not as exciting as it was earlier on, but Robbie Clavey has gotten the EOL penalty for that incident. But we're going to re-rack them, restack them, and overall, I have to say this has been a good race. A lot of great racing amongst the top 10, and also those inside that top 18. Daniel Eberhardt sits 10th, so right now we look at 19th as a transfer spot, and that is currently held by Typhron Davis as of now.
It's going to be interesting. This is the part of the race where you can still make it from far outside the top 20. You're just going to need a little bit of help. And as the races have proven so far this afternoon, anything is possible. I saw it in front of me. I went from, probably 28th last car in the pack to having a chance down the backstretch until the hole closed up. And I was running 15th until I got crashed out there. So it is possible. And I had damage. So even the damaged vehicles have a chance. It's Daytona. You just have to have a little bit of faith that maybe something might happen. You're wishing for a little ill luck for somebody, but it's also going to be interesting to kind of see what lane Spencer Burns takes here. Does he take the outside? Does he take the inside? It's all going to be dependent on that, because if he takes the outside, I think it might be game over for the rest of the field because of how good that outside lane really is.
Brent, another question we got to talk about is how will the rest of the field, pretty much inside that top 19, really react? These drivers, if you think about it, they're set to either go into the duels or the LCQ. The question is, will they work together and kind of be like, let's just get to this finish and end it here with this one attempt of a green-white checkered? Or do you think it's all cards out the window, it's time to go racing?
Nah, you know what? This is the last heat of the event. This is the last chance for a lot of people to make their claim to either race in the LCQ or race into the duels, to have a chance at $1,000 purse payout and a chance to win the Podium 500. I would say you're going to see some things here. I would not be surprised if we went through all 3 attempts at a green-white checkered finish. I would say kick your feet up, grab an ice-cold drink, and get ready, everybody, as Spencer Burns takes the inside line. Robbie Clavey, by the way, was given an end-of-longest line penalty, so he was actually up there in a spot to possibly get himself into the LCQ. Now he's going to have to fight his way tooth and nail for it. So let's see what happens now as Briar LaPrade and Malik Ray are on the top. Those two have been inseparable. So let's see if they're able to maybe spoil the party for Spencer Burns and win this thing.
As we will see right here, who will come out on top. Top 10 goes as followed: Spencer Burns, Briar LaPrade, Anthony Burrows, Malik Ray, Liam Brotherton, your top 5. Then it's Alex Martinez, Josh Kosick, Alan Wilson III, Ryan Johnson, and Daniel Eberhardt, your top 10.
Well, who do we have our money on here? Spencer Burns has looked really strong. Briar LaPrade has made some very good moves. Malik Ray is no one to scoff at when it comes to super speedway racing. Anthony Burrows up there. I'm looking back through the rest of the field. There are some heavy hitters. Remember, Eberhardt is the one to watch as well because he is locked in. If he can stay up inside the top 18, it's that fight for the 19th position for the final spot. Let's get this thing underway for maybe the final restart with this, the first green-white checkered attempt.
And with that, Barry, the pace truck driver, is about to take that hard left turn down onto pit road, and Barney the flagman, for the final time for the heat races possibly, is going to wave the green flag as we're back underway here at Daytona. Green-white checkered attempt number 1, and Spencer Burns will lead the field down in through the front straightaway heading into turn 1. Briar LaPrade doesn't have a whole lot of help. He'll have Malik Ray, but they will go to the top side of the racetrack. Burrows and Spencer Burns, I think they want to try to settle this one out.
They have all moved up to the top side of the racetrack. The 38 storming up the inside. There we go. It's the 18 almost got turned. There they go. They're wrecking down the backstretch. Big wreck. That's going to pretty much take out the back half of the field. Daniel Eberhardt is involved in it. A lot of the heavy hitters. It's going to be interesting now. It's going to be interesting now as we look at the replay. This changes everything with Eberhardt now moving back on board with Malik Ray, gets turned down the backstretch, and it's calamity once again. One of the best plate drivers that we've seen in recent memory at Daytona gets turned down the back straightaway. And now, Taylor, all bets are off.
All bets are off indeed, and I think the 38 of Ryan Johnson saw the opening after he saw Daniel Eberhardt try to take the outside lane to get around Daniel Falkingham. But unfortunately with that caused a little bit of a checkup, which then opened the door for him to get turned by Malik Ray.
On board with Daniel Eberhardt right here, you're going to see some contact, and then the 18 gets right back into the right rear of Malik, and he was on from there. He just kind of came down the racetrack and nowhere else to really go, flipping down the back straightaway. I tell you what, the Daytona International Speedway grounds crew is going to have to send a bill to somebody. Like, or someone's going to have to send the bill to the Daytona International grounds crew, because Oh, here we go. Garrett on board. He's going to make it through. Moses, as Casey Kerwin once said, what a job making it through there for the number 16. He gets to see his race be extended a few more laps.
He certainly does, and it's impressive to see him part the seas. And, you know, Rents, we've seen that time and time again with any form of super speedway racing. You think you have the seas parted for you, you think you see the light, and all of a sudden, contact. You get turned around, and unfortunately for him, he was able to just make his way through.
Travis Brown, Moon Car, is up into the 9th position. He is still going strong. Chandler Parsons in 10th without a hood. No hood, no problem for Chandler. Let's take a look here. The 8th position belongs to Colin Bowden right now. The number 25 is into the second duel as it stands. And in the final transfer spot as it's being scored is Daniel E. Eberhardt. This is going to be massive now. Eberhardt has used his fast repair. He's locked into the show because he's a past champion of the Podium 500. So now it's going to become an issue of, does Eberhardt make it up there? If I'm 19th, I shove Eberhardt as hard as possible just to give myself the best possible opportunity. Because think about it, that's a free spot. That's a free position because his position at the end doesn't really matter.
A free spot is definitely a winning moment, and of course, all these drivers who have been winning the heat races have been having a Martin Sport winning moment. Founded by Scott Martin nearly 10 years ago in the frozen region of Michigan's Upper Peninsula, Martin Sport strives for the best custom apparel for your needs. Whether you need your shirts for your office, jersey for a local sports team, or specifically designed apparel for your sim racing group, Martin Sport has got you covered, along with shirts and other team wear. They also offer gloves specifically crafted for sim racing that are lightweight, breathable, and complete with padded leather palms. Use code PODIUM to receive 25% off any racing gloves at martinsport906.com. You can also find them at facebook.com/martinsport. And I have to say that Martin Sports gloves are absolutely very comfortable. I have a pair myself that just fits so wonderfully. I mean, they're able to breathe really nice, and I gotta say, I love these pairs of gloves.
Same. I race with them all the time. For me, I death grip my wheel very, very tightly, and I get blisters kind of like on the inside, almost by where the thumb is. So, sweaty palms, you don't really want that, especially with an Alcantara wheel for like what you got. So, I definitely recommend a pair of Martin Sport gloves, just the way to go. It actually makes a big difference to me personally, as now we are all doubled up for a restart. The second attempt at a green-white checkered finish. Alan Wilson was given an end of longest line penalty just to kind of tie that up and clear that up. But interesting to note, everybody, Spencer Burns and Anthony Burrows, they've been broken apart. They are not together nose to tail. It's going to be interesting to see if Spencer Burns maybe goes a little bit early to try to jump up top. Briar LaPrade has lost his dancing partner in Malik Ray. So Malik's going to have to find a way to get up into the field and into a transfer spot, because currently he is on the outside looking in. So
trouble for Malik Ray. He's 37th, a lap down on pit road still. So it's safe to say his day will be done. So Briar LaPrade, he's going to have to find a new dancing partner and try to see if he can have a shot of making his way into the duels. With that, Barry, the pace truck driver, comes down pit road. Barney, the flagman, he's pointing the fingers to our leader, and the green flag is out. We are back underway here at the World Center of Racing for the final heat race number 8. As they work down the front straightaway, cars trying to get themselves situated, and a couple of cars having some trouble as they work their way up to speed. And it's Spencer E. Burns and Briar LaPrade leading the charge as they work through 1 and 2.
Briar got the restart he needed. He broke up both Anthony Burrows and Spencer Burns. He's all over the back bumper of that 06, single file all the way through. Chandler Parsons holding on to the 7th spot. At the moment, he's into the second duel. As we look further back, that 8th spot is currently occupied by Josh Kosick. Let's see if he can make his way through. Coming to the white flag, single file up front, but it's going to be a race for the back. The 70 crosses over in the back. White flag is in the air, Taylor.
White flag is out. They're wrecking behind. Caution is out. They've done it again.
Man, oh man, can we just make it to the white flag? Caution's out as they're right along the inside wall. Let's take a look at the replay and see what went down off of turn number 4. Looks like some cars got together. Hard licks. Oh, the 13's going to take a wild shot in that Marconi set up shop, number 13. Oof, is all I can say about that is we're going to re-rack them and set it up again for yet another attempt at a green-white checkered. We'll be hitting the third and final attempt. Looks like whoever was in the middle groove just pushed up a little bit and got into the quarter panel a little bit, and that's all it took to kind of start that whole mess.
It certainly was a whole mess indeed, and so close yet so far to get this race finish under green flag conditions. Looking to the field to point out a couple of drivers who have worked their way through. Let's give a shout out to the number 29 of Dakota Curtis. Of course, one of the owners and founders of the MPI Cup Series, which gets ready to make their debut here in a couple of weeks. As he is trying to work his way up through the field, he currently sits inside the top 18, so he currently has a shot to move on to the LCQ later on here tonight. Great drive for him.
Well, it looks like, looking back on that replay, to be honest with you, I'm looking back on it a little bit more, and I think the outside comes down onto the bottom more than the bottom comes up. If I just bring it back a little bit and just kind of look at it, it definitely looks like that outside groove, for whatever reason, kind of jumps low. So that's why the caution really came out. The bottom kind of held their lane. Kind of one of those things that happens. That outside just bobbles a little bit, comes down, and then it's a mess from there.
We'll get to clean the mess up very quickly, and hopefully we'll get back at it once again. As then we get ready for the LCQs. Of course, the LCQ races, a little bit longer races that are coming up right after this. We'll see how that will kind of change the opportunity for some of these competitors when they go and compete in the LCQs, which kicks off here in a little bit.
Let me take a look real quick to see where everyone's kind of running right now. In the 8th spot, Josh Kosick is still in that 8th spot in the number 21. He's still, as we keep saying, currently in the second dual race. If I look in that transfer spot right now, Eberhardt is still 18th. So Trey Eidson is in the transfer position for the LCQ in 19th as it stands. Obviously, anything can happen between now and the checkered flag. So that's kind of where we're at right now. It's going to be interesting because I don't know if we're going to stay green long enough. This is where the wrecks kind of happen because now you're into a third green-white checkered attempt. Let me take you behind the wheel for a second and give you the thought processes how this kind of plays out. If you're running somewhere in the 20th spot, maybe 17th, 18th, in that range, you're thinking, oh my, okay, they're going to wreck again. I'm not safe. I have to go. And that's where the cautions kind of fly. So you're going to see some desperation attempts from some people, I believe, to try to make the show. And I think that's where most of the action is going to take place, right in the very back. Up front, I think these guys might just kind of ride it out. I believe Spencer Burns has these restarts down to a T, and Breyer is probably very content with running in second. Obviously, a win would be great, but it's going to really be around that 8th and really that 18th and 19th spot, because Eberhardt really holds a lot of cards going forward.
Spencer Burns has been the driver that has dominated since the start of this heat race. We're going to have to keep an eye on seeing what he can do here. And I have to say, Rent's probably going to be one of the favorites to win the Podium 500.
He's definitely one of them. I mean, obviously, as I look through it, there's been countless drivers throughout the day that have looked really, really strong. But here's the thing, just like in real life with the Daytona 500, just because you look like the strongest driver doesn't necessarily mean that you are going to be the one to hoist the trophy at the end of the day. Daytona is absolutely a crapshoot. It's unpredictable. Just because that you've led a lot of laps doesn't mean that you're going to win. Maybe Spencer Burns is in the catbird seat, but who knows? we're going to have a lot more racing to figure it out as we're going to head on over to the final restart here at Daytona.
With that, Barry, the pace car driver, the one who has led the most laps here at the World Center of Racing today, will make that hard left turn down pit road. Final attempt of a green-white checker. Spencer E. Burns gets on the gas, and he will go away and try to win this heat race. Briar LaPrade on the outside lane. He's got help as well from Daniel Falkingham, while we see Anthony Burrows now lead the inside lane as Spencer E. Burns jumps to the top side of the racetrack. Down through turns 1 and 2. Falkingham on the bottom. Then you have the two of Brotherton on the outside. Now we start to see the shoving match down the Daytona super stretch. Here we see Spencer Burns lead by just about and the wreck.
Wrecking in the back. That's going to do it. The caution is out. The race is over. Spencer Burns has won at Daytona. I believe he was out in front at the moment of caution. Spencer wins the race. It's going to be about who's scored where when they cross the start-finish line, who is 8th, where is Daniel Eberhardt, and who is going to be into the LCQ. Checkered flag. Spencer Burns in 8th. Taylor is going to be Garrett Brown in the 8th spot, and Daniel Eberhardt finishes 16th, which means Aaron Rufus in the 19th spot will make the LCQ. His chances of racing on into the Podium 500 continue.
Looking through the field right now, Alex Martinez is showing 19th right now in the field. And Eberhardt actually finished 15th, so he guarantees his spot, which means we moved Alex Martinez up a spot as well, so he will transfer into the LCQ. And how about Travis Brown? He'll make it into the LCQ.
Moon car made it in, everybody. There you go. Air Spanky is into at least the LCQ.
As the field will work their way behind the field and will get themselves situated. With that, the drivers are going to come down pit road here momentarily after we take the checkered flag and end heat racing action at the World Center of Racing.
It looks like actually Eberhardt keeps the spot. There's no extension of the cutoffs until the duels. So, that being said, if I go back through, everything that I have said to this point doesn't actually happen. There is no extension of a cutoff until the duels, which means Eberhardt keeps his spot. The final driver in that I'm being scored right now is Ryan Johnson. I believe that is correct. 18th is Ryan Johnson. He'll be the final guy in.
A great drive by Ryan Johnson to make his way at least into the LCQs. And with that, we'll give you your final results for heat race number 8. Spencer E. Burns picks up the E win here today, followed by Anthony Burrows in 2nd, Briar LaPrade in 3rd, Daniel Falkingham in 4th, with Liam Brotherton in 5th. Chandler Parson, without a hood, continues his run and finishes in 6th. Colin Bowden in 7th, with Garrett Brown rounding out your top 8. Josh Kosick comes home in 9th, and Eric Papineau will round out your top 10.
Tryphon Davis in the 11th position. He'll be going to the LCQ with Aaron Smith in 12th. Jeremy Stanley in the 13th spot with Chad Mikos in the 14th spot. Travis Brown makes the show to the LCQ in 15th with the 2020 champion Daniel Eberhardt in the 16th spot. Trey Edison is in the 17th spot. Ryan Johnson in 18th. Aaron Rufus just barely missing the show in 19th. We'll have to come back again next year to give it a shot. And Alec Martinez in the 20th spot, rounding out that top 20.
John Theodore will have to try again next year as well, as he'll come home in 21st. Tyler Bunting couldn't get the home run he needed. He'll come home in 22nd with Noah Bitts in 23rd. George William in 24th with Tyrrell Baker in 25th. Cody Baldwin in 26th with Aaron Ramon in 27th. Brian Kita comes home in 28th with Dakota Curtis. Unfortunately for him, he'll come home in 29th with Chris Papa in the 20... Actually,
Mark Schrader in the 31st position. He'll have to try again next year with George Lesko in 32nd. 33rd, Dakota Curtis with Dustin Shepard 34th. Andrew Player 35th. Alan Wilson In the 36th spot, Cole Woody 37th, Robbie Clavey 38th, Malik Ray Heartbreak. He was in the race up until the final green-white checkers. He'll finish 39th and miss the show. Kenneth Bishop 40th, Jason Dinsmore 41st, Kyle Trudel 42nd, and DJ Stanger in the 43rd and final spot in this, the 8th and final heat in this, the Super Saturday for the Podium 500.
With that, we are going to turn it over to our studio, the great Lady Auberdon and Strict Pulsatrix. Ladies, it has been exciting, but we're actually going to take a sign-off. My apologies. We're actually getting ready to take a break. We're going to come back later on here today at 7 o'clock Eastern Time for LCQ, race number 1, as Justin Prince and Jacob Hitz will take the lead in that. And for that, we say thank you for watching all of the great heat racing action on Podium Esports. We will see you in about 30 minutes.